Check.
Ouais, gentiment. Mais je pense pas que je pourrais jouer une des autres. Je vais faire un truc, voilà, au début. Mais après, il y a un truc, on doit aller à
Bet money. Fold.
Non, je fais un pari et ensuite je fais pas avec hasard.
Tu fais les deux, Vegas et Bahamas?
Non, Vegas c'est sûr.
Et Bahamas,
je sais pas. T'as fait t'es qualifié toi? Ah
Tu
ouais.
qualifies
Comme un
pour
top.
Vegas?
Non, pour le millionnaire maker.
Ah, pour Bahamas. Wow.
Quel top. T'as un bon sac?
C'est hôtel et buy-in ou seulement?
Hôtel,
Ah, ça c'est super
hôtel,
cool.
hôtel et sans left du millimaker, le 1500.
Sans left, eh?
Sans left, ouais.
Sans-
Big spot.
Yes, dreaming.
Raise 20. Fold. Fold.
Ouais, 8ème, 8ème, c'est ça.
Fold.
Et moi, j'avais pas la rêve. Moi, je me suis inscrit, je connaissais pas le. Je savais pas en fait, à quoi je m'inscrivais.
Ah, tu savais pas que ça fonctionnait comme ça?
Call.
Et tu connais déjà les autres qualifiés, t'as vu? C'est...
J'ai trois potes à moi qui sont qualifiés
Il y
déjà.
a Ivan et Arnaud.
Ivan et Arnaud.
Oui.
Et Jérém.
Ah, Jérém aussi?
Check.
Ah, je savais pas que Jérém aussi il avait volé.
Et Jérém, il s'est pas qualifié sur celui-là, il a gagné le free roll pour le package, pour le main.
Ah ouais. Il a gagné le free roll.
Ouais, c'est trop.
Avec 40 000 mecs.
Avec,
Au moins.
je sais pas. Je sais pas combien il y a de joueurs, mais sûrement 2000 ou 3000.
Sûr.
Comment il fait ça? C'est vrai. Comment
Et même comment tu registres, comment tu penses que c'est jamais une idée dans ta tête?
Comment tu dis je vais aller jouer là? Ah, toi aussi, tu vas jouer le free roll.
J'ai ITM pour genre 50 points $GG.
Ah ouais, genre les tickets là. J'ai capté.
Hello everyone, my name is Darrow Kearney. Welcome to the Winamax Poker Open Bratislava main event day 2 from Banco Casino Bratislava. I'll be doing the English commentary today until JJ comes in later.
Pardon, sorry.
T'es déjà allé au Bahamas là?
Non, mais j'aurais jamais été si j'avais pas fait le
Moi je suis jamais parti.
Oh, la première fois, c'est
C'est quelque chose?
quelque chose, mais je pense que c'est tellement overrated.
Ok.
Tellement. Quand rien faire, c'est super fake, c'est une bulle, parce que tu peux pas en fait aller dans la vie.
So we can already see a pot brewing. Battle of the kickers here. David with a better kicker, King 10,
Chill.
against Victor in the big blind with the King 6.
Je préférais beaucoup mieux
This is
Bahamas.
probably going to cost Victor some more money.
C'est un peu claustrophobique. C'est seulement les Américains avec des familles, tu peux rien faire. Moi j'ai eu une burger, c'est 60 €. Et
Hijack against big blind, top pair is pretty strong. There's obviously a lot of draws that can be out there. Jack 10 is open-ended. And then there's clubs and spades there too, so he's going to call.
Bahamas, c'était vraiment beaucoup mieux que la course.
And one of the draws gets there, the river. Spades get there, which backdoor, and also obviously 5-6.
Atlantique.
non, mais il y a la
Ah, le Cove.
Le Cove, ah, c'est le Super Bowl.
Check.
Parce qu'il y
Showdown.
a- Je pense que comme à mon époque, le Cove, c'était
King 6, King 10.
600 € la nuit. Et par contre, ça a des autres hôtels, le plus économique, c'est 300.
So
C'est terrible.
David takes it on the pot there.
C'est quand exactement la première semaine de décembre?
Je sais pas, je crois que c'est le.
Probably wasn't feeling great about his King 10 by the end after having gotten called twice with the some of the draws getting there on the river. So the blinds are 5 and 10 with a 10k big blind ante.
Fold.
You can see there
Fold.
Leo Margetts, Winamax Pro, on the button with kings. A very nice situation for her.
Raise 20. Fold.
Brings it in for a min raise.
Fold.
And Istvan declines to defend the 8-6 with just 14 big blinds.
Non, oui, c'était plein. Et j'ai pas encore récupéré l'argent parce que j'attends encore les teams.
No, you just leave your chips here and I will just move your chips.
Ah, I thought you wanted to.
No.
J'espère que je l'aurai pour décembre.
En gros, tu vas aller faire
Je vais aller au win.
Ouais, du coup, ouais, t'as l'argent en fil pour aller payer ça.
C'est ça.
So 2 Winamax Pros at the table. Mady's there as well. Maxime has 14 big blinds in the hijack. A couple of ways he can go here. He can just do a normal raise, or he can decide to move all in for 13.9 big blinds. Both plays have their merits. If you go all in, you'll fold out some
Raise all in.
flips, some low pairs, maybe stuff like King Queen that isn't much better than a flip. But on the other hand, if you bring in for a min raise, you might induce hands you dominate, like a worse ace. But nobody has a hand they can call with behind.
T'as autre problème pour être payé au win pour le e-team? C'était ça?
Ouais, j'avais pas encore. C'est la première fois que je partais avec eux.
Ça fait quoi du coup pour les teams?
Non, pas du tout. Moi j'ai dû payer des avocats. C'est genre des avocats qui paient là, qui a
Gérer tes problèmes perso et ensuite pour gérer ton team?
Non, parce qu'en gros, moi j'ai que la nationalité marocaine, tu vois, en gros. Et du coup, normalement, en tant que marocain, t'es payé, c'est censé, genre, il n'y a pas d'accord bilatéraux entre les États-Unis et le Maroc, c'est censé payer les Français.
Fold.
Et dès que moi, genre, je pensais une carte de résidence,
Fold.
étudiant français, tu vois.
Fold.
Du coup, genre, les avocats, ils me disent qu'il faut passer pour faire genre, les démarches. Et du coup, grâce à ça.
Call.
So David in the small blind with pocket threes. He's gone for the limp here. Threes is the kind of hand you could limp call, but if you raise and get 3-bet, the pot starts to get a little bit too big for the strength of your hand. Now, maybe check behind. The ace-high board generally favors the small blind at the spot. They'll limp some aces, whereas the big blind will usually raise if they have the ace after the limp. So David knows he probably has the best hand now.
10,000.
The only card he really has to worry about is the 6. So he's going to try out a small bet to protect his hand.
Call.
Mady can also have the best hand, obviously, with Queen High. A lot of the time his opponent just won't have a pair, and Queen High will be good. Interesting spot for Mady now. He could go for another small bet here. Essentially a blocker.
15.
That's what he's going for. Throws out, it looks like 15k. Again, Mady's hand can be good here. He's getting a good price. Obviously only beating a bluff. You know, Jack High isn't doing this for value,
Showdown.
but he decides to pay it off. Pretty standard by both players, I think, there.
¿no?
¿Es el primer evento de Wina que juegas? Ah, era este año. Que jugar en mesa corta es la... Vives en España, vives en Madrid, ¿no?
Todavía sí.
¿Crees que le queda poco?
Fold.
¿Y dónde piensas?
Fold.
Portugal, porque tengo ahí amigos. Hay que pensarlo bien.
Portugal apetece, pero Portugal es la putada es que creo que no está tan clean todo, ¿sabes? O sea, no es tan... Inglaterra, Andorra, sabes lo que hay.
Fold.
Hay que pensarlo bien, porque es una decisión importante.
Ya.
Fold.
Que vendas torneos.
This fan moves all in for the ace king with the ace king again for 14 big blind. Similar spot to the ace jack a few hands earlier. You could also open that and try and get worse aces or kings to move in, but he decides to just move all in himself. Happy enough to take down the blinds and antes with his stack.
Dame valet suité.
C'est que la carte est branlée pour toi, ça.
Dame valet suité.
Mal au cœur.
Mal au cœur. Tu rends la carte trop fière. Hélas.
Fold. Fold.
This fan in the hijack, he has an ace, but probably just too many players to get through. Would definitely open that on the button and probably the cutoff as well.
Fold.
Maybe he wants them to notice that he Leo that he folded her big blind. He did have the 8-3 off, one of the absolute worst hands, probably one of the few hands he does fold. Maxine with 14 big blinds could just shove here. Only one player to get through, but can also go for the limp. You can see Leo checking his stack there. And she also has the 10-9, which is the kind of hand you would normally just check behind. And she does go for the check. It's neither strong enough nor weak enough to raise. In those spots you want to raise your very strong hands that you don't mind if the guy shoves, you'll call off. And also some very weak hands that you don't really mind too much having to fold. But if you raised 10-9 off and got shoved on, you would be very sad. This flop probably favors Leo more. Maxine would fold a lot of hands with a 2 and a 3 in them. And that's why she's going to take a stab here. Jack's an interesting card for the 10-9 as well, because it obviously gives it backdoors. Yeah, and the aggression gets the job done there. Leo showing the power of position there. They both had the same hand, but after Maxine checked, she was able to take it down with a bet.
London.
Leo, one of the most successful Spanish players of all time.
On se fait pas chier en Andorre.
I had the pleasure of interviewing her on my podcast, The Chip Race. I've known Leo pretty much for all my career. Our careers have more or less overlapped. I started about 15 years ago, which is about the time she started to rise to prominence as well. She's always a good, fun, chatty presence at the table. So Maxine, again, he's got one of those spots. You don't want to raise this and get shoved on, and it's not strong enough to raise call. So he's not inducing here. This is just trying to take down the blinds. But if he gets shoved on, he would be folding. Victor has the kind of hand that you would normally just defend here. Suited queen. He's not to know that he's dominated. That's pretty unlucky. But when you are dominated, there's only 2 queens left, so it's less likely you're going to get into trouble. He's flopped really well now. Although the ace is slightly problematic for him because that very much favors Maxime as the raiser. Maxime's hating this flop, obviously. But with the ace on board, he might decide to take a stab at it. Victor has a flush draw and a gut shot, so he won't be going anywhere. He might decide to raise here and try and take it down now, or he might decide to call and then either hit his draw, or he could win unimproved as well. You know, Victor has some jack highs and 10 highs that would raise the button.
Raise.
He has gone for the raise, and that should be the end of the hand.
100.
He's effectively put Maxine all in. You can see that even when Maxime is ahead, he's not really ahead, because Victor won't do this with absolutely nothing. The worst hand he's going to do this with is the type of hand he has, a draw, which will have a decent amount of equity as well. It's actually a favourite against Maxime's hand. So that should be the end of this. Had he shoved pre-flop, obviously he would have got it through, but he was worried that any hand which called his shove, he'd be in bad shape against.
Fold.
He does eventually fold. He suspected larceny there, but can't call there, even when he's ahead. In inverted commas, it's not gonna. He's going to be up against a hand that has a lot of equity.
Change the word. Good luck.
Thank you.
Those are expensive pots when you're short. Unfortunately, you raised 2 big blinds on the button and you fire out a continuation bet and effectively get shoved on, and suddenly you've lost a quarter of your stack without doing anything wrong. See this Winamax Poker Open, it is a 6-max tournament. It's been around for quite a while. It used to be held in Dublin in Ireland, where I'm actually located. But now it's in the Banco Casino in Bratislava, where there are a lot of events. It's become a real hub for poker in Europe. So maybe here, suited ace is definitely going to be good enough to open. We saw ace 4 off folded in the hijack, but the suited hands make good opens because they just flop a lot better. You flop a flush, a small amount of the time, a flush draw roughly 10% of the time, and a backdoor flush draw most of the time.
No, it's 80k
And
people in
the
the
big blind folds.
and only 30k local.
Like big village.
Expats. All. It worked. It's fine. I left it there in the.
So in case you're wondering why you're hearing my voice instead of JJ will be back later on today. I'm covering for the start of the day. My name is Dara Carney. I'm a professional poker player from Ireland. I'm a poker player, coach, commentator, writer. I've written 5 strategy books, and I also co-host the podcast The Chip Race. And he has a tempter here. This is a loose-ish open because it's an offsuit hand, and Maxime has the spot he was hoping for. 10 big blinds now, no real option other than to just move all in with the kings. But he has to give it some thought to make it look like he might have a weaker hand than kings. He does move all in. Leo has no interest in the hand. When she sees she has 10-7, Victor facing an under the gun open and an under the gun +1 shove, a 6 suited shrivels up in value, and Back on Mehdi.
Kan jeg have en exorbitant?
This is close now because he's getting a very good price. He needs about 40%. A lot of the time he's only going to have 25 to 30% against the hand that dominates him, but sometimes he'll be in a flip against hands like 8s, and sometimes he might even be ahead of stuff like King Queen. So against the range, it's really close. Interestingly, he's trying to get, I think this giggling and laughing, he's trying to get a read on how comfortable Maxime is with his hand. If Maxime is very comfortable with his hand, it's likely we're dominated and we only have 25 to 30%. But if he shows a little bit of discomfort, you know, maybe a lower pocket pair, 6s, 7s, 8s, something like that, that's effectively a flip, or maybe a King Queen that just decides maybe is too wide in the spot. So he could go either way depending on his read of the situation here. Maxime is engaging and does seem very relaxed. And yeah, I think he got his read there. As soon as Maxime started talking, he thought, okay, I guess he has a hand he's comfortable with. One of the dangers of being too relaxed around seasoned pros, you can give off a lot of information. I mentioned all the things I do earlier. I'm also a poker coach, and I always coach my recreational students in those spots to just standardize. When you move all in, just pick a spot on the table, stare at it, and don't engage with your opponent in any way.
No, don't say this. Don't talk about King Queen suited.
It's a bit of a negative free roll. You're much more likely to give away information that helps the pro in that spot than to manipulate them to your advantage. So Maxine's got another hand here, and again, now because he picked up the last pot, he could go a couple of ways with this. He could move all in, or he could just raise. If he raises, it's close between raise call and raise fold, depending on the action behind. I mean, if two people behind you go all in, you can obviously fold, but if it comes around to the big blind and he shoves, you can call it off. And maybe he's the big blind. He can certainly just call here. Call and see a flop, yeah, and that's the
Heads up.
action he's decided to go with. And very good flop for the big blind defender. He's open-ended backdoor flush draw. His ace high will sometimes be good against stuff like King Queen. It's such a good board for him. It's very unlikely Maxime has hit this board. He might take the aggressive course here. Maxime is going to absolutely hate this board. I think there's a strong case for just checking here now. This is such a good board for the big blind. But you really don't want to get check raised.
Check.
Yeah, I like this check. Jack on the turn probably slightly favors Maxime. He would be opening ace jack from that seat, and you can
Check.
again, he's probably happy to just get to showdown at this stage, or else throw out a small bet here and clean out some equity, protect his hand against hands he's ahead of right now, but have the chance to hit on the river. See, Mehdi, even though he's only one card to come, he still has a decent amount of equity here, 22%. So we can bet small, targeting those hands for folds. Mehdi giving the, Maxime giving this a lot of thought. This is a tricky enough spot. And he's going for quite a big bet here. Looks about half pot, maybe 27k.
Bet's 32,000.
So it's more than that, 32k. So he's basically pricing out the type of hand that Mehdi has. Mehdi might decide if he can't call, he can shove, take the aggressive action, and that would probably work here. You can also just call, because as I said, his hand can be good here. He could be up against something like King Queen. And even if he's not, he can obviously, that can happen on the river. Hard to get paid now because Maxine will probably check behind a lot when the obvious draw gets there. There's no draws that really miss here. There was no flush draw on the flop. Hearts came on the turn and they bricked, but so if he shoves here, it's hard to get called unless Maxime actually has the jack. But if he has the jack, he might bet anyway when check 2. Again, tricky enough spot here for Mehdi to know. Does he target a jack, which he doesn't want to give the chance to check behind? Or does he try and induce a bluff? You might be surprised if somebody as seasoned as Mehdi is taking this amount of time. You know, this is a fairly standard situation. You've check called a draw and you get there on the river, but the action you take can actually vary wildly depending on the situation. So he's taking all the other factors into consideration. He has moved all in now, so he's basically hoping that Maxime has a jack and can't fold. Maxime has a pure bluff catcher now, and there are so few natural bluffs out there. This line as well, check calling the turn and then just shoving the river when the draw gets there, that's rarely bluffed. When Mehdi check calls the turn, he either has a draw, which is nearly always a 6, occasionally hearts, or he has a made hand. With the made hand, he wouldn't shove the river, so once he shoves the river, most of his hands are draws, and most of the draws got there, so easy enough fold in the end. Istvan, I think Jack's here strong enough to just open and hope somebody decides to 3-bet you behind.
86.
All in.
Although no, he has moved all in. He's decided he just wants to take the pot down. That gives David a tricky decision on the button now. The ace queen, probably going to be a call because Istvan would do this with stuff like king queen, ace jack, ace 10, some suited aces that are worse than ace queen. So against the range, ace queen is in very good shape here. I think we will eventually see a call probably from David.
All in.
Yeah. So we're off to the races.
Showdown. Pass. Yes.
Classic flip. Jack's a slight favourite. The ace queen hits more than half the time, incidentally. 2 unpaired cards will hit more than half the time, but obviously when the jack comes, that almost kills it. Neither player has hit, but the backdoor diamonds for David, so he still has 33% with 2 cards to come. And there's a diamond. So he's actually improved to 36% now because of all his flush outs. Always a sweat. And there it is in the river. Runner, diamonds. Eliminates Istvan.
I'd like to guess what's coming.
It was just a flip, so it was effectively 50-50. But that always feels like a cruel way to go out. And the rich get richer. One of the big stacks at the table, David picks up another 13, 14 big blinds. We're down to 5 now. This is a 6-handed tournament, so another player should be coming at some point. Blinds have also gone up to 6 and 12. David up to over 600k now.
Pass.
Maybe with 300k. Maxime is very short now after that latest loss. The Queen 3 suited for roughly 6 big blinds here. He's going to be good enough to just move all in, I think. Counting out his stack. You will have seen him take his time
All in.
earlier, but she didn't. I guess she didn't get to see that he had kings. Leo is going to have a fairly quick call here, I think. King 10. He's going to be ahead often enough for 6 big blinds.
76. Yeah, I call.
Call showdown.
So she calls. And she's in very good shape. 2-1 favorite here.
I'm gonna
Not sure. Not sure.
Having the low card here really hurts you.
end the turn.
But then I think I'll have
Queen
out
Jack
because everybody is
would
gonna
be
very
effectively be a flip,
bad. Are you
and
gonna
even
do the
Queen
stack?
9, Queen 8 would be in better shape because of our possibility of making straights. There's the 3 and another one. So he goes from 2-1 dog to massive favorite now, 99-1. Leo needing runner, and gives Maxime a lock on the hand. He gets the double he needed. Perfectly standard spot. Both players play their hand exactly as they're supposed to. Maxine with the suited queen is strong enough to shove for 6 big blinds.
76.
Leo with the king 10, easy call.
See what you did, Leo?
Yeah, yeah.
No, he doubled up. No,
And relief for Maxime. His tournament goes on. His stack is more healthy now.
Your job to finish that.
Okay. I'm gonna try.
London 1, Andorra.
Contributing to the fun. It's been a long time since you're in London.
Sorry.
Many years that you're in London.
Yeah, 6.
And why London and no?
Taxi.
No, but Birmingham.
Wimbledon. Wimbledon.
Nice.
Oh, I used to live in London, in Wimbledon, well, in Putney,
Oh, yeah, okay.
for my degree when I studied. It's
Good
25 years.
Weather is not so cold.
Maybe under the gun, 5-handed, which is effectively the hijack. Ace 10 suited. Or sorry, David's under the gun.
Call.
And he has opened. Maybe he's going to just call with the king queen suited. He doesn't want to 3-bet that hand because
Pass.
that will just get action from better hands. Keep the pot small for now. Just call with the hand that flops very well. King queen suited flops very well, not just heads up but also 3-way, which is what was going to happen because
3 blinds.
Victor is now tempted in with the 7-5. And they've all missed in glorious style here. This is a hard flop to hit. The 2 deuces on board are effectively blanks. The only one likely to have a deuce is the big blind. And the fact that there's 2 of them there makes it less likely he has one. David has backdoor clubs, and with his ace 10 will often have the best hand right now as he does, but it's definitely not strong enough to bet, so he checks. Now Victor hits the 5 on the turn. He may want to try the small bet here to protect against all the overcards that are likely out there. You can see there are actually 4 overcards out there. This is a flop which favours him as well. Yeah, so he's going to throw out essentially a protection bet here.
45.
And that should be the end of the hand. He probably never does this with absolutely nothing. If he had a hand like 7-4, 8-7, he might do this as a bluff. But even those hands have a decent amount of equity against 2 overcards. So as the flop checks true, he's figuring most of the time his opponents just have unpaired overcards.
Pass.
And it gets the job done. Suspicious there from Mehdi. He does probably recognizes that Victor could be doing this just as a bluff as well, recognizing that it's his board. But on this occasion he did have a pair. You can see the chip counts there. David top of the pops with 49 big blinds. Leo in second place with 44, Victor with 42. Those three are very healthy. Mehdi has dropped back a little now, down to 25 big blinds, and Maxime, even after his double, is the short stack with 13 big blinds. Five-handed the blinds and antes race around very fast as well, so should see a lot of action in the next couple of orbits. Ace-6 off, not good enough to get involved with. Five-handed under the gun. Leo on the button. Going into two of the bigger stacks, so she probably wants to just open this, which she does. For 25k, standard size at the big blind 12, just over 2 big blinds. Victor releases the ace-5 off. And David could defend here. He's getting a very good price. More than 4-1. He could also think about turning his hand, using the fact that he has a king, turning his hand into a light 3-bet, and that's what he's going to do. He's taking the more aggressive action here, recognizing that Leo's opening a very, very wide range on the button. She probably doesn't really want to mess with the other big stack. Getting 2-1 on the call, but Leo lets it go, recognizing she's never going to be ahead. The bluffs there are going to be ace highs and king highs, which Jack 10 isn't even ahead of, and then she could be in terrible shape against a big pair or ace jack, ace 10. So no reason to get sticky there. Maxine again, he's looking for spots to just get it in, and Jack 6 suited under the gun doesn't. He has an annoying hand, having raised fold the previous hand. She has another hand that is a raised fold, but you do have to just kind of stick to your guns and your strategy of opening your ranges. And Mehdi has the type of hand you probably just want to call at 24 big blinds. He would be shoving a lot of stronger aces here, but ace shove probably just a bit too weak. Probably just plays better as a call. But having seen Leo raise full the previous hand, you might be tempted to try out a 3-bet here as well. It's an awkward stack size though. Yeah, he's going to go for the 3-bet. So he's going to go for a fairly small 3-bet here. Just over 3 times Leo's. That allows him to fold to a 4-bet shove. And he gets a better hand to fold by doing that. Basically using his ace as a blocker there. And nice pickup for him. He was definitely folding if he got shoved on, but he got the better ace to fold.
Actually, it's a sign of respect to bet this. Because I think you can forget jam with words.
And Leo's, I like the fact that Leo folded quickly too. She knew she was raised folding that hand, so no need to Hollywood. Very experienced player. She knows her pre-flop ranges. Mehdi again engaging with Maxine. And 6, the type of hand you would normally just limp with the stack depth. Then hope to get the check behind, and if you get raised or shoved, you can just fold. And that's what he's going for. And Maxine's hand is so weak, he could actually raise as a bluff. Happy enough to release if he gets limp shoved on. But he can also just check behind and play the hand in position. Both are reasonable options. You get a decent amount of thought here. The stack depth, he does still have some raised folds, so you can just make this 2.5, 3 big blinds, get a lot of folds, and that's what he's gone for. Exactly 2.5 big blinds. Yeah, I like this raise. Maxime, recognizing his hand has very little value to play even in position, so he decides to turn into a bluff. And again, similar to last time, got the better hand to fold through aggression. Generally in these spots, the way you construct your range is you raise obviously the top of your range, so your strongest hands, hoping the guy continues or shoves on you. You check behind the middling hands and you raise some weak hands as well, which you're okay with folding if you get shoved on, and you're very happy when they win the pot with the raise. Maybe opening the 8-7, or David opening the 8-7 suited here. Maybe he has an underhand he could just call in position here. 27 big blinds now he has. Saw him call earlier with the king-queen suited. Ten-8 suited is a bit weaker than king-queen suited. So maybe he thought about turning it into a 3-bet as well, but no blockers. Calling seems like the best option. And Leo will almost certainly come along now with the king-5 suited. I don't think she wants... Well, maybe she could sometimes 3-bet this hand and squeeze David out of the pot. But calling seems like the most sensible option, and that's what she's gone for. She's actually in great shape. She has the most equity here. She's flopped a pair as well. She's not going to like the ace on board though. And apart from her pair, she has nothing else. She doesn't have any backdoor diamonds. So, but David's hand has very little value as well. So yeah, he's going to figure one of his opponents is going to have the ace quite a lot as well. So he doesn't force it with the c-bet. Mady has backdoor clubs, and when both players have checked, he probably thinks, okay, well, David would have bet an ace. Leo probably doesn't have an ace because she would have squeezed a lot of those pre-flop. So this might be a spot for a bluff, even though his hand has very little value. Yeah, he's giving this a lot of thought because of... But in the end, he decides to check, see what they do on the turn. And none of them have a heart, so this is quite likely to check through again. Leo's just praying her hand is good now, but it isn't strong enough to bet. Okay, now David of course has turned open-ended, and that's going to embolden him to bet here. Maybe represent that he checked a monster on the flop. Maybe looking at his hand, you would think he has no real decision here, but he recognizes that David's line doesn't make a lot of sense for value, and Leo is not going to get stubborn with a king-5. One of the spots where even if you have the best hand, your opponent's probably going to bluff the river and you're not going to be able to call, so you might as well... The most sensible thing is just get out on the turn.
Hello. Fold.
25 big blinds, pocket 5s. It's going to be an open. you don't love it because your hand is 2 low cards, even though they're the same card, and you don't want to play for it all. But you have to keep opening these hands with the blinds and antes racing around. You know, the offsuit Queen 10 not strong enough to play there. Victor, this is a similar spot to when Mady had the Ace 3 against the Ace 6. He could elect to just call here, take the conservative route, or he could turn his hand into a light 3-bet.
Call.
He has, unlike Mady, who went for the aggressive action, he's taken the more passive route here. Misses the flop completely, so probably check folding now. He does probably want to bet here just to fold out all the hands that have lots of equity. There are lots of 2 overcard hands you can get to fold.
Yeah.
We're not going to get check raised too much on this board. Not very many draws that might take that action, so might as well fire out the bet there.
¿Vas a jugar Winamax Livestream?
Maybe under the gun, Jack 9 suited. It's a pretty hand.
Sitting there with
The problem is you've only got 30 big blinds, so your implied odds with a hand like this go down. But he's going to stay aggressive and open this hand. Hope not to get 3-bet. We see a new player arriving at the table as well. Get you some details on him. Now Maxime has a tempter here. He has just over 14 big blinds. He has a decent ace. It's Mady who seems to be opening super wide. He could just stick it in here. Once he does that, he'll get better aces to fold behind. Ace 10 or ace jack won't get involved. These spots never feel too good though, because if you shove and you get snap called, you know you're in terrible shape with ace 9 off. Ace 9 off is so much worse than ace 10 in this spot, and that's why he's decided in the end he's going to wait for a better spot. David won't be folding the queen jack suited though. With the big stack and the big blind, this is a perfect hand to see a flop with, and he does. Flop comes jack high, could be trouble for Mady. And it has come jack high.
Check.
They both have straight draws as well. Mady's open-ended on his top pair. David has top pair, better kicker, gut shot and backdoor flush draw, so you can see he's actually a pretty strong favourite. How does he want to proceed here now? A lot of good turn cards for him. When you have a lot of good turn cards, that can push you towards calling. When there's a lot of bad turn cards for you and you think your hand is good, that can tilt you towards raising. And he's turned a good card because it's going to be a break. It's not going to have connected with Mady, almost never. But he now has a flush draw to go with everything else he has in the hand. Mady has a tricky spot now. His draw's been devalued because there's only one card to come. His hand could be the best against hearts or something like ace 9. So he's going to just check, take the more passive route, and the hearts get in. It's likely to just go check check now, and they both hope they have the best hand. No, David's going to fire out a small, but this is a blocker just trying to get called by a weaker hand and not face a big bet. Yeah, so he's targeting
Bet 33.
en la river, pero call.
Call.
Yeah, he has to pay it off here.
Showdown.
He could be blocker betting something worse, and he could be bluffing, obviously.
Queen jack.
And bad news for Eddie is he was outkicked.
Nice turn.
So nice blocker bet there on the end. Gets value from the worst hand.
F9. Non, j'ai dit 3 mètres. Ouais.
Ça, ça m'aurait coûté
You
moins
cannot
cher.
play.
Quand il prend de l'argent.
It was a big bun, yeah. You are sitting between.
Il y a pas live sessions en France?
Big bun, please.
Oui, je sais, mais pourquoi ils sont... C'est un format que je pense que c'est cool. En plus, en France, vous pouvez avoir des représentants, like
Ouais.
les show people. En Espagne, tu ne peux pas avoir
Ok.
por la ley. La ley hace que no puede haber famosos playing.
Fold.
Maxime's still waiting for a spot to get it in.
Ouais, il paye 3000, hein. This guy didn't pay.
Leo is not going to get creative with the 7 deuce off.
Trying to stall
When
money.
Victor on the button has a hand, he has an interest in playing the suited king. Nice playable hand on the button. Fold, and I don't think Mehdi will defend the 6-3 with just 20 big blinds. Does seem to be the loosest player on the table, but even for him, 6-3 off, not good enough. So welcome anybody who's watching us. If you're surprised to hear my voice rather than JJ will be back later on in the day. My name is Derek Carney. I'm a professional poker player from Ireland.
Winamax is very tough. Very tough.
Also a coach, commentator, podcast host of the Chip Race, and writer. I've written 5 strategy books. One on satellites, one on PKOs, one on ICM, one on GTO, and the most recent one on mystery bounties.
Fold.
Leo, King 4,
Fold.
too early to open that hand. We are back to 6-handed now. The new player is Max T, and he has come, he's super short. He's got 5.5 big blinds, so he might not be here for too long.
Fold.
Avril.
C'est qui ton coach, Samy
Ouais, Samy et Alexis.
et Alexis? Tu joues quoi?
And David's gone for a very loose open here. With the reshove stack behind and Leo with the big stack, this is quite wide, but David is the chip leader at the table, so he's looking to widen his range.
Vale, vale.
Maxime with
Tout le
the
monde
slow motion fold in the big blind. Sorry, no, Leo wasn't in the blinds there, but yeah, Maxime would be looking to reshove a lot of hands there, but he has to find one of those hands.
Probably the best one.
all the pros you know are
Yeah.
people you know.
This is the Winamax Poker Open from Bratislava, main event day 2.
C'est avec la souscription.
The Banco Casino in Bratislava has become a real
Coaching.
hub for
Oui,
poker
coaching, mais
in Europe.
c'est pas que
A lot of events going on here.
Yes.
mais pas breakback, pas souscription. No, coaching for profit. Okay.
Yes, coaching for profit.
Fold.
Max with the King 7 off, 5.5 big blinds. He
Mais il paye
probably shoved this on the button, but the hijack is just a bit too
Je
early.
pense que c'est mieux.
David, having opened the last hand, is very happy to see another big hand. There's my start to suspect he's opening super wide now.
But yeah.
Mehdi has a tempter with the ace-5 off and 20 big blinds, a reshove stack.
Hard to get out sometimes.
He has got creative with this kind of stack size before. We've seen him do small, clicky 3-bets as well. Might be considering something similar here. On the pure value of his hand isn't strong enough, but against the chip leader who might be opening super wide, he's giving this one a lot of thought. And yeah, he is going to do one of those small clicky 3-bets. When it comes back to David, I expect him to stick it in, and that should be the end of the hand.
58.
This is an area where theory has changed quite a lot in recent years. There used to be a popular opinion that with 20 big blinds you couldn't 3-bet fold anymore, and if you were 3-betting you should just move all in. But that has been pretty much disproven,
All in,
and
fold.
these days you see there the snap fold once David moves all in.
Yeah, okay, I have to put button on
The Rice smile.
Okay.
He lost almost a third of his stack there, but crucially less than a third, so he didn't commit himself. Once he got shoved on, he had an easy fold because he's going to be dominated nearly always.
Sorti hier ça, avec Paulette. Hein?
Oh putain.
Et comment vous avez. Enfin, c'est qui les Français que vous avez trouvé?
Fold.
Max is under the gun with the king 4 off. 5.5 big blinds. If he was shorter, if he had like 2 or 3 big blinds, he should go with that hand because of the big blind ante. But 5.5 big blinds, he can just fold.
Fold.
And Maxime has 9-3 off again. He's got that hand a bit. Leo with the 8-3 off. Probably just wants to fold this and does. And Victor happy to get a walk with the queen deuce.
J'ai une tête j'ai quoi dans ce coup? Je sais pas, je suis là, je travaille avec 19 millions. Qu'est-ce que je peux avoir?
Some information on the tournament. The Winamax Poker Open main event here at Bratislava had 1,577 entrants, generating a prize pool of almost 700k. 271 players made it to day 2, and there's 100k up top.
42? No, mais up.
So David again picks up another hand.
Raise 25.
Now they're really going to suspect.
Fold.
But he has 2 high cards. That's plenty when you're the chip leader.
Fold. Fold.
Leo not tempted with the ace-8.
Fold.
The other players will have seen him 4-bet shove the previous hand, and that makes them less likely to 3-bet him right now.
Non, fold.
Je sais pas, un full hanté en 6 mois, ça m'étonnerait que ce soit un flop. Je sais pas. Je pense que tu défends une chose.
6 blinds?
See there the chip counts. David has really pulled clear now. He's almost twice as many chips as anybody else at the table. 76 big blinds. Victor and Leo are both very healthy as well, with 40 and 33. And then Mehdi, Maxime, and Max are all super short now. Well, not super short. Max is super short, but the other two have 11 and 14. So they don't have a lot of play anymore. Mehdi's a man who likes his play. He does these creative small 3-bets off relatively shallow stack sizes. Leo will be opening the ace-10. She can definitely call off the short stack if he moves all in.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
And she opens it for the standard 25. And I think Max probably will. Well, he's a small blind here, having folded big blind last hand. He's super short now with 3 big blinds. Yeah, this seems like a spot where he might just decide he has the price. Unlucky to be dominated. But with the dead money in there, no, he decides to let this one go. He's going to try and find a better hand in the next orbit. He has to make his move in the next orbit because he basically has an orbit left before he effectively blinds out. He doesn't want to let the blinds hit him as well. So the ace-8 has defended the big blind chip leader. Uncoordinated king-high board. Kind of hard to hit this one. So Leo probably throws out a small bet.
25.
Just to deny equity. Does and gets a quick fold. Maxime under the gun. 12 big blinds, king 8 off. Doesn't qualify. Victor will want to open the ace-8 here. Got a short stack behind, he can happily call off. And Max again. Yeah, he's decided this is enough. Ace-3 will be ahead a lot of the time here. King, queen, queen highs, etc., etc.
36.
The all-in is not for very much, so maybe given this some consideration, but I think he will eventually fold. He's not closing the action. Quick call. A lot of chop opportunities here, though, for Max. He doesn't necessarily have to hit his 3 to survive. The board comes with lots of high cards. He'll chop. You can see Victor's a healthy favorite here, but Max far from dead. Most of his equity comes from chops. There's 2 high cards, so hasn't changed too much. He still has roughly 30% equity in this hand. Most of the time, that's him chopping the pot for 50% rather than him winning the pot. And another high card is very good news for him. So, high card and he will chop, but crucially it's just below the 8, so we lose. Max, nothing he could really do there. Arrived at the table with 5.5 big blinds. Didn't get anything he could play before that hand. And again, the rich get richer. And we're down to 5 again. For those of you watching us on YouTube, I will keep an eye on the chat, so feel free to ask any questions. And if you could click the like button as well, that helps us greatly. Just get the word out that we're streaming this live event from Bratislava, the Winamax Poker Open, day 2.
Fold.
You like to be taken?
Fold.
I love it every time.
Any tournament.
Huh?
Any tournament.
Any tournament. I love it. I think I play the best tournament.
Raise 25.
David, again, getting
No, but you like the...
a little bit out of line on the button, 6-4 suited. As chip leader, he's going to open super wide.
To be honest,
It's not going to work this time. Maxime is going to stick this in.
like no.
Just under 12 big blinds after he's posted the big blind and the big blind ante.
And doing
And
like...
once he shoves, that should be the end of the hand.
It sucks because you need to play like a fucking chicken. Sometimes, or... Not have to, but there's spots where you overfold, you chicken up.
I see what you mean.
Does move all in. Just took a little bit of time to make his hand potentially look weaker and quick fold. I like the fact that the players here aren't Hollywooding. They know what they're doing with most of their range.
Yeah, and then you think I have the chance to be the superhero for all my life, but you know, it's like fucking...
And that's a very nice pickup for Maxime. When you're that short, getting your big blind and big blind ante back and the small blind and the raise is a very good result.
7-14.
So on we go. 5 players at the table still, 2 of them Winamax team pros. Mady, who I have to admit I'm not too familiar with, Leo Margetz, who I know very well. I've interviewed Leo on the Chip Race, my podcast. Leo also won a bracelet a couple of years ago, and she defeated my fellow Irishman Alex Kulev, good friend of mine. Heads up. We also interviewed Alex about that. So if you want to hear Leo or Alex talking about Leo defeating, or check out the Chip Race on iTunes or SoundCloud. So Mady moves all in on the button with the pocket 7s. David again has gotten a little bit out of line with the 9-7 suited. And he's going to have to fold again. That's the only problem with this really aggressive style. Yes, it'll work when nobody has a hand, but when players have hands, they're not going to be shy about sticking it in. So it's a balancing act. You don't want to go too wide in these spots. If you go too wide, you give them too many opportunities. But losing 2 big blinds when you have his stack is no big deal either. And every time he gets a steal through, it's worth 2.5 big blinds. Decides to let this one go. Having raised folded the previous 2 hands, I do like that decision. If both of the previous opens had got through, he probably would have opened that. If he'd folded both of the previous hands, he probably would have opened the king 9. But having opened the last 2 hands and got shoved on, he decides to take a hand off. Leo has a very strong hand here, blind on blind, pocket 8s. But they're pretty deep, so she's very deep. Victor actually covers her, so she's going to want to limp most of her range. And Victor checks. Two over cards, so she won't love that, but most of the time you are going to be looking at 1 or 2 over cards. You have to just navigate. Once it goes check, check, you can feel reasonably good about your hand now.
Check.
But she decides it's still not strong enough to bet. She's going into bluff catching mode. See if she can induce Victor, who covers her, to bluff. Victor has turned a gut shot, so he might be tempted here to bet with his equity. And I can't imagine Leo's folding here. She's going to call and see what he does on the river.
Call.
The value of playing Leo's hand the way she's doing it is that you do get value from these types of hands more. And the 7 on the river. Now it probably just goes check, check, because he figures he's pulled ahead of a lot of hands. His hand isn't really strong enough to value bet, and he doesn't need to bluff anymore. Leo could have called with ace high, a 5, a 3, a lower pocket pair, 6s. So he is going to just check behind, and Leo wins the pot. Interesting, you can see the table so well in his sunglasses. He needs to be careful how he looks at his cards when the glasses are that reflective. Leo will also be happy to show down the pocket 8s there, having limped. So now going forward, her opponent knows that she's limping some very strong hands as well, and he won't be as emboldened to pounce on her limps. Another reason why at these relatively deep stacks you do want to do a lot of limping. A lot of players make the mistake of just limping the really weak hands, and then that makes them very exploitable to just raising their limps. Maxine here, what does he have now? 13.75 big blinds. It feels a bit rash to just shove this hand, but with the king 10 is a good playable hand, so you can play this as a raise fold. We saw him raise fold on the button earlier with queen 10 with a similar stack, but he has decided to just move all in, and he's going to get the bad news here. Leo has a hand which is a fairly clear call. She's going to be dominating a lot. She's not going to be too worried about domination because Maxine would probably induce hands stronger like ace queen and ace king. She's going to be up against a worse ace a lot. She could be up against stuff like queen jack, jack 10 suited too, that she's in great shape against. So we'll probably see Leo move it all in over the top here. Or she does just call. It's probably, she's put in so much of her stack, it's effectively the same.
round number 2.
And
Then I win now.
he has a decent amount of equity here because he's live. The last 36%. Leo, I think she was rooting for a worse ace there.
Last time I won on the
It's
flop.
always a little bit annoying when your opponent has a pretty weak hand, but he's actually in fairly good shape because he's live. They both miss. Leo is the only one with a club as well, so she's now a much stronger favorite. He's gone for the stand up though, so because he stood up, let's see if that's going to work for him. Another 9 on the turn, so he's going to need to hit a king or a 10, or we will lose Maxime.
Trying everything.
And here comes the river, and it's a 10. Leo's hand goes to her head. That's cruel.
Stand up on the turn.
That's the other advantage of shoving the king 10. You get to see all 5 cards.
And then you do this.
It was a spot where you could have gone either way. You either play your hand as a shove or a raise fold.
164.
And that's cruel on Leo. She was in amazing shape going to the river. Just had to fade a king or a 10.
No.
And now she's going to be chopped right back.
But
And
it's over. It's more
Maxine
epic like this.
doubles.
There is 100.
No, here is 125.
No. There is 4. There is
Sorry.
100.
130. 165.
60.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah.
So
But she will regroup mentally.
turn to the right and then accepting the fate before it becomes epic. Yes, I can do.
And if you want to just counter my strat,
She still has a healthy stack, but that's a blow, obviously. She would have been extremely healthy had she held there. Instead, Maxine has actually doubled up past her stack. So, having been pretty short, he's now in good shape. Mehdi is now the player who's shortest at the table. And he has to post 2 of those big blinds immediately.
Fold.
Leo's down to 25, just over 25 big blinds now.
8,000.
But she's going to open the 9-8 suited. Back on the horse.
Cards, please.
Fortunately for her, David has a hand that dominates her. He's in the small blind, so he won't love ace-9 here. Yeah, he does decide to let it go. Had the reshove stack behind as well. Mehdi has a very ugly hand, Queen 5 offsuit, and he's short. But he might call and just figure if he hits a pair, he's going to probably go with it. Certainly if it's the Queen.
100
So yeah, he has gone for the call here.
for 60, 170.
I had good.
Battle of the Winamax pros here. And they both miss. Hard board to hit. Leo pretty much never has a deuce. Maybe ace-2 suited. And Mehdi would fold a lot of hands with a deuce in them as well. King favors Leo, obviously. So I think we're going to see a small bet. The paired nature of the board makes it very hard. Generally, the strategy on these boards is just to bet tiny. And that's what she's done. And it works, gets the better hand to fold.
Like you had the big hand. This time. Big hand.
Big, big.
Big hand.
I'm sure it's a hand you super love.
This one?
No, the one I had. But then it's
Okay. Ace-4 suited.
you might even like it more joy. It gives more joy.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
peux regarder mes cartes, ça va? Merci.
Made in small blind. Could just shove here. He's got just over 13 big blinds. He has a king. His other card isn't terrible.
I'm going all in.
Let's sweat together.
He's gone all in. Ostentatious look. But whatever it was, he didn't like it and he folded.
I didn't hear him. Meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
J'avais 12 blancs.
There you can see the chip counts. David's still top of the pops. Victor in second with 35 big blinds. Leo now down to 25. Maxime, having folded his big blind last time, has dropped back below her 23.
But it's usually...
And Mady is still the short stack.
No.
But he has a stack that can do damage, so
When I have a D2,
he has a lot of fold equity still on his shoves.
because I believe somehow,
Yeah.
especially if you are short, it's so
You
bad.
keep it in, yeah, you
It's
keep it
there
in.
Yeah,
somewhere.
I don't think he'll
somewhere
get involved with the
in the
8-5 suit on the button.
back. I will be mad.
Yeah, good fold there. You are on the button, but with your stack, you don't want to be raised folding too much. Maxime, they both have around the same stack, roughly 35 big blinds. You could go either way with this hand. You could limp or raise. If you raise, you're folding to a shove. If you limp, you can limp call. If your opponent sticks in a small raise. Yeah, it kind of falls into that category of neither strong enough or weak enough to raise. Because if you, as I said, if you do raise and get shoved on, you're going to have to fold and you're going to feel very sad. But if you limp and your opponent raises, you can call for roughly the same price. And Leo decides the king deuce. She's just going to check behind. She could be in trouble, obviously, on a king high board, but she's hit her deuce, which is good news for her. The ace is a much better card for Maxine because Leo would have raised most of her aces, whereas Maxine would be limping some aces to protect his limping range. But with a pretty decent king high, there's a strong argument for just checking here and see what Leo does. Leo has backdoor diamonds to go with her deuce. The deuce is very vulnerable, obviously, but she decides to check, see what her opponent does. She picks up a flush draw on the turn. 5 is an interesting card too. It removes a lot of, or it reduces a lot of the 5x that our opponents can have because we can now see 2 of the 5s. So Leo's going to feel a lot better about her hand now. Maxine would probably have bet an ace. Rarely has a 5. And she actually has the best deuce. So she can certainly just call here now. Don't think she needs to raise. She has a strong draw and a weak made hand. But she's looking at her opponent going for a read.
Call.
And she does try out the chips to call. Like this decision. And the 8's a brick. Now Maxine's going to recognize he probably has the worst hand. So the question is, does he want to bluff? He's repping pretty thin if he bluffs here. Or if he bets here, rather. Most of his aces would have bet the flop. Doesn't really have too many 5s.
Check.
And that's why he's gone for the check. And I think we're going to get a relieved check from Leo now. She doesn't really need to bet her hand. Unless she thinks she can get a better hand to fold here by betting. But she has
Showdown.
eventually gone for the check. And happy to see that she has the best hand. She had the king of diamonds and that tempted her to maybe bet. But in very wide range situations, having enough flush blocker is not as useful as in spots where the pre-flop ranges are tighter. So, welcome to everybody watching us on YouTube. The Winamax Poker Open Bratislava main event day 2 here from the Banco Casino in Bratislava. My name is Daryl Carney. I am doing commentary for the first part of today. JJ Hassan will be back later on. If you are watching us on YouTube, if you could click the like button, that would help us greatly. Get the word out that we're streaming this event. Maxine on the button with the Queen 4 suited. Deeper, this is definitely an open. The only reason why you might have any hesitation here is he only has 25 big blinds now, but I think he's still going to open his hand, probably. It's not a slam dunk open, though. But yeah, he is going to open this. Sizes up a little bit here. 28k, 25k has been the standard. Victor's probably going to defend the Queen 9. No real reason to 3-bet this hand. It's a hand that plays very, very well as just a call. You generally want your 3-bet range to be more polar in this spot. 3-bet your really strong hands for value. And your really weak hands as a bluff. And this kind of fits in the middle.
Heads up.
So it's just call. And this is trouble now for Maxime.
Check.
Quite a lot of draws there. King 10 and 10-9 are both open-ended. Lots of gut shots, obviously. And then there's hearts, 2 to worry about. So he's very strongly incentivized to bet now. And he's going to bet. Let's see his sizing.
Bet 20.
He's actually gone for a small size. 20 into 77, so just over quarter pot. Victor won't be folding, obviously. Don't think there's a lot of reason to raise here either. So he'll probably proceed with just a call. Although it's such a small bet, it is tempting to check raise. Again, he also has the same issue. Lots of draws. Yeah, so he's actually going to check raise here.
Right.
Thinking maybe he can get a draw in now.
64.
Or if he gets him to fold, he protects his hand. He can also make his hand look like a draw. And Maxime hates this now. Apart from the Queen, his hand has literally nothing going for it. It doesn't have any backdoors. But I don't think you can bet fold top pair here. This is the very definition, I think, of a side call. And see what he does on the turn. And yeah, he does eventually make the call.
Call.
Yeah, no, I just realized.
6 on the turn is an absolute brick. Very little chance either player has improved on that card. Now, Victor's hand is probably just about strong enough to bet again for value and with all the draws there. But he doesn't necessarily have to go very big here. Pot has escalated though, but he is concerned now that he's gotten called. It's one of the problems with check raising top pair on the flop, top pair marginal enough kicker. When you get called, you're out of position on the next street and you're not sure what to do. With it being a brick which doesn't improve him, he's decided he's going to go into check call mode probably. I don't think Maxine has any real reason to bet here. The bluffs on the flop are mostly draws, and with only one card to come, they've been essentially devalued by 50%. And you're behind all the value range. If your opponent has...
Check.
Yeah, so he has gone for the check here, which I think is prudent. Again, another brick on the river doesn't improve either player. Victor now either checks to induce a bluff from all the missed draws, or a thin value bet from a worse hand, or he could have fired out a small bet to get called by exactly the type of hand that Maxine has, a weaker queen or possibly a jack. He's gone for the check option. Maxime now trying to decide whether his hand is strong enough to bet for value. The problem with betting for value here is, again, when Victor check raises the flop, the hands that do that for value are all stronger than Queen 4, and the hands that do it as bluffs are misdraws, which probably won't pay off your river bet anyway. So I don't think there's a lot of reason to go for the thin value here, but he disagrees. He's going to go for thin value. And it doesn't work for him.
80 and call.
I think he was targeting a jack there, but I think if he thought that one through, maybe he would have just realized Victor either has a better hand or a misdraw, and a misdraw won't pay off your bet. Yeah, he looks a little bit sick. That was possibly his first misstep we've seen him do. And that's left him quite short now. He got lucky against Leo earlier, the King 10 against her Ace Jack, rivering the 10. But that did get him back into a healthy stack, but now he's back. He's the short stack at the table again.
Pass. Small one.
And straight away he picks up jacks. With his stack, no real option, I think, except to shove here. You can get looked up light. The players will have seen him shove King 10 off in a similar spot earlier, so now it's time to pick up jacks, but again, if he hadn't lost all those chips in the last pot, he could have just opened this for a normal amount and be more likely to get action. When he opens off that stack depth, it looks ridiculously strong. And you can see the Ace 8 didn't even think about it.
Okay,
Well, very happy to pick up 2.5 big blinds. Looks like he's still stewing a little bit over the Queen 4 suited hand. Six-handed, it comes at you pretty fast, and they're actually been five-handed for a while now. You're going to be involved in a lot of hands. It's going to be more of an emotional roller coaster than nine-handed. Got another hand to open here. Now he's got more chips, so he does have more raise folds. This doesn't look as strong as the previous open, and is more likely to get played back at. But you have to keep opening your hands, stick to your ranges, and he is going to get shoved on here. Maybe taking his time again, just wants to standardize, not make it obvious that he has a very easy decision. When he shoves, that should be the end of the hand. Just checking again to make sure he's got Maxime's stack. Doing a little bit of tidying before he moves all in.
all in.
He moves all in, and Maxine doesn't look happy at all. Looking at the count, can't imagine he's ever calling off here with Queen Jack. And he does. Quick fold. Passes the chips to his neighbor.
tableau 4, après le champ de top télé, après non.
Bah, c'est ce que Léo a dit. Léo, elle a dit que la table, elle va pas casser. La table, elle va pas casser.
So a whole lot of nothing, but David has been very aggressive on the button. King 6 would normally be probably just below the opening range, but as the chip leader at the table, he gets to open a lot more, and he's going to open the King 6. He has 2 reshove stacks behind him though, so he can't go too crazy in the spot, but he does have the King as a high card blocker. Mehdi has a tempter for sure. Still has under 20 big blinds, has a button opener who's a lot wider than most button opens, has a hand that will have decent equity. You can see actually if he shoved and got called, he would have 50%. Maxime has a very easy shove now, having raised folded the last time and posted 2 more big blinds. He's down below 10 big blinds again against the button open. Easy shove here, and he does shove, and David's getting 1.77 to 1, but King 6 is such a horrible hand. It's an easy fold, even to the 10 big blind shove.
Mais ils habitent pas. Enfin, des gens de Casa qui jouent au poker.
Ton entourage, parce que je t'allais demander si...
Ah, dans mon entourage,
À Casa.
j'ai deux mecs. Peut-être que t'en connais. Naoufel Benani Smerez, tu connais pas? Naoufel Benani, ça te dit rien? Il est à Londres. Il joue surtout en cash game.
Ça fait une différence
Oui, quand tu es entouré.
c'est beau, non c'est beau et mauvais je pense parce que parfois c'est bon de déconnecter et que ton entourage...
Victor, pocket 10s. Victor's the other big stack at the table. He hasn't been as aggressive as David, so his open under the gun will get more respect. David might be thinking of just trying to lean on the other big stack here. And that's what he's going for. He's going for a light 3-bet here. David's playing very aggressively, turning his 5-4 suited into a light 3-bet. If he gets 4-bet, he can release very easily. If he gets called, he has a playable hand in position. I don't think Mehdi will stick this in. He will have far more respect for Victor's range than David's range. And this will clear out Leo as well. And now Victor in a tricky enough spot, probably just calls here against the other big stack. You don't love it with 10s, but I don't think you want to get 50 big blinds in with 10s either.
Une maison.
Avec
des amis proches que j'ai au poker.
tout tournoi.
Part of the 3-bet here is that even when you have a hand as strong as 10s, it's not going to like 4-betting, so you're going to see the flop at least. This is already a big pot now. He's going to hate the 2 overcards. David has flopped absolutely nothing. He does have a backdoor straight draw with the presence of the 3 on the board. So you might try a very small bet here, and that will get the job done against a lot of unpaired hands. And it also, it doesn't cap his range. He can still have all the strong hands once he bets. Victor has a gross spot now because he's out of position to a very aggressive opponent who's likely to keep barreling. There's already 2 overcards to his hand. Yeah, I can't blame him for the fold here at all. And you can see there the power of the aggression. Even though he got called and he missed completely, he got a much better hand to fold. So strong play from David. And you can see that strong play has lengthened his lead at the top against the other bigger stack. That's 60 big blinds. Victor now down to 41.
Raise 28.
Leo has 25 big blinds, and Mady and Maxime are 16 and 12. David picks the aggressive player picks up ace. Oh, they both have aces. Okay, so not as exciting as it might have been. Maxine, this is just a gift from the gods. The aggressive chip leader is opened, and you have aces on the button. You might even think about flatting here, although that looks ridiculously strong off this stack depth. Anything other than a shove looks very strong here. Some players will sometimes make small clicky raises, but that almost telegraphs to the entire table that you've got a monster. Flat at this stack depth just looks ridiculously strong as well. I think you just have to stick it in and hope. No, but he's going for a smaller raise. Yeah, this is my experience. This is always aces or kings. David's going to love it too. David's going to think he has kings now.
Pass.
So he's going to think, okay, I'm up against kings. What do I do here? Do I just call and let him barrel off on a low flop? But he's not going to fold kings either if I shove. But he does go for the just call option.
Call.
And now the stack to pot ratio is less than 1. 127k in the middle, 124k in Maxime's stack. Very safe flop for both sets of aces. It's not the Jack 10-9 flop that you'd hate if you had the aces. And Maxime probably proceeds now with a very small bet. Just try and get your opponent in installments. And yeah, that's what he's going for here. Tiny bet, 20k into one, actually 15k, just over 10%. Again, David might think he has to raise his hand. He might think this is a blocker bet, an advanced blocker bet, and his opponent wants to check behind on the turn.
Call.
But he does just go for the call. 10 on the turn is a brick. It removes the possibility of the runner clubs for David. So again, the only decision here is sizing. Stack to pot ratio now is 0.66. So Maxime probably bets tiny again and puts the rest in the river. If he bets about 35k, he can get shoved on, and he can put the remaining 70k in on the river if necessary. Looks like he's going even smaller. Yeah, he's gone for 23k, I think. Yeah, 23k. Again, David has the same spot. He might be afraid of his opponent checking back something like jacks on the river. Well, the jacks probably just sticks in pre-flop. Yeah, so he's decided he has to put it in now, and they're both going to see that they have aces. Fist bump. Both pretty surprised not to have the best hand there. As the players go on a break, we will be taking a break.
De ti estaba seguro.
So the players standing around chatting as before they go on their break. We will be back after the break. Join us then as we continue Winamax Poker Open from the Banco Casino in Bratislava, main event day 2. before we go on break, you can see there the chip counts. David, chip leader, 61 big blinds. Victor has 39. Leo's also healthy with 24. Mady and Maxime are short, but not super short, with 16 and 13 big blinds each. See you after the break.
Came with me. I count, you check with me, okay?
Where's the chip count on the screen?
Took your phone and put the real chip count, then when I that's 4. That's 5. 6, 7, 8. 8:35. Eight 859, yeah? 850. One. 140, 150, 140, 150, 160, 200, yeah. 150, 160, 200, 4, 224. Yeah. 120, 170, 180, 187. That's 325, 330, 335, 338. Ah, je m'assois. Ah, il s'est assis. Il a perdu. Il a perdu. It's gonna be 475, 5, 520, 555, 558.
558.
558. Took the screenshot and
Sending you a player to
send him to this beautiful guy
the screen.
yes. On the TV.
Yes.
What? Where?
You can just move the chip.
Yeah, of course. Like this?
Yes, perfect.
And after break we will have a new player.
Yes, it's coming.
Players on the main event, welcome back to your seat, please. I have time to go outside to smoke, so I have to try this.
Better than nothing.
But I smoke cigarette in 2 minutes. I do all the chill down. And I don't have time to go to the toilet, so
You have to decide which one. Priority.
so now you know my priority, yeah?
Yeah.
Smoke and chill down.
Yes. Yes. Maybe double up somewhere. No. I didn't enough. Yes. No more. Okay, I know what to do. Yeah.
Welcome back to the blind. 8,000, 6,000, 16,000.
I don't have a players.
Either if you have 2 more
D'accord,
players,
ouais,
shuffle
c'est ça.
them in.
Yeah, they're coming.
Quand je suis en place, ça me va totalement. Je suis prêt à te confier la vie de mon tournoi. Je te fais suffisamment confiance. Merci, ça fait plaisir. Je pense pas que la réciproque soit vraie, mais c'est trop gentil.
What's this? Ah, I thought
It's
I
my.
yeah, I thought it
I
was
will
a
take it.
present for me.
80.
I think homeless style always beat shorts
Sure.
for playing poker.
Homeless style.
Yeah.
I always play homeless.
I tried the shirt, but no. It doesn't work. Well. Maybe when
Your mom could take the picture now.
Now I can.
Relax. Yeah, every time I try to play dressed up, I cannot be me. It's homeless in the sun.
Race starts to fold. 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 Fold.
Maybe it's the magic grapes.
Lucky.
With seed or without seed? They have
With it.
better, but a bit more uncomfortable to snack in the.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
fine.
You eat them? I eat them.
Wow.
You eat the seed?
Yeah.
I won't
Go
go.
pussy.
I can.
Yes. But I have weird. Stop. Eating habits.
Fold. 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 Call. Check. $16. Raise 45, fold. 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 Fold.
Ça va pas. Tout à l'heure, ça fait y avoir une carte. $170.
Call.
Thank you.
Check.
One more water, please. Yeah, two water.
Thank you.
Check. $16.
Hello.
Hello. Can I have your phone, so please?
Hello everybody, welcome back. We have a pot here between Maxine and Mady, the two short stacks at the table. Eddie's flopped very well here. Top pair. Maxine doesn't have anything to continue with. Throws the chips across to his neighbour. Those two have been having good banter at the table. So welcome back after the break. My name is Dara Kearney. I'm standing in for JJ for the next few hours. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Dara Kearney. As I said, I'm a professional poker player from Ireland. Also a coach and a commentator. I've written 5 strategy books and I co-host the Chip Race podcast. We have had actually Leo Margetts, who's at the table on the Chip Race, to talk about her WSOP bracelet win. So Victor, second biggest stack at the table under the gun with ace king, will be opening this.
Yeah, he's Slovak. Tak naši si alkohol. Race, tercicu, 32. Fold, yeah, he's Slovak.
Oh, and Mehdi with the queens has a pretty straightforward get in here. Mehdi has been doing these small click raises, so he might have room to do another one here. On the button, you could raise it to roughly 80k. Not quite committing, but I think no matter what action he takes, these two players will be getting it in. $137 players left of the 577 who started.
I can take it if they're playing.
Yeah, he's counting out a normal raise rather than moving all in. He did 3-bet fold off a similar stack earlier, so this will encourage his opponent to get it in light. Now we can see that Victor does have a legitimate hand ace king, so they're always getting it in. But if Victor had a lighter hand, like a worse ace, this might get those hands in, whereas the shove wouldn't. He's a very small 3-bet actually. He's only 3-bet to 68k. Ace king, not really the type of hand you want to flat out of position. You're going to miss the flop 2 times out of 3.
All in, call.
So he does move all in. Quick call from Mehdi, and it's a flip. But we say it's a flip, but the queen's are actually a fairly significant favorite.
Hey, you are risking it. You are not proceeding. You're standing.
No, between friends, it's okay.
58% favorite to queens. They'll basically swap stacks if Mehdi holds here. And perfectly safe flop. But 2 more cards to come. And the 9 on the turn is a blank. Mehdi just has to fade an ace or a king, and he does. So he doubles to Victor. Victor essentially doubles down. He's cut in half. And they more or less swap stacks there. Unfortunately for Victor, he doesn't really put a foot wrong today. But that's the way tournaments are. You have all these spots where both pairs just have to get their hands in, and then the deck decides. Thank you to all of the few who've joined us on YouTube. If you could click the like button, that helps us greatly get the word out that we're streaming. If you want to be informed about future streams from the Banco Casino here in Bratislava, click the subscribe button. So they finally sorted out the stacks there. New player at the table. I'll get you information on him. Martin T. He arrives at the table with 11 and a half big blinds. So I think he'll probably just be moving all in. That's been that so far. We've seen a few players bust from that table. That seat rather. Let's see if Martin can be a bit luckier. So far so good. Nobody with a hand to call behind.
Fold. Fold.
And he gets it through. And nice start for Martin. But he has to post most of his gains almost immediately. So a bunch of trash hands being folded to Leo on the button, who also has a trash hand. Leo down below 20 big blinds now, so can't be opening too wide. Victor in the small blind, just over 15 big blinds here. Could just shove, can limp. But he does decide to shove, and that'll get the job done when, as is the case here, Martin has nothing to call with. Martin was the shorter stack there, so it was 12 big blinds effective. So Martin, having shoved the previous ace-queen, has now had to post all of his gains from that hand back. But at least he gets another orbit to find another hand.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Similar to last time, a lot of trash hands, but Victor has a hand on the button, Queen Jack. Can go a couple of ways with this. It's not really strong enough to raise call. But you can certainly raise and hope it gets through. You've got two high cards, two blockers. Martin has a real tempter now. Yeah, I think this is probably just a shove over a button raise. With 11 big blinds, he does move all in. And had Victor shoved, Martin might have folded, although S9 is very strong. But instead he ends up raise folding, and again Martin has pick up there with the ace. This time he wins not just the blinds but the open as well. Very colourful mural there, you can see it from the Winamax Poker Open. I remember that from the days when this event was held in Dublin. These days Bratislava and the Banco Casino had become a real hub, lots of events going on there. Pretty much every weekend there's a major event at the Banco Casino Bratislava. Maxine under the gun, he's very short now. Jack 9 is a tempter, what I think.
Fold.
Yeah, he does let it go. He would have probably got looked up by Leo. Leo's 18 big blinds, probably just a bit too much to shove. So she's going to just open this hand. Mostly hope it gets through. Opens it for pretty much the minimum there. In fact, the exact minimum, 32k.
Fold.
Nobody really getting too out of line here. The one player who's likely to get out of line is David. He's the chip leader, but he lets the king 6 suited go. Mehdi could defend the queen 8 here though. He has a very healthy stack now after that double up with the queens. I don't think there's any real reason to 3-bet this hand. It kind of falls into the category of neither good enough or bad enough to 3-bet.
Call.
And it flops pretty well. So Leo was mostly hoping for that to get through, but the second best outcome is just the big blind calls. Now she's being outflopped here. It's such a draw heavy board though, she probably won't put too much money into the pot voluntarily. Maybe checks his middle pair, backdoor flush draw. Leo looks at the board and goes, oh, an 8 and a 9, really? She might like to check back here, take a card out, see what happens on the turn. 10 or a jack would give her a gut shot. A king or a queen would make her almost certainly the best hand. But she's gone for the small bet here. Just trying to fold out equity, all the stuff that's missed. It's a small bet, so many would probably just call this. No, I'm wrong. Recognizing there's a lot of draws there. Oh no, he has just called, sorry. Yeah.
Check.
Oh, this is trouble for Leo now. This is trouble. This is one of the benefits of check calling. When you improve to 2 pair and your opponent makes a pair, you can get it all. He check raised on the flop there, he would have taken the pot down. Now instead, very good chance this is Leo's last hand. The fact it's a heart is the only thing which might give her pause. And obviously Jack 10 gets there as well. But I think she's going to have to sigh and just think, well, you have the best hand now. There are just so many draws there now. All the 1 heart hands. Now, does he set the trap again and just call and hope she blasts off on the river? Or does he target all the 1 heart hands and all the queen X? Try and get it all now before the river gets even scarier. If he just calls here, there's a decent chance he just checks back on the river. But if he raises, it's very hard to see her getting away from her hand. She's watching him like an absolute hawk here, so
Call.
He has gone for just call. Targeting different parts of the range here. He's targeting the queen X to make it think that it's good, and he's targeting bluffs. And the 6 is an innocuous river.
Check.
Now, her hand is usually good here, but the question is, if we bet and get called, is her hand going to be good? That's the question you have to ask yourself in these spots where you're thinking about value betting the river. It's not about whether you have the best hand or not. It's if you bet and get called, how often do you have the best hand? You need to have the best hand more than half the time when that happens. So that's why Leo's having a long think here. She can target 9x and 8x for a call. She's playing with her chips, trying to decide what to do. She's only got 199k behind, the pot's 222k. Long decision.
Check. Showdown.
Oh, great check from Leo. She worked it out. There's no point in betting here. You're not going to be good enough of the time when you get called. And Leo saved herself there. Maybe probably regretting he didn't check raise the turn now. Could have probably got it all on the turn. Leo found a very good check on the river. Saving yourself in those spots is huge. A lot of players just go broke there. They just over-focus on the fact that they have top pair and they're relatively shallow, and they just stick it all in without thinking about what's going to call them. But a player's experience is Leo. Gives herself another chance. Still in the game. That's a blow. She's lost a decent amount of chips there, but she's still alive. Ace-9 under the gun. 12 big blinds. This is the very definition of marginal. Yeah, you can use your ace blocker and go for a raise fold. She's going to open for the absolute minimum again. You're really hoping this just gets through. You have the blocker. Martin has a pair, but he doesn't think about it against the under the gun open. It's just a pair of twos. Maybe he won't get involved. Maxime is very short in the big blind. He's the shortest stack now. She's definitely calling his shove, obviously. He's just got 6 big blinds behind. He might call and just try and flop some equity here. Call, and if he hits a pair, go with it. Jack 10 can also hit a lot of draws. I would personally call here, and yeah, that's the decision he's going to make. Just try and flop equity. Your hand defines itself on the flop. You know, on an ace XX board, you've got nothing, and you can just check fold. On 3 low cards, you can check fold. But if you hit your jack or your 10, you're going with it. Flops queen 2-2, so it is one of those. Now Leo has a tricky enough spot here because, but she's got to bet here because she pretty much has the best hand almost always, unless he's hit the queen. Most of his 2x would have folded pre-flop. So she bets just to get those hands to fold because they still had equity against the raise high. It's one of those spots where if you bet and get check raised, you hate it, but you still have to bet. 131 players left now of the 1577 that started.
I thought a lot about it, but I don't think I get a call. Like it has to be. You know what I mean? If I bet.
I think Leo is still talking about the king queen spot.
I don't know what the size. It looks very weird. You find a value. It's a lot of completers also. You would have found a value.
Maybe you have to be more.
I think Leo is saying she took the low variance approach there with the king queen, and she said you would have variance. Maybe he's a very different style of player, for sure. But she likes the low variance style. Keep herself alive in the tournament. Now, I think she's going to have to stick this in here. The very aggressive chip leader has raised from the small blind. Calling doesn't feel great because you're going to miss 2 times out of 3 and you're going to be facing a c-bet. So yeah, she just moves all in. And David doesn't love it, but he's going to have to call here. Ace Jack is very, very strong in this spot blind. Versus button. Wow, no snap call. Actually, he's not. Is he the button? He's actually the cutoff, which makes it a little bit more marginal, but still a fairly standard call for that many chips. And Leo's going to need to find a king or a queen now. King queen may be her undoing.
I trust him.
And the queen, same flop as last time, queen deuce deuce. This time she has the queen, just has to fade the ace. or they're running straight cards. Now just the ace. She did get rivered earlier,
The three play. No.
but this time doubles, and that's good to see. Leo made a great check back on the river a few hands ago with King Queen, preserved her stack. And now she gets the reward of the double.
I truly believe in, you know when you want them or not. You know when you are with your heart, with calling the hand.
239.
No, but it's very,
No,
you
but
cannot like it. No, but it's a sometimes you always want to win, but sometimes you really feel you want to win.
Yeah.
And then it's,
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Sometimes you know you're gonna win the flip.
So that's the first real setback for David. He has been the runaway chip leader for most of the time I've been commentating, but now he's cut back. Leo's almost up to the same stack as him. Mady also has a similar stack. So that's a real dynamic shift on the table now. One of the best players on the table, Leo Margetts, now has a stack she can play with. And David's going to have to knuckle down and realize he's just in the pack now. He can't play the same style that he has been playing as chip leader. Martin, we saw Leo open this hand under the gun, similar type stack, so he's going to go for the same. Oh, well, yeah, he has raised. I thought that was a yellow chip, but he has raised for the minimum. Gets through to Leo. She's going to fold the jack deuce in the small blind. And Victor, king 3, it's pretty short. Yeah, it doesn't like it against the under the gun open. It's such an ugly hand. The effect of Leo's double there is it's kind of brought all the stacks kind of back together. Maxine is super short now, but the others are all sort of in the 20 to 35 big blind zone. David under the gun, pocket fives. I said he was going to have to tighten up, but he's probably going to open this one. Pocket pair, six-handed, pretty strong.
Et quand j'ai besoin de fumer, let's say à 4 heures, pour moi c'est une super bon signe de focus.
Leo also a very chatty presence at the table. She's not tempted by the ace-8 on the button. Martin in the big blind. Yeah, it can go a couple of ways. He's not folding here. You can just call, try and flop a king or a jack. But given that it's David that's opened and you're pretty short, you could just shove as well. He's gone for the call. Now that's a very good flop with the fives. Only one overcard and it's a very innocuous 9. So only one of the problems with fives is it's very hard to play post flop, but this is one of the better flops for it for sure. You also have backdoors with the diamonds and the wheel draw.
29.
Fires out a bet with equity. Martin should be check raising a lot on this flop. It's more his flop than the under the gun open, but his hand has nothing apart from overcards. If he had a diamond, he'd have backdoor diamonds. If he had something like Jack 10, he'd be more connected with the 9. With King Jack, he just lets it go.
Pass. 32. Pass.
So Leo has opened the Jack 10 suited. David with the Ace 5 suited, probably going to just defend here. Unless he feels like turning his hand into a light 3-bet. He has tended to take the more aggressive action. And it looks like he's going to do that again, counting out raising chips.
Raise 115.
And Leo, very pretty hand, but a lot of our stack now to put in with Jack High. Jack 10 suited does flop so well though. You can't play too scared in these spots. If you're going to open a hand like Jack 10 suited and the aggressive chip leader bets you, 3-bets you, you're going to have to buckle up. Now she's flopped to a flush draw, so, and this is a flop David has almost never hit. So she has an excellent hand to semi-bluff with. Continuation bet from David. Small continuation bet. It'll get the job done when she has absolutely nothing. Essentially, both players have almost always missed this flop. Yeah, she could have raised there, but she's decided to take the lower variance approach. See if he fires the turn. Now he might fire this turn because he's picked up a flush draw and the queen is a good card for him. So if he fires again, that might actually get the job done if he goes big enough. Or Jack High flush draw on a paired board is not that strong a draw, and there's only one card to come now, so her draw has been significantly devalued both by the arrival of the queen and the fact that there's only one more card to come. So he does fire another bet. It's a pretty small bet though. She's getting such a good price now. If he fired a bigger bet, I think it would probably have got the job done. Now she has the option to turn her hand into a semi-bluff as well. If she thinks she can get a better hand to fold. But again, she's gone for the low variance approach, which is very much her style. Just call. She hits the jack on the river. Now, he's going to know he doesn't have the best hand. So, does he want to fire the third shell? The pot's 474. She's only got 269 behind. Even though the bets were small, the big 3-bet pre-flop blow to this pot, and he has moved all in, and now that's given her a horrible decision. She's a pure bluff catcher. She's only beating the bluffs. Her hand is essentially the same as Ace King. Beats all the bluffs. Loses to all the value. She's blocking the missed hearts, which is not good. This is an annoying spot where you river your pair, and now you have to think about whether you can bluff catch or not. She's getting a very good price here, 3-1. She only needs to be good a quarter, 25% of the time. So that's what it comes down to. Do you think your opponent is bluffing 25% of the time or more? And if you do, it's a call. If you don't, it's a fold. You're beating absolutely no value. You're blocking missed flush draws. Just trying to get a read here. This is a very close spot. It really comes down to what you think the bluffing frequency of your opponent is. The fact you've hit your jack doesn't really matter here. You still have just a bluff catcher. As I said, the hand is essentially the same as Ace King.
Si las llevas súper buenas, te lo estás gozando porque estoy...
I really don't know what Leo's going to do here. I've watched Leo play a lot, and while her style is very low variance, she's also capable of making these hero calls. Yeah, she's asking for the pot to be spread because the pot odds are crucial here. Like, she probably thinks she's not good half the time, but she doesn't have to be good half the time. She only has to be good 25% of the time. If she's good even 30% of the time, this is a call. Human nature is, because you think you're losing 70% of the time, you fold because you think, well, 70% of the time I call, I'm out of the tournament. But it's a huge pot. If she calls and wins here, she's got more than $1 million. This is a big spot now for Leo. She finds the call here. She's going to be massive chip leader on the table. If she folds, she's going to be one of the shorties. But she's only beating a bluff. But she's against an opponent who has been by far the most aggressive on the table. She has to think, well, where do his bluffs come from?
Call, showdown.
She finds the call. Great call by Leo. She found the call. I think she got... I feel like she got a read off her opponent there. She looked at him enough, and he did seem to be squirming a little uncomfortably in his seat as she considered the call. That's a huge spot for Leo Margetts.
269.
Winamax Pro catapults past 1 million chips. She played the hand low variant. She was faced with a horrible decision on the river, and she got it right. Sometimes players think that players like Leo who take this low variance approach, they can be pushed around more than they actually can. As I said, I have seen Leo make these kind of calls in the past, and that was a pot odds call. I don't think she thought she was good even half the time there, but she thought she was definitely good 25% of the time, which is all she needed to be.
Lines up 10-20.
But a very difficult decision and a very difficult call to make, because you know a lot of the time, probably even most of the time, you make the call, your opponent shows you a better hand, and you're walking away from the table thinking, maybe I should have folded. But her bravery has been rewarded, and now she is the massive chip leader at this table. And I think we're going to see a different Leo Margetts now. Maxime doesn't have any real decision here. He's super short. It really sucks because you're going to have to post 32k next hand. But you can't go with 6-4. But he would have gone with a very wide range of hand there. I think pretty much any ace, maybe any king, any two high cards. 6-4 is not good enough. Leo now going to open again. Completely different game for her. And now David, who was the massive chip leader for most of the period I've been commentating, is now short stacked. Not the kind of man who's going to hang around short stack, I feel. He might just stick it in here. The ace-8 suited. He is... yeah, he's got 8 big blinds. He's just moved all in. Leo's getting over 2-1 here, so I think once she works that out, she'll make the call. Even if you're dominated, you pretty much got the prize. So yeah, quick call from Leo, knows her ranges, and it's almost a flip. Pretty much the same as Ace-King against Queens we saw earlier. 59-41, that was 58-42. Let's see if David can get the quick double up, or Leo can apply the death blow. There's the ace. Oh, double ace. So Leo drawing pretty thin now, drawing to runner. And now David gets the check mark. He doubles back up to 324k. So snap double for David. So back on the horse. He didn't remain short stack for very long. Not that big a hit for Leo, to be honest. She's still going to be the big chip leader.
125, 35. 42.
Yeah.
Leo there, you can see she's chip leader. Mehdi is now second, so the two Winamax pros are at the top, and they're both very healthy, 43 and 31 big blinds. David, Martin, and Victor are all in the 10 to 16 zone, pretty short, and really short now is Maxine, because he's going to have to post his big blind and his
Un poco de
ante.
vidilla.
Attends, tu veux que je t'en prie encore? Tu veux que je t'en prie?
Joder, ya ves, si aquí son unos fins de locos.
Encore 15 secondes.
Leo, another openable hand, which you would definitely call the big blind if he shoves his very short stack. She's raised to 40k. I guess the blinds have gone up. Have they gone up? Maybe no real decision there. I don't know. Oh, Maxime, look at this. He's picked up queens. What the absolute dream here. Don't think you even have to tank here. Oh, maybe they're at a pay jump or something. He was looking at the clock, but yeah. Quick shove, quick call.
No way.
And she's like, how do you have queens there? With your two big blinds behind.
I mean, you were. Incredible.
How? How do you do this? I could just play.
Oh.
She's hit a 9, and she has running spades. So, still 21%er here. And obviously the ace works for her as well. So, an ace or a 9 with some runners. Six is absolutely no help. So now she's down to just the ace or the 9. Or Maxime will double up his very short stack. And the king on the river is no good to Leo. In fact, Maxime hits flush, so she also lost the ace of clubs as an out. So, two immediate setbacks for Leo after that big call she made with the Jack 10.
At least good.
Staying hydrated, very important when you're playing. New player at the table is... Oh no, sorry, not a new player, just... C6 took his glasses off, Victor, and he looked new to me. David, not a man who'll ever fold a pocket pair here. Pocket sevens more than enough. He's only got 16 big blinds. Could just shove, but it seems and he has just shoved. Yeah, he tends to take the sort of more aggressive action always, and he's going to get looked up here. It's going to be a flip between himself and Mehdi. Huge flip. If he holds here, David will be back to more or less where he was, and Mehdi will be short. But if he loses, he's out the door, having been chip leader for most of the time I've been commentating.
324.
16 big blind shove. Yeah, this is going to be ace, queen, ace, jack, those types of hands quite a lot of the time as well. The rest of the time you're going to be flipping. It's never going to be aces or kings, so fairly easy call. Maxine will get out of the way with the queen 8, and Leo will fold queen 8 as well. So off to the races. Seven's a favorite here. Mehdi does have two live flush draws as well. Clubs or spades. Four clubs or four spades would make him the best hand. But he immediately hits his king. vaults into the lead.
You can-
David
you can-
packing up his stuff.
Turn,
He's already given up.
Now stand, now stand.
His opponent's trying to cut off the stand up.
The table. Now you tap the table.
And now drawing just to one of the red sevens. Well, we will lose David, and we do lose David. And that's a real turn up for the books. He came back as chip leader from the break. He had been chip leader for most of today on the table. But he's the first player we lose. He went for that big bluff against Leo, which would have worked if she hadn't hit her jack on the river, and almost worked even though she did hit the jack. So nothing wrong with the move. And then he just lost a flip.
Very good guy.
Mehdi in great shape now as well. So the two Winamax pros are now the two chip leaders on the table by a considerable margin. Mehdi with the ace-8 and almost $1 million in chips now. Chip leader on the table. Going to be opening this one up. No real reason to do anything other than 40k here, I think. The absolute minimum.
50. Plus.
Maxine goes for the fold. Leo won't be playing the Queen 8 offsuit. Victor with the 5s and the 9 big blinds. Probably just going to stick it in. There's an old-fashioned move called the stop and go, which people used to do years ago, where you would just call and you'd shove any flop that didn't have an ace on it. These days, the shove is more standard.
Showdown.
Pocket 5 is very hard to play after the flop, so just take that decision away. Make sure you get to see the 5 cards. Decent favorite here. We have seen we've seen an 8 folded anyway, so that's why the odds here, not the usual close to 50-50. 5s are actually a significant favorite. No 5s have been folded. Five still holding. And this shows you again the power of the shove. Like 5s would have hated that flop, but because he stuck it in pre-flop, he doesn't have to make a decision. 6. So now it just has to fade an ace or an 8,
Wait, I do the prepay.
or he will double.
Okay, voilà. You can go.
And he does.
Pair of 5s.
So double for Victor. Not a very big hit for Mehdi. He's still probably chip leader on the table. Or maybe Leo has a few more than him.
194.
194. Nice. Discount.
So as they count down, just make sure they get the stacks right. If you tuned in expecting to hear the dulcet tones of JJ Hassan, JJ will be here later. He's otherwise engaged and I'm filling in for him. My name is Dara Carney. I'm a professional poker player from Ireland, also a coach, commentator, writer of 5 strategy books, and what else do I do? I'm forgetting my own life now. Oh yeah, Chip Race co-host. Chip Race podcast. Thank you to everybody who's joined us on YouTube. If you click the like button, that would help us greatly to get the word out that we're streaming this day 2 of the WPO main event. If you want to be informed about future streams from the Banco Casino here in Bratislava, click subscribe. Pretty much streams every weekend. There's pretty much a big tournament every weekend here in the Banco Casino in Bratislava. Maxine is super short here with the Jack 9. Yeah, he's decided 6.5 big blinds. It's just about strong enough to go with. I'm not sure about this, to be, if I'm honest. I think it might be just a pip light. And he's going to get looked up by Leo. Now again, he's going to be live. We saw him all in earlier with King 10 against Leo's Ace Jack, and it was kind of a similar spot. He's very live here. He's still 33% even against the powerhouse that is ace king suited. But he has 2 live 4-card flush draws, and his cards are both live as well. See if you can have flopper again. No, that's pretty cold. He has some runner straight possibilities, but other than that, he's drawing to runner or running diamonds for a chop. Now there's the diamond, so but no diamond on the river, and we lose. We finally lose Maxime. Fought a good fight with the short stack. Leo just pulling his chips across. Leo back up to close to $1 million.
It was a sweat. But it's fun. It's fun. I like, you know, when you come from being short and then you can open more. Like, I really, this is the good thing about it. So deep though. No? For me it was very hard to count the blinds when the blinds were 35.
Yeah, like 14,
Burning the neurons, counting the blinds, and then I could not play. I can believe a lot of grinders, not a lot, but some can still play sessions.
With the stats? No.
Adri, sometimes.
Victor here on the button, just over 20 big blinds, the ace-9 suited.
Okay.
No, but in general, to be
Probably just a little bit too much to shove, so he's gone for the open.
After.
Why not?
Well.
And he's got the big stack. Winamax Pro in the big blind. 7-4 offsuit. Vaguely connected. Almost certainly not dominated. So that's why he's decided to defend this. I think he might also feel that Victor is one of the more timid players post-flop. So he can probably take advantage. This might even be a flop where he considers making a move here. Now, Victor has flopped a flush draw and 2 overs, so it's unlikely to work here. But the 6-6-3 flop looks pretty safe for the big blind defender, and he does have a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw to go. He's got those going for his hands, so he might go for a check raise here, represent the 6. It's very hard for either player to have actually hit this flop. Victor won't have raised too many hands with a 3 in them, or even a 6 for that matter. And we can see 2 of the 6s, so there's only 2 missing in action. This is a spot where big blind is supposed to do a lot of check raising. If he had an actual value hand here, if he had a 3, he'd want to potentially check raise for protection. If he had a 6, he would want to check raise and potentially get it in rather than allowing his opponent to check behind on the turn. So because he's going to be check raising all of his value, he needs to find bluffs as well. And this is one of the better bluff candidates, and that's what he's going for here. He's going for the check raise bluff. This is better check raise bluff than say 4-5, because you're gonna hate if you get shoved on with 4-5 or an actual flush draw. Your weak draw, if you get shoved on, you can pass. But if you get your opponent to fold, that's an amazing result. And if your opponent just calls, you have ways to improve. And what's Victor going to do here now? Pot's already 210k. He's only got 338 behind. So he could just shove and try and take the pot down now, or he could just call and see what his opponent does. Yeah, the one thing he really can't do here is fold. You're beating all the bluffs, and you've got good equity against pretty much everything because of your flush draw. He's debating now between raising and calling. Raising is getting snapped off by a 6, and then you're just drawing to your flush. If you just call, you keep the 3s in and the bluffs as well. Looks like he's raised because the action is back on Mady, who gives her a wry smile. In fact, it's a tiny 3 bet. tiny. He only has to call 50. He's getting 6 to 1. He's getting almost the odds to hit his gut shot. Not quite, but with the backdoor flush draw and the other stuff as well. This is a weird size now. Essentially, it's committing though because Victor doesn't have much behind. But you can't ever think the guy's folding if you shove. I mean, that's what Victor... I'm not sure what Victor's trying to induce here. Unless he's doing an old-fashioned raise for information, trying to find out if his opponent actually has the 6. But folding your flush draw even against a 6 would be fairly catastrophic. So this is a weird spot now for Mady. If Victor had just shoved, he'd have folded already. But yeah, just stick it in.
I raise 180.
Diferenčný hráme, nie raise.
Okay, in this case he...
Looks like
I
he's
think he
done a
wanted
non-all-in
call, but he raised. He was
raise.
130 and he raised 180. Okay, because
Not sure what the amount here is, and the dealer's having some discussion with them about it.
Koľko? 60, 130?
We just wait for the graphics to update, see what exactly what's happened.
But 200 is minimum now in this case.
Ale dal viac než polku. Dal
Okay.
viac než 175, tak by to mal byť raise.
Yeah, it should be 200 minimum, but okay.
Yeah, I think he's telling him 200 is the minimum raise you can make.
My mistake, sorry.
He's
Inak trochu.
no, he's actually 4-bet to 180k, so he's also clicked it. Now Victor's moved all in. Maybe folds because he's not getting the price. He found a click.
60, 130.
He thought maybe that Victor was trying to find out whether he had a 6 or not. Maybe thinks he was bluffing, or sorry, Victor thinks he was bluffing,
Yeah, to
but he actually had the best hand, as we can see.
Okay.
Very, very strange hand. I kind of like the click on the end there by Mady. Doesn't have to work very often. And some opponents might level themselves into thinking that you have a 6 when you do that.
Okay.
So we can see now Leo, Mady lost quite a bit in that pot, and actually that propels Victor into second now. 32 big blinds. Leo is very comfortable chip leader, Martin's short, and they're actually just 4-handed now. Yeah, they're 4-handed at the table. The departure of both Maxime and David. I'm sure we'll be getting new players soon, but it does mean the blinds and empties are racing around rather fast. Martin might be stalling for new players to arrive. He's definitely not in his interests for the table to be 4-handed. Don't think he's going to do anything here with the 10-4, but he's taking his time, hoping they bring more players. He doesn't want to be playing 2.5 big blinds every 4 hands. Now, some Winamax Pro on Winamax Pro action, and they are, well, Mady's actually third in chips now, so he's going to just limp. Against the lower variance Leo, you can do a lot more limping, but he's actually limping a very strong hand. Oh, this could be action. Lower variance or not, she has a pair blind on blind against an opponent who has only 28 big blinds. Questions: if you raise this hand and get shoved on, do you really want to call it off? And does it really feel good just sticking it in and potentially playing for 28 big blinds? This is a much trickier spot than it looks. Yeah, she's moved all in, so because she didn't want to get shoved on, and Mady snap calls, and this is a huge flip for both of them now. They're either going to roughly swap stacks, or else we're going to lose Mehdi, and Leo will be massive, massive chip leader, and we'll be three-handed on the table. Huge, huge spot now. Mehdi limped this, obviously hoping she'd shove a worse ace. They're both going to be kind of disappointed to find that they're in a race. And here it comes. No help from Mehdi there. She's the only one with a diamond, so he doesn't have runner diamonds either. He has a runner straight, because exactly queen 10. Otherwise he's going to need an ace or a jack. She's a very big favourite now. 3 of diamonds. He's actually lost a couple of bouts now. The ace and jack of diamonds are no good. He's already walking away. This is next level. And huge spot for Leo there. Eliminates, I think it's fair to say, the best player on the table apart from herself, our fellow Winamax Pro, and now she has 1.5 million. It's not that long ago she had a really tough decision on the river for all of her chips for just $250,000. And now she's massive chip leader on the table.
Maybe you can help.
Yeah, she's just going to move the chips across, help the dealer out. And what a turnaround for Leo.
Maybe I can have some chip race.
I don't think they can play three-handed, so they're going to have to bring some more players.
It's going to be very uncomfortable. If you can... thank you.
Yes, because it's so much, and
It's possible
we can
to have
play
some
in
chip
free.
race?
Or what can I do? No.
Perfect.
Okay,
Do you want
Huge stack Leo now. She's a real threat in this tournament.
If you want to change it, sometimes I like to. It's easier when you don't have different colors. Okay, this is.
So while we wait for new players to arrive, shout out to anybody watching us on YouTube. If you click the like button, that helps us get the word out that we're streaming. Wow, they're going to play three-handed, it looks like. Short stack hates that. He essentially finds himself on the button again for the second hand in a row. Because of the elimination of the small blind last hand. Yeah, he's going to stall here because, I mean, it's just gross to have to pay 2.5 big blinds every 3 hands when you've got 9 big blinds. Can't blame him at all here. I mean, we generally don't like stalling, but if there's ever a time it's justified, it's this, when you find yourself at a 3-handed table with 9 big blinds. He's doing the old, I need to count my stack, I need to figure out whether forget about that I have 9-4. Let's just pretend I have a close decision here. And please, tournament staff, bring us more players. He keeps looking around to see if they're going to come, but they're not. I mean, I guess since he's going to be big blind next hand, he might as well play that one 3-handed. But he wants the players to arrive before he posts his small blind for sure. Leo's just limped here. Victor, let's say one of the less aggressive players that we've seen, so he's more likely to just check behind and let you see the flop when you got the 5-3. But no, he is going to raise. He's got a king, and he figures that's good enough to raise, and she immediately releases her hand. No Hollywooding, no time wasting. Looks like we did get a new player in the meantime.
Raise fold, yeah. Raise 65 fold.
There's the new player. He looks short too, so colouring up Leo there. She has too many of the small chips, so they're going to take a rack. She's on the button now. Actually, the new player is not that short. He does have some of the bigger chips at the side. Yeah, on the button. She has the ace jack here. She limp folded the last hand, so
Raise
I think
for
she's more likely to get action. Victor quickly. Well, Martin. I think you just have to put it in here unless he wants to just call and see what happens on the flop. But King Jack is going to be well ahead of her range, and he's only got 8 big blinds behind. So yeah, he's going to move all in. Going to get the very bad news that he's very dominated. He's almost a 3-1 favorite here. She's lost a few of these today. She's also won a few when she needed to.
It doesn't count making alliance with the dealer.
And Rice Smile, he waited patiently for a spot. This was a good spot, but it's unlucky here so far. But nothing to say you can't find a king. And there it is, right in the window. And Leo now needs an ace. Or running straight cards. There's the ace. Wow. And now he's down to one of the 2 remaining kings.
I don't mind you make me sweat, but
And no use there. We lose Martin. He arrived short stacked. He took all his spots well, but ultimately
I don't know because it's been a lot of action. But like
he was unlucky there to run into a hand that dominated him. Leo continues to prosper, pull away from the pack, and we're 3-handed again, so they're going to have to move more players. Next hand will be big blind only, because we lost the big blind that hand. We're down to 101 players now, of the 1577 that started. So, well into the money here. There's 100k for first.
You can take it to seats.
I like this kind of problems.
Oh, no. No. Along big blind, you first, and he vote first.
So,
Position 6
Leo
folds and 5 also.
onto the gun, which is basically the cut off because they're 3-handed. We don't know what Victor's cards are yet.
Do you hear me?
He is having trouble stacking all those chips.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yes.
She's even worse at stacking chips than I am.
I wasn't sure because I was talking with you and you didn't answer me. Yeah.
But I can mess up a lot an espresso with 200 lines.
Big blind, please.
Okay, so button was folded there, so the big blind got a walk. Just won his own big blind and his ante-back. There was no small blind in the hand. Now he's small blind and Leo is big blind. Still 3-handed.
Je parle. Maintenant, peut-être c'est un peu lapsus. Je comprends parfait.
Ok.
Et je pense que pas. Ok.
Ouais, ça va.
He's going to open the Jack 4 suited here because he is basically on the button. Laurent,
Sir, can you move your cards?
this is a hand he could just shove for 25 big blinds. It doesn't play very well post-flop, but it's going to be ahead most of the time as it is on this occasion. And it'll get, when the shove will get a lot of stuff to fold, and then when you do get called, you'll be oh, and he's run smack into queens. Yeah, don't blame the move at all. It might look rash shoving 25 big blinds, but it's pretty standard these days. Your hand's usually the best. You'll be in a flip a lot of the time you're called, and you're really unlucky to run into a bigger pair, but you do.
300.
You only dealt a pair 6% of the time. So Leo has a bigger pair only 6% of the time, but this is one of those 6%.
400.
I'm mean, Leo knows what she's doing here, but there's just a little bit of Hollywood to try and get Victor in as well.
All in.
So,
All in.
you're all in.
I mean, she must be thinking, wow, if they both call it, I could end up at the table on my own.
All in, all
And
in.
Laurent could be short and sweet unless he can find a duck. He does have 2 live 4 card flushes as well, which is why he's slightly better than the normal 18%. Both of his flush draws are live, but other than that, he's going to need a deuce. No card, but not a deuce. Ooh, and now he's got the 5 as well. Deuce or a 5. He's actually improved his odds. And he also still has backdoor hearts as well. So he's gone from 20% up to 29%. 6 is crossbar. He's going to need a 5 or a deuce now, or we will lose Laurent. And the 3, crossbar again. So we lose Laurent. And I don't think we can play on heads up, can we? Oh no, a new player has arrived in the meantime. As he settles in, he's taking a video.
Yeah, it's look like a very.
We're going to be 3-handed again.
Don't mind this game.
I think he's telling his peeps on WhatsApp. Oh, I'm on the feature table now with Leo Margaret's. Yo, up to over 2.2 million. Remember, start of the session, she had an all-in decision on the river, with second pair on a paired board. For only 250,000 chips she had at that point. She found the call that propelled her up to 1 million. She's since kicked on to over 2 million. And Leo is going to be a real force in this tournament now with that stack.
So I think the 25 should be in front. Yeah. Yeah.
Elle buzz tout le monde. Chaque fois, elle buzz dans la vie. Il y en a un autre qui arrive, elle le buzz.
Fold.
C'est simple. C'était chaud, hein?
Leo just keeps finding hands now.
Call.
J'ai 620.
Her approach is very much the lower variance Olympic option. This time Victor decides not to get jiggy with the 9-3 off. Checks back quickly. Looks off to the side. He's hit his 3. Has backdoor diamonds as well. The ace-high board favors her more, which is why she gets to bet here. It just folds out a lot of hands out of equity. She can obviously get called by worse too. She can get called by a 7 or a 3. The fact that there's 2 lower cards and he's unlikely to have the 1 higher card, the ace, makes this a bet spot for her. King is not great for her now because a lot of his calls will be King X. His King X probably hangs on for 1 bet. So she's going to check and see what he does.
Check.
With his bottom pair, I think he should just check as well. Yeah, hope his hand is good. He's got showdown. She could go for thin value here, targeting a 7 or a 3. The flush has got there. Unlikely 5-6 has got there too, but she is going to go for thin value here. This is a value bet. She recognizes he almost never has the ace. He probably doesn't have the king either. So he probably has a 7 or a 3. And she's made a very small bet, which can get called.
Call.
Maybe by, yeah, he's made a real disbelieving call here. I mean, he was beating absolutely nothing. So even though he had a pair, I'm not sure I like that call. Hard to see what she's bluffing with there. A lot of her bluffs would have kept going on the turn. When she checks the turn, she probably has showdown. And we're not going to be good with our 3 very often.
So the entry is unfair.
How?
Yeah.
Well.
Leo continues to just power away. very likely chip leader in the whole tournament now.
Okay. I'm gonna let you set them up. Look at the one, yeah?
Est-ce que tu peux lui donner ton téléphone? C'est ça? Tu peux lui donner ton téléphone?
I have to take your phone, I'm sorry.
More faster than me though.
It's just like
Huh? 850.
850.
You're on the button. If she opens this, it'll be a sign that she's really opening up now because she's chip leader, and yeah, she's going to lean on the others now with her chips. New player Frank is the big blind. He's got 40 big blinds roughly. 85k. Queen 6 off. Ugly enough hand. Out of position to a very skillful player.
Call.
But getting a good price. He does decide to make the call. And you can see another new player has arrived. His immediate left. The ace high board very much favors her, but it's a paired board, so the 4 favors him more. Yeah, this is a spot where she should do a lot of checking, but she has one of her worst hands, a bad jack high, so makes sense to bet as a bluff. Given that that's the dynamic on this board, she should be betting anything worse than queen high as a bluff. He might decide to hang on here. Yeah, I quite like this. Might look weird, but he's beating all the bluffs. Now he's hit his queen.
Check.
Does she want to bet again? Again, she has absolute bottom of her range here with jack high. The queen probably improves her more than him, so she's probably going to bet again. He's going to be uncomfortable now because
75.
she's basically repping an ace. But having called to the flop, mostly on the basis that your queen high is good enough of the time, and having hit your queen, you're going to have to call again. It's the rivers where it gets interesting. Unless she hits, she's going to have her worst hand. Now the ace makes the call easier for him, I think, because now there's only 2 aces missing. And he's actually going to block her bet it himself.
Fold.
Yeah, and quick fold from her. He didn't give her the option to bluff there.
A bit more. But
So he's up to 1 million. Only a flesh one for Leo though. Still massive chip leader on this table.
That's 5, 1 million. 1, 160, 170,
Blind space. And how?
Continuing to color up Leo. She just has too many chips.
25. Yes. Thank you.
5,
Small blind please.
that's 1 million. And that's 1 million. Okay?
perfect. Thank you.
There we go. You're welcome.
So Leo got a little bit out of line last hand, and found herself in a spot where she had to bluff and it didn't work out, but she's not going to be discouraged. She picks up a more legitimate holding this time, the ace 10. But Victor has an even better ace king.
So you have to put your card.
25 big blinds.
There is a number and there is a
Or have the blinds gone up, in fact? I think the blinds might have gone up. So,
message.
let me work this out. 50. Or else Leo's open for 2.5x. Yeah, he's gone for a 3-bet. He's inducing here. He's trying to get her to go with a hand like ace 10. So he's presumably bet less than a third of his stack. Yeah, gone for a small 3-bet here, 135. Trying to induce a hand like ace 10 or king queen, king jack. Those types of hands.
Sorry, I didn't follow the option.
Frank taking his time here, but he will be folding the king 4.
Fold.
And Jerome, the new player,
Fold.
also folds. And Leo, this is a gross spot. I mean, Victor just hasn't been stepping out of line very much. Against a player like, say, David, who we saw earlier, you'd be very tempted to just go with this hand.
Raise all in.
Yeah, she's moved all in.
All in.
It's a
Call.
pretty big hand, and he's made the snap call, and she's going to get the bad news that she's in very bad shape here. But when you add in the amount of time he folds with the equity we have against stuff like
Was a good timing.
pocket 9s, pocket 8s, etc. And even against this hand, you know, 29%. So made it a shove. The king straight out of the gate. She has some runners now. She's running spades or running straight cards.
An 8 of spades.
You wanna see?
But drawn pretty thin, 9%
8 of
you can
spades.
see.
8 of spades. We like.
But a
we
lot
like
of good turn
adventures.
cards for her. Jack of spades.
No bad.
Jack of spades for the ultimate sweat. But no, 5 of clubs is actually no use to her. So she is now dead.
5 hands. 5 hands.
And Victor's up to 1.1 million just like that. He's had a bit of a roller coaster. He was sort of like comfortable second in chips when David was running over the table. Then he went back short and got the double when he needed it. And now he's got another double.
Mais pour moi, c'était Nito.
But Leo's still the chip leader on the table.
504. 504,000.
So just getting the chip counts right.
400.
1, 2, 3, 4,
5 and 1.
and 4.
4,000.
Ay, ay, ay. I was so expecting that with no.
Yeah, I can have some blood.
We change. Finally.
Okay, I will try. My best. Big blinds.
Still 4-handed. It's a long time since we've seen this table 6-handed. It's a 6 max tournament, but the rate of bust outs here have meant players
12.
frequently departing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the blinds are 12 and 25 as you can see now, so Leo's open last time was for the minimum. 12 and 25 is the level you don't see too much more these days. It's more often 10, 25.
Pass.
Leo in the big blind. Victor has raised under the gun. She's got the S4 suited. Hand plays really well, so she's just going to call. Does take the low variance approach. She flops a flush draw and a gut shot, and a raise high will be good some of the time too, as it is here. From Victor's perspective, this is a hard board to hit. The 3 and the 2 are mostly bricks. She would fold a lot of hands with 3 or 2. The king is the only high card, so I think he should bet this. Whether he does or not, we'll have to see. But yeah, he's going to bet this. This is purely because this is going to work a lot. King high, the king rag board,
30.
very hard to hit. Now, her only decision here is: do I want to raise or do I want to call? Raising probably doesn't achieve much. It certainly won't fold a king.
Raise.
But she does decide to raise. I guess she's targeting better aces. Yeah, she's targeting better aces. They're all going to fold to her check raise. She's also making the pot bigger. She has a powerhouse of a draw. She has the nut draw. She could potentially maybe get action from a worse draw. Like a worse first flush draw. So I think that was her rationale there for raising. But she could have proceeded with just a call as well. See what he does on the turn. No matter what happens on the turn, your hand's going to be strong enough to continue as well with your double draw, even if you don't hit it. Frank under the gun, but it's four-handed, so under the gun is basically the cutoff. He's going to open the ace-2. He's gone for a bigger size than we've been seeing. Players have been min-raising essentially. He's gone for 2.7x. That will get the job done a lot. 10-8 would definitely defend against a min-raise. Probably still want to defend it against a 2.7. It's just a nice hand that flops very well. Yeah, so he's going to defend. Because he's actually in pretty good shape there, 60-40 roughly. He's hit bottom pair. He's got a gut shot as well. The ace-2 has a backdoor flush draw, and the ace-high is obviously good some of the time. The queen-9-8 though, that's a very, very hard board to miss. This should be a reasonably high frequency check board.
60.
It's just in addition to all the pairs, like there's all the draws. So your opponent won't do too much folding here. But Frank has decided to go ahead and bet. Gone on the small side. So with his pair and draw, Victor not going anywhere. Club turn would be interesting now. That's a very uninteresting turn. Victor now feeling really good about his hand. He's improved to trips. There may even be a case for leading here. This is such a good card for him. He can have a lot of draws that he could bluff with. Yeah, I like this lead. This is good. Now you're putting a lot of hands in the blender. Pair pretty much has to call. All the draws have to call. A lot of hands that I'm not sure that Frank would have checked behind. Most players would recognize that the 8's really bad, but Frank seems to just prefer to keep betting. So maybe against Frank, checking was also an option, but in theory this is a good lead because the 8 is a much better card for him than Frank. Frank doesn't like it, but he basically has a very bad ace high, so he might be suspicious that he's up against hearts, but yeah, can't really do anything with the ace 2 there. Just let it go. We are down to 90 players now, so the players are dropping pretty fast, as you can see. 1,577 players started this, generating a prize pool of almost 700k. And there's 100k for first, which is not bad for a 550 buy-in. On the feature table, we continue four-handed. Jerome, nothing really to play with but the 9 deuce. Much better blackjack hand than a poker hand. Leo with the 8 deuce won't get involved either. Victor with the 10-6 in the small blind. Generally just limp this hand. Neither strong enough nor weak enough to raise. Frank's hand, on the other hand, is strong enough to raise. The S9 suited, so he's gone ahead and raised this and gets the fold from Victor. Part of the raise there is you take down the pot immediately, and your opponent actually, despite having a pretty mediocre hand, still had 38%. So Leo is still very much at the top there. Nobody's short now. The shortest stack is 23 big blinds. So for most of today, we've seen really short stacks having to make moves. But now the shortest stack is 23 big blinds. So a lot more play. I'm probably going to see a more tippy-tappy phase. Lots of flops. Small bets. Victor 6-2 suited on the button. This would be a loose open, but Victor has gone for those. Most live players probably open a bit too loose on the button. online players realize they get punished more if that happens. But live, you can probably get away with it because players don't 3-bet enough from the blinds. But I think he's getting 3-bet this time. The only question is, what's the size? Are we moving all in for just over 20 big blinds? Or are we inducing for a smaller amount? He's gone for the latter option, the smaller amount option. Raise to 150 and that'll get the job done.
It's only 12.
Hein? Ah, ik dois...
Moi, je vois ça, je me dis, oh, bah alors là, faut qu'il veut quand même flush, on va Tu vas jamais jouer son mal à ultimate pour rigoler?
Pass. Pass. Call.
Jerome, the small blind's going to just limp in with the 7-4. Leo's looking at his stack. 20 work out that it's roughly 25 big blinds. Don't think she's looked at her hand yet, because if she had, she probably would just check this hand. Yeah, this is going to be a check all day long. Neither strong enough or weak enough to raise.
Heads up.
Just a hand that flops very well in position. Don't want to raise and get limp re-raised. Ace-high board favors him, but he has pretty much nothing. She has lots of backdoors. She can go to either way here. She can start betting because she's got the chip lead and she's got the backdoors. A lot of good turn cards for her. Anytime you find yourself in a spot where there's lots of good turn cards for you, it's a good spot to bet. And yeah, that's why she's going to bet here. Small bet will get the job done against hands like 7-4 that actually still have decent enough equity. And she can also get better hands to fold. She can get 9 highs, jack highs, those types of hands to fold too. Jerome looks like he's a little bit of a non-believer, but live players sometimes don't like folding to min bets, but when you've got 7 high, no pair, no draw. No real option there. So Jerome won't be getting involved with the 10-4. Leo has just tended to pretty much limp in from the small blind all day long. Can't see her doing anything else with the 10-8.
1 million, right? Yes.
Okay, I'm wrong. She's mixing it up. On this occasion, she decided to throw in a raise. And gets a quick fold in 6-5. Blind on blind spots are super complicated theoretically. When you look at a hand like 10-8, you can think, well, all of the incentives are for the hand just to limp. But if you limp all of those types of hands and you only raise stronger or weaker hands, then when you raise and the board comes with middle cards, you're in trouble. So you do have to raise them at some frequency. If you're worried about getting exploited. You could have other exploited reasons for raising, just if you think your opponent is overfolding. I mean, to be honest, 6-5 off probably should call there. So maybe she's just picking up on the fact that Victor appears to be an overfolder. Looks like we might be going back to 6 max finally, as 2 new players arrive.
On the number. After that, you can put it anywhere.
We're down to 89 players now. Players still dropping thick and fast. Vasil, one of the new players, folds. Mikkel, another new. Leo picks up a hand immediately. She opens it up. Frank probably going to defend the king 6 off here. Ugly hand, but getting a very good price against a loose button opener. This is going to be a call. Throws out the chip. She flops. Ooh, so good. We saw earlier ace 4-4 board. There's a big difference between ace ace deuce and ace deuce deuce. On ace ace deuce, the opener has a huge advantage. He's
50.
He's led at this. This is very unorthodox. This is super unorthodox by him. Like, she really has a massive range advantage on this board because she has all the stronger aces and he doesn't.
Raise 150.
And yeah, she's just recognized, look, mate, you don't have enough strong hands here. What are you doing betting? Guess he just has to fold now. He's probably finding it hard to believe she has an ace when he can see 2 of them on the board, but he put himself in this spot by betting. As I was saying at the start of the hand, like, there's a big difference between ace ace deuce and ace deuce deuce. On ace deuce deuce, the defender has more 2x, and the ace x isn't super strong. But on the ace ace deuce, ace x is super strong, and you're not worried about the deuce. So therefore favors the button opener. Honestly, don't know what he's playing at here. This just seems like a relatively random move.
Plus.
Yeah, he's gonna have to let it go.
9 is no good, yes? 9 is no good.
She doesn't show him the ace either, so leaves him stewing.
King 9?
Maybe.
I mean, she could have done that with a worse hand than a king as well. She could have done that with pretty much any hand because just that isn't his board. He's not supposed to be betting. Anytime you just don't have enough strong hands and you're out of position, you just don't get to bet. It's just not a thing. Basil here under the gun, pocket 8s. He's got 17 big blinds, probably too much to shove, so he's just going to open. And Mika quickly folds the ace-9, and all the junk hands being folded. Jerome might be tempted with the 5-3 suited here. Suited, connected, not dominated. Yeah, I think he's going to defend here. And they both miss completely. Good flop though for the 8s, 2 undercards. Only the king to worry about. I'm gonna see an orthodox lead here. Okay, this must be a Winamax thing. Shouldn't really be leading this board. This is not his board. I mean, if the board was something like 6-5-4, which obviously would make him open-ended, low connected boards you could see leads on, but this really shouldn't be. Vasil not folding now, so it's a question of call or raise. Call keeps in the bluffs. Raise folds out equity, so they both have thing. Now the 7 of diamonds is a horrendous turn card for him because obviously the diamonds get there and the 7 now improves if he is doing something weird with the 7. He doesn't have the 8 of diamonds either, so another bet will be uncomfortable for him. but it's gone check. And yeah, I think Jerome, I wasn't a fan of the flop lead, but given that he had done that, he should have found the second barrel, because the 7 pretty much never improves Vasil, and he has more flushes in his range. He might be going to try and bluff the river now. Just won't be that believable if he bluffs, because most of his value will keep going on the turn to try and keep building the pot. Pot's 237, Vasil is 324 behind. Jerome has checked. Vasil's actually going for thin value here. Well, again, not sure about this. I don't know what he's trying to get called by. This feels like just, I think I have the best hand, so I'm going to bet, but that's not the question. The question is, if you bet and get called, do you have the best hand?
No. Your yellows.
Yeah, strangely played hand.
Tiny bit.
Yes, thank you.
We move on to the next hand.
The yellows.
How many?
It looks
I
like,
don't know. You need to change them. 1 sec.
I guess they're buying chips for the colour up.
They are doing the chip race now, so...
Leah still with a mountain of chips in front of her.
Sure. No, sorry for internet.
Frank, the 10-9 off. Legitimate open here on the button.
Plus 55.
Gone for... He hasn't been min-raising at all. He's gone for a bunch of different sizes. He used 67k earlier, and now he's gone for 55k. Well, he's getting action from the ace-king. Again, only questions are normal 3-bet or just move all in. It's Vasil stack, which is the effective stack, just over 20 bakes. So both options are on the table. Against a smaller raise, you can definitely find a smaller 3-bet. Try and induce. Yeah, he just moved all in. And that'll get the quick fold from Frank. Looks like the players are getting up. Maybe they're going on break again.
25, no? You give me 25? No, yellow.
Yeah, looks like the players going on a break.
Okay.
And there's going to be a chip race, I think, at the break. They'll get rid of the yellows. You can see there the chip counts Diormar gets more than double. She's got 2 million and nobody else is even 1 million. Victor's in second now. Frank is third. Vasil fourth, Mikkel fifth, but they are very compressed. From Frank down to Jerome is 26 to 19 big blinds. The blinds will rise when they come back, so they'll get a bit shallower. But we will leave you back after the break.
So 15 minutes, yes?
15 minutes, but you will not return here. You will go to original table where you was before. Okay? Do you know where it is? For when we tell you if you don't.
This is 200. If they can change it, it will be awesome.
You can go on break. We will
Yes,
change
yes.
everything.
I won.
Yep.
Yep, you're finished.
Yes. 4, 5, 4,80, 4,90.
I don't know, we want more. There is 1 million, so I don't know. We want.
5, wait, 400,
Here is 600.
That's 5, 6.
Yeah.
How much
But
you have?
here is
1
1
million,
million. That's.
So
I was not sure if I should
6.
change.
Yeah, it's okay. So wait, let me check. That's 5, that's 4. 5, 580, 590, 6.
Yes.
That's
600.
600. 1, 2, 3, then 4.
Yep.
Okay,
1
that's 1
million.
million, yeah?
Yeah.
Give me 1 million, please. That's 1 million. Here, thank you. And this chips is from her, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything 5.
Okay. Here we go.
When we count the chips with you, and you just double check with us. Didn't touch the chips. Just double check with us, okay?
Čipy už sú vymenené.
Koľko to času tiež?
100 000.
Koľko sa to hráš?
Dúfam, že ma nevyhodia zase zo streamu po chip raise.
To je tvoja obľúbenka.
Ale dojde nový stôl, asi znova. Že nový hráč.
Mohli by chodit, to sa to bude.
Yes, sure.
I think there's still sand letters. We can see that on this.
Almost got 5.
Yeah.
Can I check your badges?
Yes.
Make
Check
sure I'm
all
okay.
the one.
I just need you to move a little bit toward me.
But she has such a run.
Yeah.
If you hit it, you hit it. And they're going to change the tables, no?
Yes.
Because there's still some.
They're gonna change it.
How many players?
80 something. It's gonna slow down this, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. What time is it? 4? Yeah. 4. Yes.
Yeah, I guess.
4. I
12
think.
more hours and we're good.
6, she goes to 7.
I don't know what to 10. 6 hours.
Really?
Yes. We can make a deal.
6 hours and a dinner break, so 7 hours. Do you count the
No.
6 hours of play or 6 hours
6 hours of play.
total?
Yeah.
Or
So,
we
okay.
take out the breaks or we don't take out the breaks?
Without.
Without the breaks?
Yes.
6 hours total.
No.
With
just
the breaks.
play.
Just
just
breaks. So
just play. The 7
8 hours.
7. 6
No.
plus break.
6 plus dinner break plus the breaks.
Aha,
So
it's there. Aha, yeah, yeah, yeah.
6,
Okay.
7.5.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
So what's the
think-
wager?
What do you want? Same. I want a jacket. One of the
Sweater?
Yes.
You want mine?
It doesn't matter which one. I don't want.
Really?
Yeah.
So 7.30. And if you lose?
Yes.
So if you lose, what do I do? What do I want? 17 millions.
17 means so. Okay, leave your jacket.
No.
I buy you beers. How many beers you want? I will buy you.
I don't want beers.
Okay.
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
No, not-
Tomorrow. Huh. Oh no. Yes.
Alright.
Yes. How many you want?
I have tickets for the beers.
Okay.
How many do you want?
Yes, I don't know. Do you think it will be later? You think it will be later?
Yes.
Maybe it will be now. I think 250 it will be fast, but then it will be so slow.
I think we have at least
But they have so many blinds.
7 hours to play.
Now will be 30. They had 30 blinds. Yes. No, more.
No, at least, yeah, we're gonna start by 30, so it's 33 average.
Yes.
No, that's
It
good.
is good. Like
30 is good. Alright, so tomorrow evening we're gonna go for beers. How many beers can you drink?
Me?
Yes.
Not too much. I don't really much.
How much beer do I have to put in you so you're drunk?
I don't really much.
1, 2?
So 3. Maybe I will be at work and I will be tired. Probably.
Probably just half.
That's wondering. Maybe I will deal him forever.
You work on Monday? Do you work on Monday?
Can you check?
Tuesday. Small.
Can you check with me?
Yes. 1, 2, 3.
3, 4, 5, 6, 625, 650, 675, yeah?
675. Yes.
675. Bah oui, on doit plus changer la table, mais... Can you close the door?
No players?
Yeah, no players. How much I said? 675.
75.
Chip count, this one, 675.
Probably 475.
Ilona,
That's 4. 475.
I did 2 tables.
Yeah, me too. Bring racks on one and bring too many racks here. You know, because we have to move the players. 475 done. Here, 500, 600, 630.
There's a 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah.
You have to stop it now.
630. One, two, three. Voilà. Est-ce qu'on peut poser la cloque? J'ai pas pu bouger. Merci. So that 3, 4, 5, 5 and 65, yeah? And it's Michael, 5.
65.
Thank you. Yeah. Michael, 5, 65. Done. Les mecs, vous êtes prêts? And so, that's 1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's 1, 5. 5, 6, 1, 7, 1, 8, 1, 9, 1, 9, 75, 1 million 990, yeah? 1, 9. 900, say again?
990.
990.
990. Yeah.
Okay. So can you write all the tips? Yeah. This one is going on 2.
On 2?
Yeah. Tu peux le vider la table de 2 là, là, vous avez tout dessus, s'il te plaît. And table 1 is coming here. Can you have racks, please? It's 15 minutes, not enough, you know, to do the chip raise, the chip count.
Thank you.
Button 2. More racks, please. Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm bringing 1 and 2, okay?
So wait, he's finished to... Vous êtes bon? Si vous êtes bon, c'est bon. Je vous crois, moi. Ne vous inquiétez pas. So,
I can bring 1, 2, 3 upstairs because it's gonna be upstairs. Oh no, here. This table 2, right?
Yeah, this one is table 2 and table 1 is gonna be here.
Okay, perfect.
So, but we're waiting because he's been...
Fais gaffe parce qu'il suffit d'un double up pour inverser les units. Si double, s'il a double
But 3, 4, 5. Okay? And 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6.
1, 2.
Here we go.
1, 2 from me.
Tables are done. 1,
We can close it and go.
Benji?
You know,
Let's go.
it was your fault. I said, it was your idea, I said.
Stressed? Feeling better?
I feel good during the so many things,
Yes,
you know?
and the race
Yes,
set you up.
each year it started because
So that's why I said you fucked up, then made you laugh.
yeah,
And then,
but I'm still here. Oh my god. Maybe I wanted to do that.
Donc ça risque de pas savoir où est-ce qu'il est dans l'autre sens.
There we go. Guys, you can take a seat. We will restart as soon as possible.
Moi, je vais être mal.
c'est impossible. Il y a vraiment...
De quoi?
La boîte de téléphone, c'est un carton d'écran.
Ça va frérot, il y a
T'as
pire.
tout pris dans ton portable et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Allez.
Ah ouais, on a le logo tout de suite plein faire. Montre-le à la caméra tout de suite. Ouais, sûr, que les gens sachent que c'est pas... Voilà. C'est de la pub. Hein. On recrute, si jamais tu veux venir, il y a des bons achats. Non, il est poitiers, Orange, c'est le sud.
C'est un malade mental.
Moi je suis venu à... Je devais pas être là, moi. J'étais sur le France il y a 10 ans avec mon club. C'était avec Aix-en-Provence. Ah bah ouais, vous étiez dans là, je sais qu'il y avait Orange aussi là. C'est incroyable.
C'est comment les blancs là? C'est
On était en 12-25.
15-30. On va en passer à 15-30.
Tu joues combien?
Enfin, du coup,
Mets les 30, vas-y, vas-y, paye.
tac. Ah, ça. Tac. Ah, je sais qu'il te reste 325.
300...
On calcule déjà l'arrêt.
Donc tu joues 355.
390 000. 390, pardon.
390, c'est qui ça donc? 396, je suis très exact.
On n'est pas belge, hein.
73. Je suis né en 73.
Exactement.
Messieurs, tout le monde parle français, j'imagine. Ouais. Je vais vous demander vos téléphones, s'il vous plaît.
Ils sont nombreux, ils sont la table là-bas.
D'accord, je vais récupérer sur
Vas-y, fais-toi plaisir.
Ne vous inquiétez pas, je ne réponds pas au téléphone, messieurs, et je ne m'occupe pas de vos messageries. Pas d'écouteurs? Ah, si j'en ai pas. C'est juste qu'ils soient hors de la table.
Ah, c'est parce que ça. Pourquoi ça fait grésiller?
Ah, ma sacoche, il est.
Je pense que c'est plus pour Ariassa, je pense, et puis peut-être pour que les gens n'imaginent pas qu'on puisse écouter des choses. C'est pour la triche aussi.
Quand tu pas quoi?
Ah ouais, quand même. Ah, mais c'est sûr, c'est la triche. Hein. C'est pour éviter des gens qui vont. Rien, pas nous.
Les deux cartes sur le numéro. Est-ce que c'est clair?
Une sur l'autre ou côte à côte?
Côte à côte, s'il vous plaît.
Voilà. Tu les laisses juste deux.
Welcome back everyone to the Winamax Poker Open. As you can see, we have a feature table, a new feature table. The feature table which featured Leo Margetts before the break has been replaced by these players. We will get you details of these players as soon as we can. And the gentleman I recognize is the Winamax Pro. tell you about him currently. In the meantime, if you were tuning in expecting to hear me, sorry, not to hear me, but to hear JJ, JJ will be here later in approximately 3 hours. He's otherwise occupied. Until then, I'll be doing the commentary. My name is Dara Carney. I'm a professional poker player from Ireland. And I'm also a coach, commentator, writer. I've written 5 strategy books and podcast of the Chip Race. Podcast host of the Chip Race.
Moi c'est tight, mais je préfère.
So Adrian under the gun folds 7s. DDA in the hijack. 10-9 suited, very openable hand, but he's got 20 big blinds, so he doesn't want to invest 2 of them or more. Play that hand. I'm folding, and Pierre Kalamazoo, the great Pierre Kalamazoo, Le Vieux Fou, on the button. Pierre's a good friend of mine. Had a lot of fun with Pierre on different trips. Tremendous player, been a Winamax pro for a very long time now. Here, Calamusa, I folded on the button. So Francois, David moves on with the king 4, Francois folds the queen 4. He was just hoping to see a cheap flop.
Ah, j'adore, non, j'adore.
C'est bien, c'est bien. J'ai entendu que le défi c'était vu aussi. Ah ouf, justement.
Bon, le pire c'est trop marrant, il y avait un mec qui arrêtait pas de dire toi t'es un énorme chibre et tout. Du coup ils ont fait une capsule, ils pouvaient pas la passer parce que l'autre parlait que de MS. De compagnie. C'était incroyable. Bon, putain, on rigolait. Sur le numéro, s'il vous plaît.
Blinds are now 15 and 30.
Fold. Fold. Raise 60. Fold. Fold.
Pierre, unfortunately, you can see is relatively short stacked, so that's hamstringing him a little bit. But he has raised with the Queen Jack, hoping mostly that this works as a blind steal. Adrian won't be folding the Ace-5 suited though. Adrian has a massive stack, 2.6 million, even more than Leo on the last table. So, only question here is, does he want to just stick this in? He does, and snap fold from Pierre. No, no posturing. Knows his pre-flop ranges.
Fold. Raise 60.
Pierre straight back onto the horse with the Ace Queen. He won't be folding this one, I don't think, if he gets shoved on. And he's going to get... Oh my god, this is such a sick setup now. Adrian, the chip leader, has shoved on him the previous hand, and now he picks up kings. Pierre has a really legitimate hand this time.
Call. Raise all in.
And yeah, there we have it. In fact, it's even worse for Pierre. He's sharing the same hand with Didier. Adrian went for the trap flat, which induced the shove from the ace queen. Really nice flat from Adrian there, recognizing. And he's like, yep, I got kings, boys. I'm calling. Horrible spot for the two ace queens.
Yes.
They're both going to chop about 18% of the time.
Which one do? It doesn't matter.
Otherwise, they're going to be. We're going to see a double elimination. We just can't seem to keep 6 players in this feature table for very long.
Is it like
And
button?
Désolé par avance.
who's in slightly better shape?
J'ai les cœurs et les
They
trèfles.
both have one flush draw.
Ouais, je vais faire brelan.
Oh, actually, Didier has 2 live flush draws. So he's in slightly better shape. But anyway,
La femme déjà.
Queen, okay, gives them a little opportunities. They now
Le roi.
can hit a queen or an ace.
Parce que quand même, tu en tires plus qu'une carte après. Ouais, parce que les
Only
cartes,
one remaining queen, obviously, or one of the 2 remaining aces.
Dame, tout simplement.
And now they are down to 3 outs each to chop. Not a good. And double elimination. My goodness, Adrian. Just like that, he's up to 3.8 million. Absolute sick. Cooler. Played the kings really nicely. Played them really trappily. Had he shoved the I don't think Pierre was ever getting away, but had he raised or shoved the DD, might have got away from the ace queen.
I don't know.
And just like that, he's up to almost 4 million.
Wait, more chips.
And they're 4-handed, so they're going to have to bring more players. It's been a constant feature of this stream.
Hej. A vlastne pokrýva ich obidvoch, takže double.
Ils sont 30 regrets, je pense. 150 € de plus si je chatte 3 fois et que je dirais que je trouve à demain.
I don't know. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure.
Next big blind is on 63.
Yeah, a low big blind now.
Okay. So deal one hand and stop the
Just making sure that it's okay to deal 4-handed, but we did see them deal actually 3-handed for a while in the feature table before, so. Adrian, 126 big blinds. He's got 3 times as much chips almost as the next, and that's Thomas, who is comfortably stacked at 44, and David and Francois are both short, 13 and 12, so he might not even be 4-handed for too long.
Je suis un zoo, je peux pas faire trop d'erreurs.
Mon skill là-bas.
And Francois will be putting all of his chips into the middle here. 12 big blinds. Under the gun, 4-handed, which is, of course, the cutoff. If he had more chips, he could induce, but with 12 big blinds, the shove is the standard play here. And this time, no hand for chip leader, and no hand for Thomas either, so this is going to be folded. And Francois buys another round of blinds and antes, just in time for him to have to post them.
Florman said me I have to wait. Yeah, okay. Yes, yes.
We're down to 75 players now in total in the field, of the 1577 who started. So we're well into the money here.
Yeah.
There's 100k up top. Quite a substantial first prize for a 550 buy-in.
C'est des belles colonnes. C'est grec ou romain?
Looks like maybe we're waiting now. Maybe we're not going to play 400. Yeah, looks like the players are waiting for another player to arrive.
Can you wait for him? He's coming.
And the new players' chips are being moved in to seat 4. Looks like they're arriving with a pretty comfortable stack. Will actually probably make them second biggest stack on the table.
You have or no?
Hello. Hello. French? Français, ouais.
Okay. I will go for Roman.
Célibataire.
Okay.
Ouais, pour aller à Bratislava, il faut être célibataire. C'est compris.
Ah merde.
We can continue.
Désolé d'être là.
Maybe we're waiting for another player.
Or I can continue if you don't have chips and or I have a time. No, but I lose them.
Ah, vous m'attendez, c'est ça?
Non, je sais pas.
Non, mais tu peux les mettre, ils sont 30 et 30.
Yes, 1 to 5 it's...
Yeah, the new player... Oh yeah, the confusion with there was, I think, was whether the new player could come in the blinds. It's big blind though, so you can always come in on the big blind. You can generally only come in on the small blind if you come from a broken table. So folds the queen 6. Nines, 13 big blinds, fairly standard. Just move all your chips into the middle. Adrian. The ace is tempting, but then you see the 3 and that kills the hand. Tuma has a nice hand, but not for a 13 big blind shove. It's also small blind, so he's not closing the action.
3, 4. Exactly 400.
He's not letting this go easily though.
Fold.
He does in the end fold, and the 8-4 of Gaetan will also fold.
Fold.
So both the short stacks getting a shove through in the last 2 hands.
We change to draw.
Dealer change. Down to 73 players now. So seems we're getting elimination almost every hand. Adrian, chip leader. This will tell us how aggressive he wants to play his chip lead. Aggressive chip leader will open this hand always. A more tentative chip leader might pass the ace-7, offsuit rag, ace, but Adrian is definitely going to open this. But Gaetan with 7s, ugh, 40 bigs. Probably just flat. Don't think you want to 3-bet this hand because you don't want to 3-bet or 3-bet. You don't want to 3-bet fold or 3-bet call. So yeah, he has gone for the just call option, which I like. Francois is very short, and he only has to put in another big blind to call. So he's going to call. He's going to be a lot less worried about domination because of how short he is. If he hits his king or his 8, he's just going to go with his hand, I imagine. Good flop for the sevens, 300 cards, and he also has a gut shot. Adrian has the same gut shot and has gut shot at the other end as well, so he has a double belly buster. Francois has absolutely nothing, so he might just give up here. Adrian in an interesting spot. His hand will be the best some of the time with his ace high. He also has that double belly buster. So he's going to bet and just try and see if he can win the pot now. And if he doesn't, he has many ways to improve. Gaetan loves this flop though. Now his decision is either to raise or to call. And again, with a very good pair and a very good draw, he decides call is fine. I'll be able to call on almost any turn card. And if I'm behind now, I can improve on a 6 or a 7. 10 is a relative brick. Neither player should really have a 10. So does Adrian want to fire the second barrel and maybe get some stuff to fold? Gaetan is in the small blind, not the big blind, which is actually quite significant because it's unlikely he has a 3, a 4, or a 5, unless it's something like ace 5 suited. Probably not getting ace 5 suited to fold anyway because it's a pair and a draw. He has a lot of pairs. A lot of the flatting range from the small blind tends to be pairs and suited connected type hands. So most of the suited connectors would have been cleared out on the flop. So he has a lot of 6s through 9s type hands here, and I think that's what Adrian is targeting, trying to fold. But it's a small bet, so don't see this getting the job done. Big bet might have put some of those hands in difficulty. Problem as well is if you think about those hands, like 8s and 9s are pretty strong still on this board, and 6s and 7s have a draw to go with their pair, so it's hard to get them to fold. But Adrian, by continuing to bet, does retain the option to fold, to bluff the river as well if he bricks out. And the river is a deuce, so he's hit a straight. Now it's going to be hard to get paid because obviously any ace makes a straight now, as well as any 6. So I think Gaetan will probably just find the check fold here. 7s has just completely shriveled up in value now. Pretty strong hand on the turn, but a pretty weak hand now on that river. Adrian just trying to decide the sizing. Again, if he thinks about the range, it's probably stuff like 6s through 9s. Yeah, he just didn't fancy it because if you think about it, 7s, 8s, 9s probably don't call you, and 6s is a better straight. So even though he improved, his hand wasn't really strong enough to value bet the river.
Ah, c'est quoi cette river?
I think both players play their hands very well there. Not completely sure about the turn bet, if I'm honest. But, 1 second. Yeah, another new player. They haven't actually arrived at the table yet, so their hand is folded. Chips have arrived, but not the player. Chip leader with the king 3 off under the gun. Probably going to just let this one go. Yeah, he does. As we see the new player slide in. Actually, he looks familiar. Is that our old friend Frank? Francois has a really bad hand in the small blind with 10 bigs. Don't think he... Yeah, it's not even worth the limp. Actually, sorry, Toma has raised with the ace-6. Yeah, this will get through. The two short stacks were in the bottom 10% of hands, so they can both fold.
Incroyable. Peut-être le dernier, on sait pas, mais c'est une intensité folle.
And the new player is Florian, so it is a new player. We haven't seen him before. He arrives with a healthy stack of 2.1 million, 70 big blinds. Toma folding the 3-2. Gaetan has a nice hand, pocket sixes, just under 30 big blinds. Definitely good enough to open. Two short stacks lurking behind. Probably have to call them off. They're both in the 10 big blind zone. So yeah, you would have to call them off, I think. They both go all in. I guess you can fold, but Francois won't be going all in with the 9 deuce. Tempter for David, but no. And Adrian, chip leader with the 6-5 suited, probably going to call here. And the flops well. We can see that he's dominated, but that won't be the case very often.
Call.
So he does make the call. Hoping to flop something. Flops the 5 and backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw. So this pot isn't over. He checks. Gaetan doesn't love this board because the queen and the 9 put up a lot of draws. And actually the 5 is close enough to the 9 too that there's lots of gut shots. And there's 2 overcards obviously. But he's going to bet and just hope that his opponent folds. Adrian won't be folding. Raising isn't out of the question here. With bottom pair backdoors, it's often a decent hand to raise because even if your opponent has nothing, it's probably 2 overcards to your bottom pair, so getting them to fold is a very good outcome. And on the other hand, if you raise and they do call, there's actually a lot of good turn cards for you. Yeah, and that's what he's done here. I like this move by Adrian. Recognizing this puts a lot of hands like exactly 6s, 7s, 8s in a really difficult spot now. Gaetan having bet does have to call because he has a pair. He's going to bet a lot of nothings, so but he's not going to like this, and he's going to have to fold almost certainly to a second barrel. A lot of good turn cards, and as I've said before a few times in the stream, any time there's a lot of good turn cards for you, it's a good spot to bet or raise the flop. Now he's got a good turn card. He's got a deuce, which is never improving Gaetan, but has given him a flush draw to go with this pair. So this is a spot where you can really pressurize hands like 6s, 7s, 8s, even pressurize a 9, something like ace-9 suited, as well as getting all the draws like Jack-10 to fold as well. So reasonable spot now for a fairly big bet. If he bets 2/3 pot, that's 1/3 of Gaetan's remaining stack, and that puts Gaetan in a really difficult position with anything worse than a queen. But he has decided to check as he reckons he's showdown. Now he's hit his flush on the river. Harder to get paid now that he has checked the turn. A lot of ways you could go here. You could just shove and try and make his hand look like a bluff. But then, the fact that it's the Jack of Hearts, like the main bluff would probably be Jack-10. He can bet small. He could bet really small and make it look like a blocker and maybe induce a bluff that way. Or get a cry call from a very weak hand. Or he can just bet a normal amount and hope that his opponent has a hand strong enough to call. So let's see which of those options he's going to go with. It looks like he's gone for the what I call a normal amount bet. 285, which is about 2/3 pot. And a queen would have to call now. A 9 probably calls as well.
Ah, c'est Pierre River.
I don't think Gaetan can call now because what's he beating? Literally nothing. A 5 won't bet this size. A 5, if it's going to bet at all. A 5 is probably going to check, but if it does bet, it's going to either go small as a blocker or big if it's turning itself into a bluff. This medium size is just screams of value.
Je pense que t'as pas besoin de ça pour être en confiance. Moi, je le sens. Ah ouais. Si je peux monter ça comme ça.
He's not giving up straight away.
Ça aurait été une brique.
This would be a very disbelieving call if he makes it. Beating absolutely nothing. No, he does find the fold in the end. Lives to fight another day. And the rich get richer. Chip leader continues to stack chips. He's got a veritable mountain in front of him now. So a lot of junk hands being folded. Francois will fold the 10-3. Big blinds. David picks up jacks. 13 big blinds on the button. Definitely want to induce here. Just min raise and hope your opponents have something they can come over the top with. And you'll happily call. And he's gone for... it looks like a bigger than a min raise. Yeah, but it's only slightly bigger. 65k. It's fine. Might tip the king 10 here. David's very short, so if he thinks there's much folds here, he could see this as a profitable 3-bet spot. But he does decide to let it go. Good discipline fold in the end. And Florian with his 2 million chips, 5-4 off is the kind of hand you'd much prefer to defend this against somebody who's deeper. When a guy raises off a shallow stack, the value part of the range is going to be mostly higher pairs. So you're going to have to hit twice to win, or hit a straight or something like that. But he has been tempted by the price here. Price is right. Let's see if he can flop anything. Yeah, he's flopped the nuts. So this is terrible news for David. He has the nuts. He will think David has an ace a lot here, I guess. Certainly all the weaker, the lighter opens are... Although he probably just shoves all his aces, yeah. So actually, he probably doesn't have the ace all that often. Don't think you want to raise here and scare him off. You have the nuts, so just call and let him keep firing.
Raise 150.
Oh, he has raised though. He's literally just clicked it, and now Jax is in a world of pain. He's like, okay, I'm almost dead against an ace. He's probably not too worried about the 5-4, but wow, good discipline fold there. Figured it out in this board. This is my board, and he's check raised me, so I guess he got there. Yeah, I think a check call was a better line there. The check raise allowed him to get away.
always put on the number of the cards.
Francois probably just moves all in here with the 5s, 10 big blinds. Don't really see any other option. Yeah. Got a pair. He's run into a higher pair. David. I mean, you don't love this, but you're going to be flipping most of the time. There's dead money in there with the blinds.
All in.
Yeah. And once in a while, you get the dream scenario. You're actually up against a smaller pair, which is the case here. Florian has a tempter here with the ace-10, but ace-10 plays very badly three-way when two players are all in, even for short stacks. A lot of the time, one of the players is dominating you, the other one has a pair, so you're pretty dead. If you could see the two hands, you'd obviously call, but Thomas in a similar spot. So 6s against 5s. They both have the same suits, so there's no 4 flush possibilities. Oh, there's a 5. Oh, there's 2 5s. So from massive favorite, he goes to massive dog, and wow, dead by quads. We lose David, very unlucky. Made a very good full last hand, got it in miles ahead, and was flopped, almost dead. So, then we can't seem to stay six-handed for very long. Overall, we're down to 67 players in the tournament.
C'est dommage de ne pas avoir eu 1,4 million quand même.
Ah. 60.
So Adrian, chip leader, raising the king 10. Florian not getting involved with the king 5. Thomas will be sending the 9-3 suited into the muck as well. Gaetan can certainly defend the 10-6 suited. 20 bigs. Neither good enough nor bad enough to 3-bet. Hand that flops well, so just call and see a flop. Try and flop something. Terrible flop with the 10-6. 2 higher cards, pretty much nothing. So bet here from Adrian, we'll take it down. He's got an immediate gut shot. He's got his king high, which is good most of the time. A couple of reasons to bet. No reason to go big here. He goes for less than third pot. And a right. That's a terrible flop for my hand. Face from Gaetan, and he folds.
Tu veux montrer les muscles aussi, là, tu peux mettre des suites.
Non, mais où j'étais,
And Adrian really is continuing to prosper here. Just lots of small pots, opening, big blind defense, and then check folds. Those are the pleasures of being the chip leader. You're going to win more of those pots than you lose. Jack 7 suited under the gun, 5-handed. You can certainly open this as well as chip leader. Don't have any blockers, but the hand flops very well. And the scenario I just talked about, where you open and a big blind defends and then check folds, is makes the open very profitable overall. Profit comes from a number of different ways. You can make a very strong hand, win a very big pot occasionally. Everybody can just fold some of the time as well, and then a lot of the time the big blind calls, misses, and check folds. Now, this will not be one of those occasions, though, because Thomas has picked up a legitimate hand, the ace-jack suited. Can go two ways here. Could just call and keep in hands like Jack 7 that he dominates, or he can also 3-bet If he 3-bets and gets 4-bet, it's kind of gross, but he's not going to get 4-bet too much because Adrian is so wide in general. He's just opening so much. That's why he's gone for the 3-bet here. It's a small 3-bet as well. Small 3-bet's interesting because he's getting a very good price now. If you could see the hands, he actually has the right price because he's getting 3-1, more than 3-1 on the call. So he only needs to win about 30% of the time, which is about how often he's going to win. But he's out of position and he has no real visibility on his opponent's hand. It's a tricky spot. He could go either way. I don't hate a call here. And I think a fold would be okay too. So he has gone for the call. Now, Toma, pots are be big for him. He's been out flopped as well. That's a horrendous flop when you've got the ace-jack. 8-7-6 is hard to imagine a worse flop. So yeah, he checks and just hopes that he can get to showdown and win. Adrian's picked up a flush draw to go with his pair. But he's just trying to get to showdown or make his flush on the river like he did. And Toma draws him on the river. But it's going to be hard to get paid because the ace is such an obvious good card for Toma. Hard to imagine Adrian will pay him off.
125.
Good board record. Good board texture recognition by Toma to just to keep checking, not to put money into the pot until he hit. Now that he has hit, I mean, what are you beating with Jack 7? Pretty much nothing. The bluffs probably bluff earlier. Yeah, you're beating absolutely nothing now, so you gotta fold. Sometimes you just gotta fold. Just hard to see where the bluffs even come from on this run out. What hands would he suddenly decide to bluff on the river that he didn't bluff before?
Moi je connais pas trop les règles de ta télé. Non, la vérité.
Non, je parle de psychologie, moi, rien à voir avec les règles.
D'accord. Là, j'essaie de t'induire que.
Bah oui, tu me dis, bah oui, c'est évident, j'ai fait la sphère, c'est ce que je veux dire.
Bit of chat, but I think he will eventually fold his hand.
Non, mais même derrière, j'étais.
This is what I call a hand funeral. He pretty much figured he had the best hand going to the river, but then he got outdrawn, so he just needs a little while to get over the fact that he got sucked out on. 45. Oh no, is he? Wow, this would be. No, surely not. Can't call here. Beating absolutely nothing. If he calls here, this is just I have too many chips, so I'm going to call, in my opinion. It's really hard to find bluffs, and there's a very obvious value hand in the form of all the ace-x. Wow, he pays it off. Pays it off. That's a real disbelieving call. I mean, the only stuff you're really beating is stuff like King Jack, and to be honest, like that probably bluffs earlier. It probably bluffs the turn. Bit of a birthday present, I think. That river bet payoff.
Bonjour messieurs, j'arrive tout juste sur vous. Tu l'as tourné.
Sur ce board, pour moi, c'est chez toi.
Non, mais je comprends bien.
Non, mais c'est comme ça que je te dis, tu vois, si tu bouges avant.
Ah oui, mais c'est le premier deg parce que
premier deg
A new player at the table, and it's the legend that is Pierre Neuville. World Series main event final tableist Pierre Neuville in the house.
35.
Legendary Belgian player. Started playing very late in life, but has had massive success, including, as I said, making the final table of the WSOP main event. Plays very much against type here. He's pretty wild. So he sometimes fools players who don't know who he is when they just see this old man come to the table and they assume he plays like most old men his age play, and I can assure you he does not. But Pierre, very well known in France, obviously, so I can't imagine any of these players don't know who he is.
75. Pass.
It's going to open Francois in the small blind. Tempter here with the ace. Yeah, this is a real tempter. Just under 20 big blinds. Shoving an ace with fold equity is usually good in these spots.
Pass.
But he lets this one go. Pierre won't be folding the king queen, that's for sure. Standard players to call, but Pierre sometimes does some funky stuff, but he has just called. So far so standard. Let's see who flops best. Neither player flops. Now, I've seen Pierre make moves on boards like this before, which don't hit the opener. Yeah, just check to make sure you still have the king queen. Tom is going to play this the standard way, which is to say this is a very hard board to hit. It's unlikely either of us have hit this. I have the stronger range pre-flop, so I probably still have the best hand, and therefore I'm going to bet for that reason. But Pierre, yeah, Pierre's not easily dissuaded. He calls. Again, he's going to have the best hand a decent amount of the time here, and he can obviously improve. He picks up a flush draw, but unfortunately it's a dominated flush draw.
Check.
To go with his king high. Thomas has the nut flush draw. That gives him an additional reason to bet now. He can bet to make the pot bigger if he does hit the nut flush. He can also bet to set up a bluff on the river if he doesn't hit the nut flush but has the nut flush blocker.
130.
So he's going to fire another bet here. Can't imagine Pierre's folding because he's picked up the flush draw now. It's a small bet as well. Again, I have seen Pierre make moves on boards like this. But for now he's going to take just the more cautious check call approach. Oh my goodness, he's got there on the river.
Check.
He's got there on the river. Now the question is, does Toma want to talk about that, take up that plan I talked about of having the nut flush blocker, making a really big bet here, trying to get him to fold a 10 or a weakish pair? Yeah, Toma thinks he doesn't have the best hand. He doesn't realize he's been outdrawn, but he thinks he's probably up against a pocket pair or a 10, and he's trying to get those hands to fold now. Queen is generally a better card for him. Pierre doesn't have too many queens to hang on twice, and Pierre's just going to call. Thomas going to get the rather disgusting news that he got badly outdrawn on the river. And great start for Pierre. And Thomas gone into reverse already. Pierre does a very good impression of sort of the lost old man at the table. I've seen him pull this off. I remember playing at London EPT a few years ago, quite a few years ago now, I guess, and it was a side event, and my Chip Race podcast co-host David Lappin came up to me at the break and he said, "There's this old guy at my table, and honestly, I think his grandkids must have dropped him off or something. He doesn't seem to know what's going on. He never knows when the action's on him. He just seems confused by everything, and I don't think he should even be playing the game." So I looked over to see who he's talking about, and I said, "David, that's Pierre Neuveld, Belgian legend. So you've been taken for a ride there." History on the button. You could shove this for 20 bigs. You can also raise fold it.
Alright, 70.
They're both viable options. Pierre, easy 3-bet here. He's checking Francois' stack. I mean, he's very aware, Pierre. He might look like he is a little bit confused, but he knows exactly what's going on here. Short stack is open on the button. He's got ace queen. He's going to 3-bet.
Raise 215 fold.
And well, when you open the ace 3, you know you're raise folding. So, Francois, unless he has a moment of madness. Yeah, raise fold. Well played, Francois. Saved himself. Had he shoved, he was getting called. And Pierre wins the first 2 hands. He's played at the table.
Vous préférez qu'on vous voit ou qu'on vous tutoie?
S'il vous plaît?
Vous préférez qu'on vous voit ou qu'on vous tutoie?
Ah, comme tu veux.
Qu'est-ce que tu préfères? T'as pas de préférence?
Non, c'est toi. Entre gens d'avenir de côté.
Non, mais c'est une question. C'est une vraie question.
Je veux dire,
Fold.
on fait toujours les deux et ça met la différence. Bon, je laisse à l'autre, c'est gentil de le demander, mais parfois le gouvernement insiste sur mon grand âge.
Francois,
Raise 75.
with his unknown holding, he's going to open off a short stack. Pierre picks up jacks. This is just... he's laughing himself. This is just ridiculous. He's going to 3-bet again. Francois is really going to think he's taking the piss now. And even Adrian's starting to wonder. Is he just going to play every hand aggressively? Florian, yeah, King Queen's a good hand until there's a raise and a 3-bet ahead of you. And now we still don't know what Francois has. I mean, and he laughs and he folds.
J'en ai eu plus depuis que je suis assis que 4 heures là au-dessus, que 4 heures là-haut.
Pierre is saying he's got more hands at this table than he did in a few hours at his last table.
Alors, puis il est généreux, le petit jeune à côté. Hein. C'est ça, il est très généreux. Il relance tranquillement. Je veux dire qu'il faut arrêter de faire ça par contre.
So we continue. Ace-9 suited.
Raise 70.
Okay, Dan's turn to open off the shallow stack and hope that Pierre doesn't have a hand. Also, this time we can see his holding 10-9 off. What does Pierre have now? The Jack-6 suited. He finally finds when he can fold.
Fold. Fold.
Choma with the unknown holding.
Raise all in.
And he's moved all in, so whatever it is he likes his hand. Don't think Ace-9 suited is a raise call. It's going to be dominated too much. If you open this hand, he's going to show the ace, I assume, and yeah. I wasn't raising light, but I didn't like my hand enough to call you're all in.
Heureusement qu'il n'y a pas de pique, elle arrivera. Heureusement qu'il n'y a pas de pique. Sur le coup d'avant.
C'est un gros club.
Dame aussi.
Alors c'est un pic, c'est dangereux.
Oui, non, ça fait partie des gros clubs.
Ouais.
Il y a des packages, il y a plusieurs packages, je crois.
C'est ça que...
Ouais, bien sûr. Moi j'ai un côté.
Lines are up to 15.35 now, so the short stacks have gotten relatively shorter. Francois has 12. Don't think he should open this hand with 12 big blinds under the gun. You have the ace blocker, but you have the whole table to get through. Yeah, he lets it go. Pierre. Again, I've seen Pierre's opening ranges are definitely wider than a lot of players. I've seen him open these types of hands, but he's not going to open on this occasion. Adrian has junk as well. Florian does have a legitimate holding. He will be bringing this in for a raise. And he throws out 3 chips to make it 75, just over the min raise. Tomat throwing away the 7 deuce, and Gaetan, having made a disciplined fold last hand, has been rewarded. Picked up the queens. Can't really 3-bet any none all-in size, so I think we're going to see the all-in here. It's then going to be a close-ish spot because Gaetan has 13 big blinds. There's going to be a lot of unpaired hands in his shoving range that Florian is flipping against. 415 to call, so he needs 40%. When he's flipping, he has roughly 50%. When he's up against a higher pair, he only has 20%. But he's going to have the 50% more often, so this is very close. Super, super close. I think he can go either way with this, just kind of how you feel.
All-in call?
He has thrown in the call, yeah, can't really blame him. He's going to be flipping most of the time. As it happens, he's not. But, you know, it's hard to be dealt a pair. You're only dealt a pair 6% of the time. So most of the time, Gaetan has unpaired overcards here that you're flipping against and therefore getting the price. And you can still find a 4. But it's going to be difficult now. He's drawing to runner. And he's now dead. So, double up for Gaetan. Florian gets chopped back down to 1 million. So they have about, well, actually 1.6 million. Yeah, so nice pick up there for Gaetan, gets the double.
Ouais, ça va, c'était pas trop difficile, ça va?
Pour le coup, non, ça va, j'ai pas tremblé.
Ouais. Ah, la dame de presse première. Tiens, ça, cadeau. Ok.
So, thank you to everybody who joined us on YouTube and Facebook Live, I believe. If you're watching us on YouTube, if you click the like button, that helps us get the word out. And if you want to be told about future live streams from the Banco Casino here in Bratislava, and there's pretty much one every week, click the subscribe button and you'll be notified. Here, Neuville representing Poker Academy. And Poker Academy approved fold of King 4 off under the gun. Adrian, this would be very, very loose if he decided to open this hand from the hijack. He doesn't.
Fold.
Folds to the button. 10 deuce. Doesn't seem like an open. Oh, no, I'm wrong. He's decided the fact it's suited gives him sufficient reason. Certainly loose with a short stack in the big blind who's going to look for a lot of shoves. And Gaetan, who just got the double, has a fairly easy 3-bet now for value. His hand is strong enough to get in pre-flop, so he can 3-bet it and call the all-in if it comes. And there it is. There's the 3-bet. And maybe regretting the slightly loose open now. No quick fold this time. We have generally seen quick folds when players have hands they can't call with, but a bit of a quizzical look this time, but he does fold in the end. He's badly dominated. His suit wasn't even live, so. There we have the chip counts at the table. Adrian, massive chip leader. Pierre now in second place with roughly half what Adrian has. Very comfortable 58 big blinds. Florian, Gaetan, Thomas, all very comfortable in the 30 to 50 zone, and just the one short stack there with the 9 big blinds. He is looking for a spot to try and double. Adrian, the 9-5 suited. Probably too early to open this hand even as chip leader. But he's giving it some consideration. And actually, yeah, he's going to open it.
Raise 70.
This is very loose, obviously. This is purely, I'm the chip leader and I'm going to open lots and lots of hands. Anything that looks remotely playable to me.
Fold. Fold.
And I mean, this works when you don't run into something. So nobody's going to mess with the chip leader without a hand. Francois doesn't find a hand he can shove either. So all the way around to Pierre in the big blind. I don't think Pierre will defend the queen 4. No, he doesn't. So worked out for Adrian. Cheeky smile as he gets his steal through. We're down to 58 players now, so they really are dropping fast.
Écoute, je fais ce que je peux. C'est bien. Avant quand monsieur j'ai quand même joué.
Ah moi j'ai pas vu ce petit bluff là avec la volée là. On va tenter de voler river, c'est ça?
Semi jusqu'à la river.
Oui. D'ailleurs, quand on met 200 000 avec rien, ça ressemble à un bluff.
Non, non, c'est parce que je me le voyais long.
Well, the queen deuce will be folding that. King 9 is a tempter. 40 big blinds. But he decides to let it go. Francois has a real tempter. He could shove the 10-7 suited, but he decides not to. Just over 10 big blinds. Pierre in the small blind is going to raise the king 5, taking the aggressive option. Adrian has absolute junk in the big blind. Calling doesn't seem too attractive. He might turn his hand into a light 3-bet sometimes. Fold seems like the standard play.
Call.
But he has gone for just call, played in position. That board very much favours Pierre. So yeah, we're going to see a continuation bet from Pierre. Adrian is bottom pair. Other than that, his hand is kind of muck. Can't really find too many ways to improve unless he hits his jack or his 3 again. But quite a big bet as well. It's over half pot, 55% roughly. So it makes it a bit uncomfortable, but he's going to continue.
Raise 285.
And he raises. This is essentially, I guess, the old-fashioned raise for information. He wants to find out if he has the best hand right now. Against Pierre is going to work a lot because Pierre is definitely wider in these spots than most players. And it's going to work this time, I'm pretty sure. Pierre doesn't like to fold when he's put chips into the pot. Just looking at his hand, I mean, he has kind of double backdoors. 4-2 makes him the wheel, and Jack 10 makes him the Broadway straight. And it's hard to believe that Adrian has the ace, but raise works, or at least it folds out the equity of Pierre's hand. Again, a lot of rubbish hands being folded. Francois, this should be a shove for sure. 11 big blinds, Jack 10 suited. And he sends his chips all into the middle. Pierre has a tempter, but the ace 3 suited is going to be dominated a lot. He's not closing the action. Even when you're ahead, you're not that far ahead. You can see that even against a hand like Jack 10 suited, you're only not much better than a flip. 58%. So Pierre does fold. Adrian will fold as well. Florian will call. 11 bigs, you've got a decent pocket pair. Comfortably cover the guy. Going to be usually flipping here, but sometimes he's going to turn up with a lower pair. He's going to have a lower pair more often than not than a bigger pair because he might do something else with his bigger pairs and trap. Although maybe with 11 he shows his entire range. Yeah, so it is a flip. So Jack 10 suited is actually a slight favorite. There used to be an old hustle in Vegas where you offered the mark. I'll tell the story after we see this run out here. So the 7s are still holding. The jacks have some backdoors, and still obviously the jack and 10 are working. So it's roughly 70-30. Now there's a flush draw and a gutter. So a lot of outs now, suddenly up to 36%. The jack, a 10 and 9 are a heart. But not to be. And we lose Francois. He was favourite pre-flop, as I said. Jack 10 suited is a favourite over a smaller pair. There used to be a hustle in Vegas where the hustler would go up to the mark and say, okay, you can pick one of 3 hands. Ace King offsuit, Jack 10 suited, or pocket 2s. And I'll pick one of the hands that you don't pick. And you go first. And the reason it's a hustle is that no matter what what you pick, the other player can pick a hand that's favourite. If you pick ace king offsuit, pocket twos is a favourite against ace king. If you pick pocket twos, jack 10 suited is a favourite against pocket twos. And if you pick jack 10 suited, ace king is a favourite. So we've lost another player at the feature table. We're down to 55 overall in the tournament. They're folding the 6-4. Adrian will be opening the ace-9 here on the button.
Non, bah là, t'es sur moi, sur le joueur préféré.
Mais c'est que t'as pas entendu, c'est que je faisais genre, j'avais un micro, je disais un fichier en gros.
J'ai pas entendu.
Era 70.
He raises to 70, exact minimum. Florian with the ace-2 suited. This can be 3-bet or can be called. They're both fine options. You can call because your hand flops pretty well. You can make flushes and straights as well as pairs. But you can also 3-bet because you will get some better stuff to fold, like rag aces. Oh, you can flop the nuts as well, that's always good. Obviously just a pure check here now, and Adrian... Generally on these monotone boards, if you're going to bet, you want to bet tiny, but you don't want to be betting all that often either, so Adrian takes the sensible option and just checks and hopes that his hand is good. Now, he's picked up a gut shot, and his ace-high will be good some of the time here as well, so I don't think we'll see Adrian fold. He hasn't tended to fold in these spots. We saw him make a few disbelieving calls, but no, it looks like he's going to prove me wrong again and actually find the fold on this occasion. And he does.
On va savoir en fait qu'il avait de la cour.
En roi valet off et cavalier de trèfle. Comme ça. Oui, c'est vrai. La mise des joueurs avec mon rocher dessus.
Fold.
Adrian picks up a hand this time, ace queen. He's been so aggressive, he might very well get action from a lot of worse hands. Opens the ace queen, and Florian lurking behind with nothing that he can play with. Toma, the 8-7 suit is a hand you could call with. It flops very well. Calling range in the small blind against loose opens tends to be pairs and suited connectors, hence the flop well. And yeah, he's going for the call here. Gaetan, he has a tempter. His hand isn't terrible. It's middly connected hand. Getting a very good price, but decides to let it go. I like that. You're going to be dominated a decent amount of the time. You're not going to feel too good about your one pair hands three-way. And playing a hand to flop better than one pair is generally a losing proposition. And we've seen a lot of paired boards. Again, but the feature of a paired board is it's just hard to hit, so whoever was ahead pre-flop is probably still ahead. Adrian decides there's no reason to bet his hand. His very good ace-high is... I think he might bet to just fold equity now, make a small bet, and just get hands like 8-7 suited that have a 12% chance to outdraw him to fold. And that's when he's done. On the 10-4-4 board, if he had bet, Thomas should be finding bluffs on that board. It's very hard because obviously there's no flush draws or straight draws. So what you tend to do is you tend to use hands like 8-7 suited that have a backdoor flush draw. Now 8-7 of clubs was the only one that didn't have a backdoor flush draw. But if you have 8-7 of spades, let's say, you can check raise as a bluff. Then if you get called, you'll be open-ended if a 9 comes. You'll pick up gut shots on lots of cards, a jack, a 6, or a 5. And you can turn a flush draw as well. So a lot of good turn cards for you to keep barreling on. So that's generally where your bluffs come from in those spots. Adrian with the queen 2. I mean, he really has been just opening willy-nilly now. He's going to open anything that looks remotely nice to him. Suited queen, he decides he's going to open that as well. He hasn't really been getting 3-bet too much, and certainly he hasn't been 3-bet light at all. So table's kind of letting him get away with this for now. Florian, again, he can just call here, or he can decide, look, this guy's opening too much. I'm going to start 3-betting him.
Call?
But he has gone for just call. His hand plays very nicely in position. It also plays fine multi-way, so if the blinds come in, we don't care too much. If a hand like ace 10 off, we don't really like the blinds coming in, but with a hand like 10-9 suited, we don't mind so much. Now, Gaetan has an unknown holding and a very good squeeze spot. Loose open and a guy who just flatted and probably just flatting marginal hands. So it's a good spot to have squeeze whether he has value or not. He's counting out raising chips and he is going to raise.
$305.
They're telling us now that Thomas' hand is 6-4 suited. I thought it was 10-9 suited. 6-4 suited is much more speculative if he's called with that. And they're both going to fold, I imagine, pretty quickly. So good pickup from Gaetan there. Squeeze is a very powerful move live where players can be opening a bit too wide, and then when players flash, it's generally a sort of a marginal type hand.
No.
Squeeze is very effective. It's a much better play these days live than online.
Blinds up 20-40.
Looks like the blinds are up again to 20-40 now. So short stacks are getting shorter. We have a new player at the table as well. Florian is now under the gun 6-handed with the ace queen and just over 50 bigs, so this will be an open. Only question here is sizing. And he's sizing up a little bit. He's going for the 90k here, it looks like, which is 2.25 big blinds. Not going for the pure min, which has been the favorite sizing. Down with the 10-6 suited will fold on the button. Small blind, I think, folded out a turn there. And or maybe he wasn't in the hand. Edge in the big blinds, like I have 8-3 off. I'm going to do the fold and then show what a bad hand I have, or talk about it. So Florian gets that one true.
Do you wanna change the... Oh. Okay.
I'm not sure he will bring it first. He will?
Now to 52 players, continuing to lose players thick and fast, almost one a hand.
Because I think he put it in his pocket.
C'est beau ça.
Oui. Allez frère. En plus, il y a un monstre en face. Allez.
Il est bon sur Twitch, on t'en donne.
Sinon, ça donne quoi?
Ah, c'est ça. J'avais pas fait ça. Je croyais que tu chambrais le.
Passe.
Laisse-moi tranquille un peu, s'il te plaît.
Je croyais qu'ils se foutaient la gueule.
Ils ont bien raison. Ouais.
Pierre, he's been quiet of late. He's been pretty much card dead since that initial rush of hands. So he's going to open on the button with a perfectly legitimate open. Adrian tempted the small blind, but offsuit decides to stay away from it. Florian will definitely be playing the ace-4 suited. You can go two ways with this. You can turn it into a light 3-bet, or you can just call. He has just called. It's actually a large raise by Pierre. Pierre went for the 2.7x roughly. Flops the nuts again, and Florian has the nut flush draw. So this pot has the potential to get big. You see, Pierre has the nuts, but he's still only 63% for the hand. Because Florian has the nut flush draw. And this is the kind of board you will see some potentially some leads on.
125.
This could be a huge pot.
He was big blind. He was big blind.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Florian is asking. Maybe he wants to know how much the pot is. Pot is 270. They're very deep. Stack to pot ratio is about 8 here. Sorry, about 6.
Check.
Just check. Pierre definitely wants to put chips to the pot now with the nuts. Yeah, quick bet from Pierre, 125. Florian won't be folding. The only question is if does he want to check raise and potentially get some better hands to fold, recognizing his hand is strong enough to get in right on the flop. Yeah, he's thrown out a lot of chips there, so he has raised. Pierre's got this is music to Pierre's ears now. He's sitting there with the nuts, and he's been check raised. Does he just call and let his opponent barrel? Does he raise and try and get him in now? I think I like just calling here and keep all the bluffs in the range. Yeah, Pierre has just called. Turns a king. Effectively a brick. Neither player should have a king. Florian's hand's been devalued now. He's got only one card to come to hit his flush. So he has checked. Pierre will go for value here. Wants to put a pretty chunky bet here, I think.
400.
Oh, 770. He has bet 400, just over half. So not giving the draws the correct price to call. But Florian does call. He probably thinks his gut shot and his ace are good sometimes as well. So, and Pierre won't love the fact that the board has paired, but you have to go for value here. He makes a very big bet, most of his stack. Feels like he just bet the front row. Not sure he put a lot of thought into the exact amount he was betting there. He just thought, I'll bet most of my chips, so that front row will do. And obviously, with just ace high, Florian has to fold. Big pickup from Pierre there, moves up to 2.5 million, adding 50% to his stack in that hand.
Big blind. Pass.
Pierre is still stacking chips. Queen 8 offsuit. Probably not going to open this in the cutoff. Yep, decides not to. Finish stacking your chips, sir. Adrian got the 8-2 on the button. If he's ever going to fold anything on the button, it's going to be this hand. If he opens this hand, it means he's opening literally 100%. He might as well not be looking at his cards. Yeah, he might as well not be looking at his cards. He's opening the 8-2 off, so he's opening literally 100% of hands. Which can be a very effective strategy live, where players just don't 3-bet you enough. Pierre opening the pocket fours, using his trademark larger than standard size of 2.75x.
335.
And Adrian is going to put pressure on him with a light 3-bet. The suited king. That'll clear everybody out behind unless they have hands. And now the question is, does Pierre want to call? Pierre definitely wants to call. He has a pair, so Pierre's not folding.
Call. Heads up.
Seven deuce, 7-7 queen rather. Not the worst flop for the fours. If you were ahead pre-flop, you're probably still ahead. Hard flop to hit, so Adrian might be tempted to bet this one as well. He has literally nothing on this board, no backdoors even, but a small bet here will get a decent amount of folds. From better hands, incidentally, from some ace highs and better king X's.
400.
So he has gone for a pretty big bet, about half the pot. Pierre's not going to fold to 1-bet, so he's going to call. He has backdoor spades as well, Pierre, although you wouldn't love your 4 high flush draw on a paired board, but he's not giving. Oh, Pierre does this every time. It's a pretty loose call on the flop, and part of the problem with it is your opponent is going to keep barreling a lot. But you can also just bink a house and then pray your opponent does keep barreling. Now, Adrian's going to be sitting there thinking, that's a really safe looking turn card. How can he have a 4? He can't really have too many 7s either. He probably thinks he's up against a queen now, and it's a question of, do you want to get a queen to try? Do you want to try and fold a queen over 2 streets? Bet turn and shove river? Or do you just give up now and say, okay, look, yeah, Adrian's very aggressive, so he's going to go for it. And let's see his sizing here. Pot's 1.6 million. Pierre only has 1.8 behind. Pierre doing the old, oh, I have a tough decision now
675.
with my house.
675.
675. So it's about a third of Pierre's stack, which is the size you generally go to say that you're trying to get it in over 2 streets. And Pierre's like, yeah, I guess. I mean, there's no reason to ever raise here, I don't think. You just want to call and check the river and let your opponent triple barrel. Yeah, I think he's trying to sell it here that he's hanging on with the queen. And he doesn't like it because it's a lot of chips. Good acting here from Pierre. Then you're staring at the board. Counting his stack. Is it too much in my stack to call with my house? This is an incredible acting performance from Pierre. I can see that he's a house, and I'm still almost convinced it's just a queen.
675. Yes.
Now he's going to slowly count out the call, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah. That looks like a roughly 675, but the dealer's going to have to check. Yeah, Pierre's got the amount exactly right. Now, it's an awful river card now because the queen and the 7 now pull ahead of him.
All in.
But he's moved all in. He's given no decision here, and now his opponent has. Yeah, I don't know about this all in. This just obviously you're not folding a queen or a 7. I guess he's targeting aces or kings that might check behind now. A bit of posturing, I think, from Adrian. He can never be calling here. He's got king high on a double paired board. Can't be good here.
1,105,000.
Terrible river for Pierre. I'm sure the plan was to check the river on almost any other river and let his opponent triple barrel. I think I still would have stuck to that plan because this might have been just a little bit of panic of like, oh, my hand's been seriously devalued now. I'll just go all in, because I don't want to give myself a different decision if I check and he goes all in. Maybe I'm doing him a discredit though. Maybe he is targeting specifically kings or aces. And we've seen Adrian do some bizarre plays before. We saw a real disbeliever call on one river, and then we saw a not disbeliever fold on the turn.
Call, showdown.
He calls! My goodness! What did he put Pierre on? Pocket sixes like a counter finish?
Showdown.
That is incredible.
115.
What a call. What a pot for Pierre.
Yep.
Maybe he has history with Adrian and he knows that Adrian makes these really disbelieving calls on rivers. That's why he shoved. I thought maybe aces or kings would call, but I never thought king high was going to call. Literally just beating maybe busted spades and counterfeited pairs. That was a very unorthodox call.
1,105,000 was all in.
That is a remarkable call. And Pierre suddenly up to 5.1 million, and Adrian back in the pack with 1.9. Having been running over this table, he sits there to reflect. It was a loose 3-bet, and then he committed on flop and turn to keeping the bluff going. And then when he got shoved in the river, he just, for some reason, decided his king high might be good. He's having to compose himself there. That was such a big call. Such a game changer as well. He started that pot massive chip leader on the table, and he finished it back in the pack with Pierre as the new chip leader at the table. Utterly remarkable call.
Avant l'entrée.
425.
400, entre 420 et 450.
All in. Call. Chance.
And we have an all in here. The king two suited into the short stack. The ace queen obviously. No quick call here. No, sorry, he has called. So off to, and the deuce is hit. He's hit the front.
Pair of kings. $415.
So double up there for the ace queen. And looks like Adrian is still licking his wounds, trying to come to terms with that big hand.
Maybe. Pass. Pass.
Adrian opening up the ace-7 suited. He's not going to let that reversal in fortune put him off opening hands he wants to open. He will be seen as a bit more vulnerable now though. And Alexandre, yeah, I think I'd probably just stick this in.
All in.
Yeah, moves all in here for just over 20 big blinds. Despite sometimes players are a little bit reticent putting it in two hands in a row, but it's a very good spot obviously, and Adrian's going to have to fold. And that never feels good when you've lost a big one and then your next open just gets pounced on. He's going to have to regroup mentally. Pierre now, look at that massive chip leader, almost 3 times as many chips as Adrian is still second, but he's no longer comfortably clear of the pack. Florian just behind with 34, and the shortest stack at the table has 20 big blinds. So this is the deepest we've seen the play.
Pass. Pass.
We're down to 48 overall in the tournament, so continuing to lose players thick and fast.
Pass.
Pierre picking up the kings in the small blind. Pierre's strategy from the small blind is very much... He does more raising from the small blind than most players do. That pays off when you have a big hand like kings. And against the player he just took a huge bite out of, this could get interesting if he hits a pair. Adrian says absolutely nothing. Hard board to hit again, so Pierre bets Adrian might not believe that Adrian might not believe that Pierre has something. So he's going to fire at a smallish bet. He has backdoor hearts. So yeah, he doesn't like to fold, so he's going to hang on. He's in position. If he hits, he could be in trouble. He has picked up a flush draw, and that's one of the better ways, because at least if he hits his flush, he's going to be good, unless it's the king of hearts. So Pierre's checking, slowing down, giving the opportunity to barrel.
105.
And he does barrel. And Pierre probably going to just call now. No, he's reaching for other chips. So I think he thinks
405.
Adrian is likely to punt off here. Maybe a rush of blood to the head and just shove. A worse hand than kings. There's obviously all the 5x. There's a lot of draws now with hearts and 6-7, and there's all the overpairs, although they probably all raise pre-flop. So he's not too worried about the 8 Pierre, I don't think. Adrian definitely doesn't like to fold, so I think Pierre has picked up on that now, and he's like, okay, I'm just going for value. Adrian doesn't fold, so he's going to try and hit his flush. He doesn't. Does Pierre check and let him bluff now? Or does Pierre think he probably has a 5 or a deuce and he wants to get called by those? That's a blockerish size there. It's not a very big bet. Well, actually, no, it's half pot, so yeah, he's trying to get called by a 5 or a deuce here, or a pair. Maybe once in the blue moon, Adrian just launches because he's over it. I think Adrian's having a hard time coming to terms that he's going to have even less chips at the end of this pot. Sometimes you just gotta let it go. Yeah, and he does. And Pierre picks up another nice one. Okay, 10 here, just over 20 bigs. King Queen's definitely going to be an open. You obviously don't love it if you get 3-bet. You're not really looking for action with King Queen off, but hand is strong enough to open.
80. Pass. Pass.
I've been very impressed by him, I have to say. Here with the 9-4, won't be getting involved. Adrian, on the other hand, with the Queen 9 suited, very pretty hand on the button. We've seen him open 8-2 off, so Queen 9 suited is definitely going to qualify as an open. Florian has nothing to play with behind the 5-3. That just leaves the big blind once Florian folds. Let's see what the big blind has. 10-8, that's defendable. He's got less than 20 big blinds. Defend these types of hands and just try and flop something. Getting a very good price. We've seen a lot of these flops, that what I call the hard to hit flops, the paired boards where there's a low card. In this case, 2 low cards. They both missed. So on these boards, the player who is ahead pre-flop is still usually ahead and should therefore just go ahead and make a small bet and take down the pot. Adrian, King 3 off, definitely not an open. He folded to the blinds. Toma has a terrible hand, 6-2, so he's just going to fold it and gets a walk. There with the 10-6. So I'm going to open that. Alexandre has the Ace-King here and facing a raise. The only question here is sizing. You can raise to a non-all-in size, 250-ish.
Price 260.
Got 260. Adrian again doesn't like to fold, but he's got Queen 8 off. To be honest, this was a very loose open, so he might be feeling beaten up now. But he does make the discipline fold. Looks like the players might be leaving the table and maybe going on a break. You can see there the chip counts as we do go on break. Pierre, massive chip leader, more than 4 times as many chips as Florian's actually up to second now, edging down to third. Those stacks are very compressed, 18 to 32 big blinds. Pierre has half the chips basically. Pretty sick chip lead position he's got himself into. As we go on a break, back after the break.
They stay here, yeah?
Yeah, real chip count. What he said about TV possible table 3. So. That's 9. 1 million, yeah? 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 75. So that was 1. Check out. 1, 2,
7.
no, 1, 2, 7. Yeah? The one is 1. 1.2, 1.275, 1.290, yeah? So it's this one, 1.290. Okay. And you have to check this.
Yeah.
So that's 5, 5, 6, 7, 720, yeah? It's the amount. So 720, 720. So next one. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 850, 900, 925, 920. Keep it like this. Five, 7, 1, 2, 3. That's 1 million, yeah? 3, 7 and 3, 1 million. 1 million, 1. 1 million, 1.
30.
30. So just double check if it's the one. 1 million,
130.
1 million, 130. 4, 4, 5, 6, wait, 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 4, 5 million, 5 million, 5, 5.5, 5.5, 85, yeah? 5.5, 85, 5 million, 500, 85.
Counts are done, yeah? Here? Yes. Lovely.
No, I have it full time. I have it all the time.
Okay. C'est Pierre Neville, c'est les sons de sang que tu comptes?
Ouais, j'en ai loupé.
Ah ouais? 9, 10. Ah ouais, tout ça, tu les as comptés déjà?
Moi, je compte juste les champs de 100 000. Hein.
Bah oui, c'est ce que je t'ai dit.
14 et 10 là-bas.
Et là-bas, 1.
Ah.
Je savais que j'en avais fait.
Où est-ce que tu as pas fait?
J'ai fait partout, mais j'ai.
T'en as loupé quelques-uns?
Ouais.
Combien tu comptes?
Welcome back to your seat. Messieurs, les téléphones.
Ouais, c'est 1 million 100. 1 million 100. T'es in, toi?
Yes. No, I mean.
We will start with the line 20,000, 50,000 and 50,000 people. And every deal, if you have 2 or more players, please shuffle up and deal.
Fold. Fold.
So welcome back everyone after the break. The players are back at the table. I'm back as well. My name is Dara Kearney. I'm a professional poker player from Ireland, also a commentator, coach, writer and podcast host. I'll be here for the next hour or so, and then JJ will be along to take you through till the end. So Gaetan with the on the button, opening with the king 10 off for a min raise. Pierre might very well defend this. King 7's a pretty decent hand. He'll obviously get into trouble if the board comes king high, but that would be quite unlucky with only 2 kings left in the deck. And the board comes ace high, so second pair for Gaetan. It is his board too, with the ace being there, so Pierre probably doesn't have too much more interest in this hand. He does have backdoor spades and backdoor flush draw with the spades and backdoor straight draw, but other than that, this isn't really a good board for his hand or range.
About 60,000.
But Pierre is very sticky in these spots. He tends to hang on with any sort of semblance of anything, and I think the backdoors have kept him interested here. Now, that is a good turn card for him. He did actually have a double backdoor straight draw, because an 8 now makes him a straight as well, albeit a very bad one. And he's going to turn his hand into a bluff here. This is certainly unorthodox. It's a tiny bet as well, so it's not going to get through very often, but he's going to get to see the river a lot. And then we'll see what he does in the river. Obviously, if the queen comes, they're getting it all in. But he might bluff river too if he just gets called here. So Gaetan does make the call. And definitely not strong enough to raise. He's just ahead of the bluffs, basically. And there it is, the queen on the river. Just a matter of how they get it in now. Gaetan has just over pot left, so Pierre might just shove here. He's gone for a small bet. Which would leave he's gone for the live players do this a lot. They bet just under half the effective stack, because a lot of players do just call more often when it's only half their stack. Now Gaetan doesn't raise because he's not getting called by worse, and obviously there's a possible flush out there, so that's why he just called in the end. And dealer chopping up the pot.
J'aurais pu raise au turn.
Small blind.
Non, mais je peux pas mal de choses quand même.
Florian under the gun with the king 7 off. This should be folded pretty quickly.
Fold. Raise all in.
Thomas deciding Queen Jack is good enough to shove for 14 bigs.
Fold.
That's the pocket pair to fold behind.
Fold.
One of the advantages of the shove. Another hand that's shovable here. He is up to 17 big blinds though, so it might be too much to shove now. Yeah, he's going to go just for a normal open here.
Raise 100. Fold.
C'est le but de 20, on va avoir 800.
And Alexandre has a 3-betting hand behind. Just over 20 bigs, so can he find a non-all-in size here? 250, 275, something like that.
Raise
Looks like he's
235.
gone for 235. Yeah, 235. So he's gone pretty small. Try and induce here. Dorian has a nice hand, but facing a under the gun open and a 3-bet. Not good enough to play. King Queen is a hand that really hates getting 3-bet. It's dominated so much. It makes a good light 3-bet, but not so much good light 4-bet. Might be tempted to call here just by virtue of the price, though. And that's what he's done. So King High Flop is in trouble. He's going to have to try and outflop his opponent. Ace High Flop should be no trouble. Even the light 3-bets are Ace X, so your King Queen is pretty much dust now.
Check.
Very, very safe flop. Alexandre can go really small here. Nothing to protect against. You can bet like 20% a pot here. Just try and get the weaker aces in over 3 streets. Stack to pot race is 1, so you could even make an argument maybe for checking, trying to get him over on turn and river, but he's gone for the small bet. It's a tiny bet actually, it's 60k. Roughly 10% a pot. Which is sizing you used to never see, but you do see a lot more these days. And King Queen can't even call the 10%er. So well played, Alexandre.
C'est beau pour le faire, mais...
Alexandre back in the action here. King 10 in the hijack. Normally qualifies as an open. 30 big blinds. He's going to bring it in for, looks like a min raise. Pierre calls the ace-3 off. Now this is unorthodox for sure. Most players wouldn't call with a reg ace in this spot, but Pierre does like to play pots in position. Most players would need a 3-bet or fold that hand, but Pierre, as I said, he does some unorthodox stuff. Interesting flop. Alex has the 10 high flush draw. Lots of backdoor straight draws. Pierre has pretty much nothing. but Pierre does like to stab at pots, so he's going to start betting.
150.
It's a pretty much almost a no equity bluff because there's really no good turn card he feels. There's no turn card he feels great about. Even an ace doesn't feel great because your opponent can have a better ace or can make him do pair, and obviously the ace of spades makes a flush for any spade. So
Call.
Alex is going to hang on here. He's not loving it either because he's just got a kind of like a bad made hand and a bad draw. Now the second shell here might work for Pierre, but he decides no, I'm not going to keep throwing money into this pot. Now, interestingly, Pierre does have the best hand, but Alex might decide he has to bet. He has to bluff now. He has to try and get ace high to fold. He's blocking some flushes with the 10. He's blocking a lot of straights with the 10. So he might turn his hand into a bluff here now. And he does. Oh yeah, this is really impressed by Alex Allen's plays in general. It's very good recognition here that his hand isn't good, but he can get better stuff to fold.
400 fold.
And he, quick fold from Pierre. So Orange won't be open to the 10-7 off.
All in.
Moves all in here with the suited queen in the small blind. Should get the job done. I don't think he'll get looked up by the better queen, but it's a pretty bad queen. And the power of the shove there gets the better hand to fold. I see there, Pierre, even despite that last pot, he still basically has a 3-1 chip lead over the entire table. Alexandre in second. He has been very impressive so far, I have to say. You know, the other players are all pretty much bunched.
Price 125.
Pierre has opened it up with the Queen Jack suited in early position. Adrian has Ace 4 of the same suit. Awkward stack now, 24 big blinds. And then I think that's the reason why he folded. He had been 3-betting those kind of hands routinely or playing them earlier. Florian has a pocket pair, but again, facing the under the gun open, pocket threes doesn't look great. But he's going to play it.
Cool.
And he has called. Drama has a tempter here to squeeze. If he thinks Pierre is very light and Florian is only flatting hands like threes, this wouldn't be a terrible spot to shove 12 big blinds. If you get both players to fold, it's pretty amazing. You've added more than 50% to your stack. And if you think both players are super wide, your ace-9 won't necessarily be in bad shape, but he's decided to let this one go. 10 is kind of a similar spot, but he decides to fold 2. And Alexandre, the big blind, I think he'll be defending super wide against this particular setup. Yeah, now he actually has a pretty good hand, given the hands he's up against, but not a great hand, usually in this scenario. Could expect to be dominated a bit. So the question is, if he thinks his hand is good enough to call, he can just call. But if he thinks it's not quite good enough to call, he can turn it into a light 3-bet. But he's actually just decided to fold to stay out of trouble with an easily dominated hand. And Pierre outflops the 3s. Now Florian might be a bit of an unbeliever with just one overcard. Checks top pair. Diamond there now. Florian picks up the flush draw. So Pierre's going to have bet now, targeting 1 diamond hands for a call. Figuring his hand is pretty much always the best now.
Call.
The 8 on the river is a blank. So Pierre's choices are bet again, targeting the pairs for calls, or check and try and induce a bluff from a missed diamond draw. He's gone for the latter option, gone for a very small bet as well, so he's really just trying to get a cry call from the pairs now. Well, it might work. Florian might be putting him on something like ace king with the ace of diamonds. Oh, he does call, makes the disbelieving call, and Pierre gets paid off. Pierre picks up a lot of chips in those spots, in my experience, where he just bets sort of the value of his hand, and people just call him because they're small bets. Adrian pocket 8s under the gun. That's definitely not a hand he's going to be folding. We have seen him tighten up a bit since he got chopped back to that sort of 25 big blind zone, but pocket 8s is a legitimate open.
100. Pass.
Jack 10 suited. This is the kind of hand that does make a good reshove. You're in decent shape against the calling range. You can get stuff that you dominate to fold, like Queen Jack, King 10, Queen 10, maybe that type of stuff. Yeah, so good shove here. He's going to get called, and it's going to be a flip.
Pass. Call. Showdown.
Off to the races. Adrian really has just sort of been a steady line down since his peak, since that big pot he played against Pierre. This is a huge moment for him now. He can either get back to being comfortable, or he can be really short, and it's going to looks like the latter. What a flop for the Jack 10 suited, top pair and a flush draw. So he's in amazing shape now. And he needs to find an 8, and he doesn't. Doubler for Toma, and Adrian is now super short. Super short. It's just been a nightmare for him since that hand. Just can't seem to win a pot.
610.
Toma picks up the double. Not playing the rush. Ace 4 off. Just a little bit too raggy from the hijack. Alexandre, on the other hand, has a very openable Queen 10 on the button. We get in for a standard min raise. Pierre does like to play, but he's not going to play the 6-3 off. Adrian now left super short. He might flat here and just try and flop something and go with the Liffey. That's probably a reasonable play when you've got only 8 big blinds left, 9 big blinds. Not much. You don't really want to shove this hand. Might as well just call and see if you can flop something.
Call. Heads up.
And he flops something. Flops a flush.
Check.
Checks. On these monotone boards where they're all the same suit, you want to play a very passive style, much more passive than normal. When you bet, you want to make really small bets. It's just that a lot of strong hands like top pair, second pair are not that strong on this board, so you don't necessarily want to bet them. So nice check there from Alexandre. Again, very impressed by his play overall. He is going to just hope he can get to showdown and win. Adrian now has to start thinking about, well, I probably need to start getting chips into the pot with my very vulnerable flush draw. Very vulnerable flush. If Alexandre has a single heart higher than an 8, obviously he can get outdrawn on the river. So he's going to make a bet.
$140.
And board pairs. That's obviously terrible news for Alexandre because he's now improved to trips. So Adrian has to decide on his sizing now.
All in. Call, showdown.
And
You want showdown. 1.2.
we'll look for Adrian. Shoved. Alexandre had to really call there with all the misdraws, and he's pulled ahead of Jack X. So Adrian back in the game now, and Alex chopped back a bit.
Non, j'ai pas aimé ce snap.
Ah,
juste,
ok.
y a que le 10 qui me snap quand tu perds. Enfin,
Down to 40 players overall in the tournament, so continuing to drop thick and fast. By force suited would be a very light open here, and yeah, he lets it go, and he would have run into ace. Pierre's aces behind on the button. So Pierre trying to decide his sizing now. Pierre uses a variety of different sizings. He tends to use bigger sizings than most players, and he's gone for 115 here, 2.3x. Which is reasonably normal for Pierre, and gets the fold. Nice smile. Would have liked action with his aces, obviously. Tan has an ace under the gun, but it's a terrible ace. The worst ace. Can't make a straight. Your kicker is terrible. This is a loose open from Pierre, but as I've said a number of times already on the stream, Pierre does go for these wide opens. In a lot of fields he gets away with it because people probably place too much importance on his age. I think he's tighter than he is. Orion considering his options here with the Queen 10 suited. He could just stick, or Queen 10 off rather. Sorry, Queen 10 suited. I could see sticking in. Queen 10 off doesn't seem like a great candidate.
Race vanligt. Cool. Pass.
I'm not sure what's going on here. Why Pierre is calling with the 6-3.
Heads up. Check. 200.
But he's going to float here. Or rather, represent, try out the bet. Out of position, Alex will be doing a lot of check calling on this type of board. He has seen Pierre fire once before and give up, so that will maybe embolden him to continue more in a more relaxed fashion. Bad turn card for him. Now, Pierre might check back because he's picked up a pair. Or he might fire another bet just to try and get ace king to fold. It's a terrible turn card, so I think Alex will give up on this. He's giving a long think. Maybe thinking about turning his hand into a bluff. But in the end, he decides wait for a better spot. Pierre, very unorthodox call pre-flop, but it worked out for him. Here with King 2 suited. Again, this is a very wide open, but this is Pierre.
115.
Adrian, now if he's picked up on how wide Pierre is playing, this is a reasonable reshove spot. 20 big blinds with King Queen. Maybe he can construct a non-all-in range as well. Make it 260 and then fold if he gets shoved on. But he has moved all in, takes the all in triangle and just moves it in front of himself. Yeah, it's good. Adrian does seem at least aware of just how wide Pierre is, and Pierre creates these opportunities there for players behind all need to find a hand now to play, and Pierre is going to have to fold a lot because he's so wide in the spot. He's got a mischievous look in his eye, but I mean, there's no way he's ever calling off a King 2 suited here, I don't think. And he throws it away, seemingly under protest. Adrian with the ace, with Jack 10 off in early position. This is too early, I think, to open this hand. Adrian obviously disagrees, though. Is he just limped? No, he's raised the minimum. Yeah, and I don't think this is theoretically an open, but at a table where there's not too much 3-betting going on, and there's very little light 3-betting, you can get away with it. So Pierre flicks in the call with the 7 deuce. Pops middle pair. Adrian's probably going to bet representing the ace here, and by now you probably guessed Pierre won't be folding the 7.
$115. Go.
Throws out the call. Diamonds on the turn gives Adrian a flush draw with his jack of diamonds. Gives Pierre a headache with his 7-2 no diamond. Adrian decides to check. He wants to see what happens on the river. Now he's hit his flush, so that's obviously good news. And Pierre might bet here as a blocker.
125.
So we're going to do that. Adrian now has to decide. Is my hand strong enough to raise on this paired board? Just the jack high flush? Probably not. Nope, he's going for it. Goes for a small raise. Trying to get called by worse flushes. But he's not going to get called by the 7. And Adrian is regrouping now. He was all in first tournament life not so long ago. But he has chipped back up. This is often the way with aggressive players. You can't keep them down for very long. Florian really needs to find a spot soon. I decided this is good enough. The suited king under the gun. This is a bit wide, but you can't blame him. He's been looking down at junk for the last while, and he's decided this is his moment. Pierre asking for a count.
500.
Pierre's in amazing shape against his exact hand. Not so much his range, because Florian will have a lot of better aces and probably not too many worse aces. And that's why Pierre's folding. And Adrian will be folding 4-3. He does fold. So much needed blind and ante for Florian, but he now has to post him immediately.
Pass. $150. Pass.
Pierre again, one of these unorthodox opens, the 5-4 off. Adrian with the Queen 9 suited. But he decides to let it go. Florian with the King 10 suited. He might stick this in. If he has any inkling at all of how wide Pierre is opening, he's got 10 big blinds, just shove it in. Not even 10 big blinds, 8.5, but he lets it go. Pierre gets away with murder in these spots. Toma has a reshove hand, 20 big blinds. Again, if he has any inkling of just how wide he is.
Cool. Heads up.
I don't really like the call because twos just flop so badly. You're not really deep enough that you're going to get a big payoff when you flop your set. Now what do you do on this board? Just check fold. Here's a man who likes to fire, but he's going to check and just see what happens. And of course he gets a straight, so that helps. Toma's now going to bet, which is again, this is not recommend. Don't try this at home, kids. He's betting twos into 4 over cards with straights and flushes possible, and he doesn't have even a flush card. Pierre's straight is really bad. I mean, essentially it's just a bluff catcher now, so he might as well just call.
Fold. Check. $250 pass.
Ah, les rivers contre vous, elles sont difficiles. Hein. Ah, vous l'ayez pas, elles sont. Je vais la suite direct.
Down.
Ah ouais, bon bah alors. C'est réglé.
Hello. Oh yeah. No, I had the coffee. That's enough.
See there, Pierre. He's actually pulled further ahead now. He's got more than 4 times as many chips as anybody else. He's really just stomping all over this table. It's his chip lead.
Fold.
Alex, the player likely to give him the most problems, is to his immediate right, which is great for Pierre, obviously.
Fold. Fold.
In here, the 6 Toma, the Queen 4 suited. Could be a shove here. It is. Shoving into the short. The tank. Queen 8 feels right on the line here. Just under 10 bigs. And let it go. So again, the shove got a better hand to fold. He's not going to be happy when he sees that. He was dominating.
Non, contre lui.
Ah, contre lui.
Non, c'est avant, ça fait 2 fois que je lui fais tapis alors qu'il est en bataille de dames. J'avais exactement ça.
Je faisais une main qu'avant, du coup.
Non, non.
Fold. Fold.
They're in folding the Jack 10 suited. It's a whole new Adrian now. He has buckled down and just accepted that he doesn't have the kind of chips he had to play with earlier. Come out. Shoved last time. K10 has a very easy shove here now. 9 big blinds. 2 high cards and a small blind. It's going to be all in. We're down to 36 players in the tournament now, so possible pay jumps around as well. Move all in. It's not full from Alexandre. He'd obviously looked at his cards already and knew that he had the 7-3.
Fold.
Oh, here with the king 10 suited. This is an interesting spot. You can definitely open this hand. It's probably a bit too much to just shove. So I'm probably just going to see an open. That's what he's doing. King 9 is a tempter, but not really good enough against an open. You got 14 bigs. And deuce is an easy fold. And Pierre, I think we know what Pierre's going to do here. He's going to throw in the chips. Wow, we just moved on. Sorry. I said I knew what he was going to do, but he actually did something which surprised me. He just moved all in. And wow, Thomas just obviously decided he's over it. He knows that Pierre is pushing people around with his chip stack. And yeah, very unorthodox shove. Unorthodox call too, but good call because I think he picked up on the fact that Pierre is just going super wide now. But Pierre still can get there, 34% here. Let's have a look. Can Pierre continue to run pure? Oh, he's open-ended. So he's actually moved to being favorite now. 3, a 6, 7, or an 8. Thomas staring at the board going, really? Okay, the king helps him a lot. It reduces Pierre to his straight outs. But that's all he needs. Pierre running pure. Thomas can't believe his misfortune. He's gotten called. He's got in against 7-6 off and lost. An unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah. I don't even believe. I told you.
And Pierre. Well, that was a wild one, but he picked up another million. Outrunning the king 10 suited with the 7-6 off.
Small blind. Oh. Fold. Fold.
They're continuing to stack his chips. Slightly worse this time, the 6-5 off. Let's see how he plays this one.
Call.
So he's limped it, and Adrian checks the 7 deuce suited behind. Yeah, that board very much favors Pierre. Adrian would have raised if he had an ace or a queen, almost certainly. Pierre would trap limp some of those hands. But Adrian, he's similarly stubborn to Pierre. He doesn't like folding, particularly post-flop. Raise here really wouldn't make much sense, but he might decide to just float. He does have backdoor hearts as well, but in the end, I think he's going to just let this one go. And Pierre wins another hand with the worst, another pot with the worst hand, 6 high in this case.
Fold. Fold.
Here is obviously going to open the queen nine off. We've seen him open a lot worse hands than that.
Raise. 150.
Adrian, the queen six suited. Can make a case for defending this. Flops pretty well, but he's going to let it go.
Raise all in. 455. All in call. Showdown.
There we have it. Florian's gone with his Jack 10. Pierre snaps, getting a very good price for the Queen 9. He's actually ahead. Stays ahead. Florian needs a Jack or a 10 or running straight cards. No help there. So now he's down to just a Jack or a 10. And no help there. So Pierre takes another one out by the roots. In the Terminator today, Pierre taking everybody out. And his stack continues to grow, over 8 million now.
Okay guys, just 1 second. Player is coming to seat number 2 and he will be the big blind on his own.
He will be?
Big blind on his own.
Ah, okay.
So you can take back the blind and just wait for 2 seconds for the player to balance the table.
I'm waiting for a player to sit 2 and he will be alone big blind. Yeah, on the position 2.
Some colouring up being done while we wait for the next hand.
But then I will have a button on the same position. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, I have one option, the button stay on the position 1 for 2 times, but I don't know if it's right. I'm going to explore now. I will be more sure, because it's not... Foreman, and can I ask you, down is a button here, another foreman, say they will be...
Seat number 2 is the big blind on his own.
Yes.
Seat number 2 is big blind only, yeah?
Yeah, and then button stay.
Button is twice on seat number 1.
Oh, okay, okay. How I say it? Button will be on the position 1 for 2 times. Yeah. About 1. Okay. I can start to be okay. She will be along big blind. She will be along big blind. Mm, 60. Do you have or? What? No, I'm just talking with the guy.
Welcome everyone, this is JJ Hazan taking over from the wonderful Dara O'Kearney. I'm afraid I don't have his lovely Irish lilt or tones, but I will be taking you through to the rest of the night, and Dara will join us again tomorrow before I do the final table. I think he's had as much fun watching Pierre play as I have. I watched him a lot yesterday, and I did hear some commentary earlier about how Pierre plays. Very refreshing, I thought. Dara may see it differently, but I quite liked it. But then I'm an old guy, so I might well do. Right, we are 5-handed. We have 34 players left. And I think Pierre is our chip leader on the table.
Raise a lane. Fold. Fold.
Good fold there with the Queen Jack against a short stack. However, Adrian has a pair. This is a different decision. Under the gun has made a 705k all-in bet.
300.
Adrian about half his stack. A pair's a pair in this game. Just depends if he feels that he is going to be tossing or not. I don't know how much Gaetan has been active with his short stack. Don't have a lot of information to go on at the moment. Dara is off to play some W Coupe. And the wonderful Gail Barman. Nice to see Gail. I remember a hand she once played quite a few years ago where she had quad aces and got paid. It was wonderful. It was I can't remember what it was in. But it's good to see her with a decent stack.
Big one, please.
Non mais j'étais mieux que toi, c'est sûr. C'est sûr.
King Jack offsuit under the gun. Blinds 30-60. So he only has 11 big blinds. And I think that's fair enough. Although he's out of position, he's got his money in. Takes a big hand to call these kind of bets. No one wants to lose 11 big blinds. Oh, Gail does have that hand. But because she hasn't got an ace, she may feel it's just too risky. And it is just under half her stack. So it's a considerable part of her stack. It's a tough decision. It's not an easy one, this one. King, Queen suited. Just working it through. Of course, the short stacks push will have a big range, including the hand he's got. Very tricky spot. Yeah. Without the ace, I think it was ace queen suited, possibly even ace jack suited. You may have called. But without the ace, even an ace 4 push was winning. So perfectly fair enough hold there, and a short stack gets it through. That's what I meant about it takes quite a big hand to call these short stack pushes. And if someone behind you's got kings or jacks or whatever, unlucky.
Fold. Raise 120. Fold. Fold.
Adrian raising with the ace king offsuit. I don't think our big blind is going to do a lot with 5-4. Another min raise seems to be the way here. Min raise, min raise. Doesn't matter what hand you've got. Only problem with the min raise, it does give value for the big blind to call with all sorts of cards and get lucky on the flop. That's one reason I'm not so keen on it. That seems to be the way of the day.
Check.
I think top pair with backdoor nut flush will probably be fine. Bet and a fold.
$105. Fold.
Pierre, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Au moins 4 points. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut? Faut sortir un de ces deux jeunes garçons là. S'occuper d'eux. Si. Là, sur cette main là. Je vais sortir un morceau.
Fold. 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 Call.
Alexander trying to see a cheap flop with 7-5. Pierre could do anything here. He could easily shove. And you're pretty sure he'll still be live. The fact that he's ahead.
Raise all in.
Yeah, that's good poker. Know where you are. Recognize weakness and pounce. Good old-fashioned poker virtues. He's a man after my own heart, although in his case, he's one of the only players older than me to make these kind of plays. So, respect to the Pierre. Mentioned yesterday, he's got, I think it's $5 million in tournament winnings, and his biggest finish was 7th in the main event of the World Series 2015. Where he won 1.2 million.
Fold. 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 Raise 180.
Pierre with a raise on the 10-7. He's taking liberties on this table for sure. I think Dara mentioned that earlier, and he certainly was yesterday as well. Good push here with the fours. Someone needs to fight back against Pierre at some point. Lovely. Nice play there. Pierre folds his 10-7. Good play there with the fours. Probably the only way of playing that. If you're going to call, you need to shove. Good stuff.
Fold. Raise a limp. Fold.
Short stack all in with ace 10. Strong enough hand, 5-handed to push with. And everyone gets out the way.
Players and here in the main event, complete your hand, raise your blind, small blind 30k, big blind 70,000, and big blind 97,000. Augmentation des blinds sur le main event, 30 000, 70 000 et 60 000.
Blinds are about to go up to a rather strange 30-70. We're in 30-60 now. It's a very odd jump. This time another short stack with 12 big blinds, shoving with ace 10. 5-handed to actually pick up a better hand than ace 10 is quite tricky. Gael had a pair there, but Gaetan has kings and he's all in. So Alexander needs an ace or he will be crippled. Gaetan needs to fade the ace and will double up, but he is the one at risk. Neither player's done anything wrong here. They had big enough hands to shove with. Very safe for the kings at the moment. Backdoor straight. No. Ace of hearts now. So hearts and an ace. He's increased his equity. He's got 11 outs. The queen. So poor Alexander is crippled and our kings double up.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 615. That's probably more than 615.
Non, t'es pas couvert par l'entrée. Il a fait un délire. 70 centimes, il est pas lancé, il faut pas l'oublier. Là, c'est parce que comment, là, si t'avais 60K, tu jouerais pour récupérer tes 60K et pas pour le tour.
In our casino is ante first. Blind.
Si t'as 60K, là,
You have...
mets dans l'entrée, tu peux rien gagner.
Okay, but in our casino is a big blind. And... Okay. Florman?
70 dans tes fois.
Big blind or ante priority? Pardon? Big blind or ante is a priority? Ante. Ante? Yeah. Okay. Okay. because we change.
70.
They're just checking
70.
which part of Alexander's bet has priority, the ante or the blind, and the answer is the ante. He has to get the full ante in, and then whatever he has left will be the big blind, because I think he has less than 70. So he has, as we can see, 50 in the big blind, but the ante has to be in there first. Bit of a technicality there, but it only affects if you have less than 2 big blinds. He did. Well, this time Pierre with a proper hand. He's been raising with all sorts of stuff, but this time he does have a proper hand.
Raise 150. Fold. 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 Okay, all in call 25.
Good luck. J'avais 2 10.
Yeah, said good luck, but somehow there wasn't an awful lot of sincerity in his voice. Or maybe I just missed something. And he's behind, the tenors hit. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor hearts. Now the queen is ahead. So a 10 or a 6 for Alexander. And he misses, so we lose another player. And we are down to 31 players.
I can do that.
He's in the money. Not quite sure how much he gets.
No. Forma is open. Oh, okay, a long big blind. And we change. Yeah, another one.
Something is wrong, I think. Yeah, now it's okay. It's going on and off. Now it's off. Yeah. Pass.
Better.
Nothing much to comment on there.
Yes. Pass. Face 1-6.
Pierre up to his usual. Queen 5 offsuit. Keeps the pressure on the other players. This time Adrian may want to have a look with King 6 suited. I think he's gauged that Pierre plays a wide variety of hands, should we say. Let's be liberal. Jack 4-9. Neither player has hit. But Pierre, I'm sure, will 3-bet this. And he's the first to act.
175. Call.
King 6 suited is called. Good card for king 6 suited. It makes the flush possible, and his king may be winning. In fact, we know it is, but I don't think he does. But Pierre will be mounting a strong bet here, I think. Doesn't like giving these pots up once he's raised and bet. Ah, Adrian taking an interesting angle there with a flush draw, and also putting the pressure back on Pierre. I love this. This is the only way of playing a bully. Excellent poker. Well done, Adrian. You have to take a stand sometimes and just play it tough. Adrian getting more involved now. Got 30 big blinds, raising with an 8-6. No, sorry, just called. So we have small blind and big blind. Again, neither player has hit. Nice bet there. Adrian's aggression paying off at the moment. Even Pierre not raising with 7-3 offsuit out of position. Adrian will also probably fold his 5-3. Gael with a king 9 offsuit plays very well, and she already has money in the pot. Well, we see a new player sit down. Gaetan in trouble with king 6 if he gets too aggressive. Doesn't want to hit a king. 2 players join us. How nice. Ace 2-7. Neither players hit. Gael going to lead out. No, 10 just folding, hit absolutely nothing. Nice little pot there for Gael.
Big blind. 7. Pass.
Adrian persisting in his aggression, raising the cuts off with king 4 offsuit. Gaetan small blind, 8-6 suited.
Pass.
And one of our new players, Hugo, in the big blind with Jack 2 offsuit. Does he want to make a statement? Or just fold? Adrian's aggression has moved him nicely up the chip count. It's working well for him, especially when he took the initiative against Pierre a couple of hands ago.
Pass, pass. Yes, can I put cards on the number?
Yes.
Cards on the number.
Le carte, c'est avec le chiffre 5, les chiffres au milieu des deux. En gros, il faut que tu les laisses 2 secondes et après tu peux les refaire. Tu les laisses 2 secondes, ça les marque. Avec les chiffres. Après tu les refais. Tu es obligé de les remettre.
Pass.
Nice answer.
I'm not sure what's going on there. Might even have been a misdeal.
Pass. Yeah, all in. Can you also put the cards on the number?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Pass, pass.
Short stack all in push with a very pretty 10-8 suited. Hard to call these bets. So new player to the table, no one knows anything about him, and he shoves in his first hand. Well done.
Pass. Manforte. Pass.
Raising the hijack with ace king. And Scale going to get busy with king 9. It's been very patient so far, very passive. May want to see a flop with the king 9. Wow, disciplined stuff. Maybe she just knew she was in really bad shape. Interesting.
Pass. $175. Pass. Pass. Pass.
Hugo made a raise with the ace jack. Daniel, king queen. I think he's going to get called here. We're going to see a battle between ace jack and king queen. Not a lot in it. Can't see Hugo folding ace jack six-handed. Also, he's not covered.
$780.
He's already raised 170. 600 to call, getting 2 to 1. He's got the ace jack. It's a tricky spot, but it's not the same as a full-handed table. A lot stronger hand, six-handed. Oh, wow. Daniel has made him fold. It's the second all-in he's been in, and has won both.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Pair of fours for Daniel now.
All in.
Shoving with $1 million. Doesn't need to be shoving here, but the game will only get looked up by pretty strong hands. Gaitan's thinking about it. I don't think he's going to call pretty well all his stack $1 million with an ace-6 offsuit. I'd be surprised. But he has been all in 3 times now, Daniel.
1 million.
At some point, someone's not going to believe him. Is this that point? Very even. He does have 2 overcards. Just doesn't quite believe the bet. Problem is, even if you don't believe in Daniel's bet and don't trust him, you've still got ace-6, and that's his problem. If you've got ace-9 or above, it's a different decision. Yeah, I think he has to fold that. Showing the fours, probably doesn't make any difference. Still, if you saw the fours, he probably isn't calling.
Big blind.
Pierre with a better raising hand than he normally has.
Base 175.
Also making a slightly bigger raise than he normally does. Normally at about 150. Gael will be pushing here with a ace jack suited. And Pierre may well call with queen 10. So this could be a big double up for Gael. Been very patient. I think this is the hand she needs to make a move on. 30 in the field. I think she's looking at the numbers. Maybe the pay jumps. He must have noticed how active Pierre has been, which is why he's got 8 million chips. He only has 15 big blinds. This is a good opportunity to pick up a slightly bigger than normal pot. There we go. Oh, no. She dummied me. She was playing with me. I thought those chips were being slid in. I still think they're going in.
Nice.
Kept some chips behind. Pressure on Pierre now. It's a very playable hand, 6-handed, Queen 10 suited. Just doesn't know he is dominated in both his suit and his numbers. So good fold there. Well played, Gael.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
No, turn opening fairly light on the button with King 7 suited.
Raise 140. 140.
Queen 10 for Hugo in the small. He only has 11 big blinds. Next to call. Pierre likes low suited connectors. No point him raising, but I'm pretty sure he'll call. He knows how to play these hands.
3 players.
Which is another reason I like him. Oh, there's a 6, but he's got to reasonably think there's an ace out there.
Check. Check.
Is Gaotan going to try and represent the ace here?
Check.
No, he isn't. And that's given Hugo the lead with a 10. But he's got to believe that no one is slow playing an ace. Well, he's just going to bet it. He said it's 10. He doesn't think anyone's got an ace. Bang, 100k. We know Gaetan will fold, but Pierre could literally do anything. Look, it's just one of his chips. One of his brown chips. Nothing.
Heads up.
That's not a good card. for Pierre.
Check.
But it's a good cut for him to bluff on. And here he goes. Wow. Complete airball bluff on the heart. Can Hugo see through this? He's already got, he's now getting 3-1, more than 3-1 on the pot. Does he believe he's losing to either an ace or a flush? Wow. Very good play by Pierre. Wow.
8 et 9. 8 et 9. Ouais, c'est Dame 6 qui tourne en bluff. C'est la seule. Le 3.
C'est la meilleure main.
Sans doute.
Sinon, il fait.
Je fais l'as de passer As4. Il va passer en As.
Ace-8 suited, Daniel coming in with a raise. 140. Going to turn a very pretty Jack-9 suited. Doesn't fancy it with other players behind, especially Pierre. 2 Jack-9s already. Pierre having a rest. He's got to count all his chips. He's got to get all his soldiers in a row. Adrian 70k to call into 310. Getting more than 4-1 on his money. Got a suited hand worth a look. Great flop for Daniel. Now, is he going to slow play this? Or is he going to bet? Does he want to let Adrian catch up? Nope. I think it's going to be a big bet though.
70,000.
Minimum bet. I think Adrian may just let him take this down. Well, whatever he's got, we know he's got premium. He's hit that flop big time. Adrian certainly is on the more aggressive side compared to some of the other players on the table. So he might go for the raise as it was such a small bet. But then Daniel's made that bet to induce a raise. He may well know his player. There we go.
Raise 300.
Lovely. Great hand for Daniel so far. Absolutely falling in his lap. Great small bet on the flop that has made this raise happen. Could be a bad card for Adrian in that he's not going to want to fold the flush draw. Daniel's still in a very strong position. He needs to continue to get value out of it though. If Adrian's got a jack or a 9-10 or that kind of hand, he's going to be calling. So I think we need to, there's enough in the pot. Let's start. I only got 755 behind anyway. I'd like to see a bit of a 300-400. Adrian in trouble. Recognising how well he's played the ace-8. Can he hit a club to knock out Daniel, who has played the hand pretty well? How unlucky or lucky are these players going to be? One card to come, and it is not a club. So nice double up there for Daniel. Played that very well. Played it with risk.
Ils sont stackés par 2 là. Oui. D'accord. Donc ça fait 200, 400, 600, 800, 1 million. Donc en vous enlevant tout ça, il vous restera 1 million. Et ensuite, je vous prendrai aussi 2 millions. Donc ce qui fera 4 stacks d'orange. Là, je vais vous mettre 3 millions. 3 millions. Pour 3 millions. Vous enlevez un peu de place.
There we can see our chip count. So Pierre miles ahead with 8 million. More importantly, 114 big blinds. And Hugo now at the bottom end, in danger, under 10 bigs, and a couple just over. I think we're going to be going into a break now.
10 stacks of blue. 10 stacks of blue and 4 stacks of orange, and you see.
We're going to be going into a 60-minute dinner break. I will see you all back at 9:30 p.m. 1 hour's time.
Nevím, a tak mi to napadlo.
5 million?
Nemám.
Pardon. Oh my god.
2 million.
I want to make more money. 1 million.
1 million. 2 million.
Ale však spýtam sa.
2 million altogether. 1 million.
So this is 3. Right? Wanna be? Yep, this is altogether 3 million. Let's consider 500, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million.
3 million.
Agree? This is 2.
And 1 million. Yeah.
Okay, we agree. 2 million, 3 million.
Hold on.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your
Thank
dinner.
you. So, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect.
Yeah? Okay. Oh my god, this is heavy.
All the people live there. Guys, please press, players, watchers, can you just carry on? Thank you. That also too, guys. Here we go, enjoy your food. You deserve it. Posto. ne veut pas être le dernier. Allez, allez. Les derniers, on est où ça tourne 50 minutes, ça sera plus comme ça, 5 minutes, voilà. Allez, guys, stop. Voilà. Yep.
Let's double check this so we have the correct number
That's
first
the
and then
first.
we...
Yeah.
Yeah. 2.5? 3. Thank you.
3.
3. 4. 5, 6. 8. That one is done, or
Okay. We start with citoyen.
Ok, Julien Godin.
Yeah. Adrien Guyon.
Adrien Guyon.
Ok.
915.
915.
Ouais. 915.
Check out 915 000. Next.
Next. Okay. Sept, 8, 9 plus, 11 plus 13, 1 395.
Bravo, bravo. Bravo?
Yeah.
Go to it.
Okay, let me just finish this. Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. And with the smile. Okay? You're
I'm gonna be smiling at the end of.
Junior, don't smile. Flor, smile.
Of course I smile, but
Because Flor don't have the same. Hey,
smiling.
I'm done.
Okay, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 2.1, 2.4, 2.450, 2.475, 2.490, 2 400 90, ouais.
T'es sûr?
Yeah, il a tout compté en français depuis tout à l'heure.
Yeah.
This is 5, yeah?
Yeah.
1 million, 20 000.
1 million 20.
Ouais.
Hugo,
Hugo. 560. 560. And Monsieur
Neville.
Neville Pierre. Pierre.
I mean,
3 millions.
Flor, we're gonna play.
Uh,
To me or yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay, we're gonna play down to 18 players.
Yeah.
Or
Mhm.
if it's really too slow, I mean too
Long.
too
Fast.
fast.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're gonna play till midnight. In order not to have a big day tomorrow.
So midnight or 18 players, whichever comes first.
No, not whichever comes first. 18 will come first for sure. So if it's like really before midnight, let's play a bit more till midnight.
So it's 18 or midnight?
No,
It is midnight. No, it
No.
is 18
or midnight.
or if we don't reach 8. No, it is midnight.
No, we play until midnight.
Just-
Go away. It doesn't matter.
No, it matters.
I know when it's like doing stupid things. Yeah, you know that's why it's like that's finished. I have to be. 2, 5,
Yes.
7 millions.
Ask him.
7, 7, 7, 8, 7, 9.
Yep.
8 millions. 25 000.
8 millions 25.
You got it?
0, 25, 0, 0, 0.
We might.
8 millions 25. Okay, so now
Now,
chips.
Yes.
So let's count everything.
are we okay with this?
The last one.
Okay, sorry, I will do something else. So that's 400, that's 900, that's 1 million. Then 1 million, then.
And what table are you on, girls? Table 2, yeah?
Table 2, yeah?
We take everything to the table.
Alright, so let's see, those oranges over there, 2 million. Oh, yeah,
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
yes.
3, 5,
Yes. 3,
3,
listening? You did it?
Yes.
14,555.
Huh?
We are 10,000 now. 10,000 up in total, yeah? Which is good because on the last we had cheap price plus 8,000.
Okay, so we're good, yeah? We need to balance.
Théo,
J'arrive.
viens mon bon, viens.
Wait, the next one to break is table, whichever one that is on three, right?
No, 6. 2, 3, 6.
Or the middle one.
3.
Yeah, because they said they want spacing between the tables, so they can do that one. Why am I even thinking about this now? Unimportant. What?
All good. You're wrong.
Oh, c'est bon. C'est bon. Regarde, j'ai fait une chip count. J'ai 10 000 de plus. Mais
On est bon.
Ça, on est bon. Maintenant, tu recomptes le nombre que je compte sans. Je n'ai pas voulu le faire. Parce que c'était sur moi. Je préfère quand tu peux laisser pour win-win.
Ouais, ouais. En plus 10, ça me paraît ok.
Maintenant, je te laisse toi compter les choix sans.
Bah, c'est quoi le check avec moi? Parce que tout à l'heure j'en ai loupé, donc c'était avec moi. On est sûr.
That seems the only logical here.
We have an interesting level after 300,000, 700,000, we go back to 125.
Lucky 13.
Contacte-moi, j'ai des problèmes dans ta tête. Déjà, tu veux te calmer. C'est des problèmes dans ta tête, il y a un lac pas loin.
Il y a un étang. Il y a un étang. Il y a un étang. J'apprends pas tout là-dessus. On verra moi tout à l'heure quand on sera en haut de l'hôtel.
That one's the next one to break, yeah?
No.
Oh, you said in the middle. We
Yeah,
changed
he
it.
said this one.
We changed it now.
Yeah, like he said this one. Mika.
Okay.
Said this one.
Alright.
Then this one's gonna be the last.
Okay.
Then we stopped on this one.
Because tomorrow, with what we did last year,
Wait, let me finish.
feature table here and 2 tables over there and here with expectations. You weren't here last year, or you were? You remember, yeah? There were 2 tables over there, and here we get spectators.
Relative 398, ça confirme.
Et comme ça, on tombe.
Ouais, tu peux la remonter là.
S'il te plaît.
Alors, ici on a +1. Ça c'est facile. Là-bas on a plus 5.
20, 40, 47, il y en a à Pierre-Neuville. C'est bon 20, 40, 46, 47. Ok.
Ici il n'y en a pas, ici il n'y en a pas. Et là-bas il y en a 9.
Je peux te dire. T'as compté là-bas là?
Ouais.
Ici il y en a 8.
8. Ok. T'as ton téléphone ou pas avec
Bien
la
sûr.
calculatrice?
Bien sûr.
Parce que je run out of battery. Faut que je le mette en charge d'ailleurs. De toute façon, on peut voir ici sur le chip comme on est bon. Ok, là-bas t'en as 20. Pas 35, j'en ai avoir 65 dans le. Je suis censé en avoir 65, mais c'est sûr c'est 63 dans la chip. Là t'en as 20. Là, je sais pas, c'est sûr ça arrête avec 63. J'ai pas 135. Yeah, we are good about the exactly.
Now you just have to track it. We're gonna do like every break, we're gonna make a real chip count. So you see if
Ouais, si chip count il bouge, là je vais checker les comprends.
Mais là c'est le réel chip count. Les 3,
ouais, ouais.
Là le qu'on vient de définir.
Il est bon parce qu'on a fait estimé sur le. Le table 5. Je laisse les deux secondes. We want to keep it or check you?
The problem is it's not 40 minutes. When they come back, we can do it easy. You're not far away.
Yeah, we're checking to set up together.
Okay, they come back here. Because we have to clear the stage. They're coming back here. One, and then five is going. Five. Okay, let's prepare for the guys. We need to have their place for their phones. Need to rack. Can you do me a favor? Can you make sure that this table 1 is clean?
Clean?
clean it. So let's move everything. We will move everything somewhere on table 5, but that we can move the chips without any issues, without any fear. And we need 4 more racks, please, Ilona. Thank you. No. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 halves. Two entire. Yeah.
2 full.
Yeah. Thank you. Very well said.
Yay.
And button is on seat number 5, correct? Correct.
Yeah.
I guess.
If nobody moved it, it's there.
Button is on seat number 5.
Do you want to keep the tickets like this or
Oi.
Do we need to work up table 5 as well?
No, let's do it first now. First, set this up.
Alright, get the chairs.
We get the chairs and move the chips here. Only then are we moving them the other way around. The button was on 5.
3, 4. Okay, let's double check.
Sit 1.
Čo? Som zdrav. Ty si tak rozložil karty?
Mně by to nikdy nenapadlo.
No však áno. Preto sa mi to nezdalo, že...
Bych to dělal, hele, tohle udělat v banku normálně na autu, tak dostaneš zjebáno.
No jasné.
A budeš dělat, že nedostaneš pokutu.
Však jasné, však presne tak.
Tady mi je to jedno, já jsem to nedělal, já na to sám nebudu. Nebo já nechápu jednu věc. Jako chápu, že on to dělal od SEO, ale proč už to neudělal spolu těch knihů? Protože knihy jsou vždycky navařené, dneska jsem jednou dělal, jak vysvětloval. On to udělal tak, že od ESA barvy úplně opačně a ještě to dělal od ESA, ne? Říkal,
Francouz alebo jaký?
No. Zase se na něho podíval, říkal jsem, to je prostě nepsané, že za prvé to děláš od kniha a za druhé dobré, barvičky pochopím, pokud tam je nějak jako to udělané, jo? Ale já pochopím, jestli tam máš prostě buď spade, anebo srdce nahoře. A nebo ne, buď srdce, anebo klava.
No.
Protože ten, dejme tomu, že vlastně to otočíš jenom ty karty, že prostě první máš klapa, pak máš diamond.
Tie farby ja možno chápem ešte, že možno v ich jazyku to podľa nejak ide ABCD, vieš, že inak, ale...
Máš to jednoduché, podľa ABCD prostě, dejme tomu dobré.
No veď ja viem, o to hovorím, že možno oni to má podľa francúzske ABCD, vieš, že možno, vieš...
No, tak to je normální ABCD, chápu klap. A Ale nechápu, proč si to ESO dávají nahoru.
Veď abeceda je abeceda, ale hard sa u nich možno povie nine, že u nás máme srdce a
Srdce používáš jen tam myšlo, prostě je pravda.
no veď, ale to hovorím, že oni asi nie.
Co nechápu je to, proč prostě to ESO dává nahoru.
To už ja neviem.
Když máš nový balíček, tak co děláš jako první věc?
No jasné, však ja to viem. Tak oni sú dementi.
Pak ještě dělali chip count, ne? A on normálně vzal a začal ty čipy brát, ne, a počítat, říkal, hej, to nikdy nedělej, ty vole, nikdy se nedotýky těch čipů, nebo ty nedělej třeba prostě. A on říkal, proč? Říkám, hele, až uděláš jednu chybu a dostaneš za to tak zjebano, jak nikdy prostě, nebo si stane fakt nějaký problém, tak si v životě nepůjdeš. To správně.
Už som ti chcel ísť vypýtať veci, ale akorát tam nikto nebol.
Oh my god, I have all Croatians here. Antonio, what is this? What is this? All Croatians are here. Mafia! Mafia!
I'm a Slavic guy, but at least it's quality, it's quality, guys. It's quality.
But I have to agree.
I'm not a racist, I'm quality racist. No, really. Quality is my...
Are you going to be here as same as last year?
Huh?
Are you going to be here tomorrow as same
I
as
don't know.
last year?
Maybe. It's not up to me.
I hope you will.
Whatever I'm told, do it.
See today all the layouts, and now they have all shadows. Yes, you don't see that?
I see level and
I played with all of them. It's beautiful.
Like that. Now, what I'm missing on this one.
What? Wow. Everything is
I'm
good.
thinking.
I love it.
Yeah, I told Glenn to do one more thing for the next stakeholder. I'm always showing the next payout and the top payout. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay, then
Yeah.
two are freezed.
yeah, but that's not up to you, it's up to the so now it will be 29 will be down here always. One will be here
I
always.
understand. I think this much will, yeah.
I told him that, he said he'll try to make it. He'll try to tell it all. Because you know how people watch, and then it skips, the moment they blink, it skips. Yes or no?
I can. Now he's not ignoring me.
Ah, no?
We have pretty good relationship now. You know what I did no, I'm gonna.
I'm okay, no, I'm okay with Tony. I
But
called Tony.
Glenn told me I am a really good
Oh,
and in some things I'm even better than him.
Glenn told me this.
Maybe he's all the time right now.
But for Glenn to tell this, it's a bit, he's
He
even
told
maniac.
He told Matters the same, like, because we played with K Holden a lot.
Yeah, and you're all the time.
I
Yeah.
love to play with K Holden. I love it.
I love to play with many things. K Holden.
But not
also.
with K
No,
Holden.
K Holden I like. I love to play K Holden because it's good because you can do something actually
Yes,
useful
exactly.
about it, and you can really do many things that are interesting, and which can make your life easier.
Yeah.
So for example, Mystery Bounty, I had one thing that I said, but I don't know if they're gonna make it. If they can make it actually. Not to have the ticket with the ID number this long. Ticket 1, ticket 2, ticket 3, ticket 4.
Okay, I have
It's
to go.
go.
Payout time, Desperado.
Payout! Cable gun!
Desperados. Bye guys, have fun.
Bye. Okay. In the phone. Obydwaja mamy petka. Jeden. Pięknie tylko jeden. 4.
Finally something for me.
Table 5 is now TV, to see.
No, table 5 is now table 1 for the push.
Table 5 is now table 1.
No. Dealer, right in dealer from table 5 is now on table 1. and tell the name of the dealer.
Kako ti je ime?
Quando si chiama Gerard, c'è giocato in Barcellona, ha fatto il secondo gol il 7, 2-0. La quota del Barcellona è salita a 23. Ha giocato? No, ha vinto 3-2 il Barcellona, 81esimo, 85esimo, 89esimo.
My colleague asked me if there is any chance you have some stickers, Winamax stickers, maybe.
I can check with my boss.
Okay. Because my colleague
You can.
wants them.
Personally, but,
I
Questo you
don't
can.
want it also, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you.
27 non siete lontani, eh?
Ah?
Non siete lontani, 27.
Da 18? No, però adesso non so che cosa ne fa alla fine. Perché fino alla metà. No, aspetta lì.
No, ha detto che giochiamo fino a 18
E basta.
e se arriviamo a 18 veramente presto, allora continueremo fino a mezzanotte.
Dove giochiamo fino a mezzanotte o fino a 18, però fino a mezzanotte.
Esatto.
Noi giochiamo fino a mezzanotte.
Sì, sicuro.
Double check.
Antonio,
Ja.
to su njegovi? To gre sem?
Ti si odnesla? Zadnje. Ti si zadnje prenesla.
Ja, to je bilo na šestki. Ne, jaz sem te prinesla. Double check, poglejmo. To je miza 5,
Large
6,
Maxime.
3 milijone 500.
Tu ti je 1.700.000. 1.600.000 in neč. 1.200.000, 300, 3.200, 3.300, 3.400, 450, 3.500.
Hodinový brečík je super. Čak to je hrozné, na konci si to dajú.
Banović Ivan.
No to
2.4,
nekomentujem
2,
vôbec.
1, 2, 3. Da Silva Julien, 3, 568, dobro. Ricard Gab, 1960.
Tak vidíš, že sú mimo, že oni nevedia nič.
Colin Gaetan Leožen, 2, 3,
No však
4,
ja.
6 i 90. I Kitaj David Jacob 7505. 5, 6, 7, 7, 5, 7, 7, 4, 7, 5, 0, 5. Excellent. Button on 4. Excellent. And we have to balance table number 3.
Yeah, we do.
Table number 3 we have to balance from table number 2. The button is... Who is the button next?
It's him. It's always on the left, no?
Button is on 4. No, the thing that you weren't there doesn't make any difference.
So they keep it on the left.
I know they keep it on the left.
Depends how the
Right at the button. Plenty of buttons.
This one is on 2 or 3 because you put it on 3.
Where is the button there?
Come. This is your table.
This button is on 5.
It's the same dealer, so I guess he put it on left side. But I wasn't dealer. So it's the same dealer, so I guess he's putting it on left side, so it should be 3 and yeah. He's putting it on left side.
Technically it should be a 3, but yeah. Let's check with the players.
I had the same thing yesterday, I didn't know. It was like half.
A není ona ten dealer?
I don't know why they
A není ona...
in the front.
Říkal, není ona ten dealer?
No,
Není ona ten dealer?
They do the same in Malaga, the players will move it to the left side.
They put it on the left side,
Yeah.
but this one is like now.
Also because the French dealers are sliding, so they cannot have it in the middle.
I want the bank slider. That's another story. Wow! Sorry, Mom.
Nice. Neviem, ako mňa by to bolo, že jedno. A oni to aj tak nikdy nezistia tiež, takže... No ja už som to mal problém, však mňa až vyhodili zo streamu. No, však bol tiež cheap race, robím cheap race, dojde typek. začne mi to tam robiť veci proste mimo. Ja mu hovorím, že prosím ťa, že čo robíš? Že prosím ťa, že čo robíš, ne? Že... A on, že došiel som ti čeknúť, a že tak to so mnou robiť, poďme buď čekovať, alebo ja čekujem teba, alebo že čo sa deje. A Čavo na to, a no slušne som mu to povedal, na to sa urazil, odišiel, zavolal toho najhlavnejšieho, čo ten ich úzmik francúzsky, ten došiel, tiež si to tam naložil, tak toho som sa ešte spýtal, že si istý, že to máš dobre. On tiež iba naložil si, odišiel a potom hneď, ja som fakt nič zle neurobil, iba som sa ich o videu spýtal, že či sú si istí, že majú dobre. A oni, že nič. A napísali hneď do skupiny, že som arogantný, že som namyslený a že hneď mám ísť zo streamu preč. Ale tak ja som vedel, že to je na streame, že kamery sú zapnuté aj pri Chibrace, tak ja som povedal Zuzmi, že pozrite sa na kamerách, že ja som nič neurobil zle, že všetko som spravil v pohode. A oni si to jasné, že pozreli, uznali to, nevyhodili ma zo streamu a boli v pohode, ale tiež bolo... Čak sú, však... Aj sú celkovo rozmaznaní, aj v forme, nie všetko, však hovorím, že ja som našťastie vedel, že som na streame, že som pod kamerami. Keby to nebolo pod kamerami, tak by mi neverili, vieš, že som mal pravdu, ale tak som vedel, že nech si to pozrú na kamerách a videli, že Čavo mi to tam začal prehadzovať, nakladať do ľudičiek a všetko a že nič zle som ja neurobil, takže, ale hovorím, že hneď iba na toto, že som sa ho spýtal, že prosím ťa, že čo sa deje, že však správame to normálne a že čo, a on, že ani nič nepovedal, hneď sa na to urazil a potom ešte som sa s ním bavil, že 15 rokov on dealuje, že to ešte on v živote nevidel, že čo som si ja dovolil sa ho spýtať alebo mu povedať niečo, že toto. No však akože toho týpka, čo mi tam išiel pomáhať, jeden z foremanov, taký najstarší, čo tu je, tak on hovoril, že to on v živote nezažil, že ja som najhorší človek na svete a že neviem, vieš. A hovorím, že...
Ja som dneska měl takovou situaci nepříjemnou, to vieš, ale nespravedlnou zráč.
No.
Jsem tu kytájem na stole a ja som ani nevedel, že to je proste, ja když sednu mi úplně...
Ja, ale však je to jedno, však to nemá znamenať niečo, že to je nejaký iný hráč, no.
Ja jsem makal karty a seděl na jedničce a vzal mi ten pot celý, jak jsem musel. Já jsem mu vysvětlil, že to dělat nemůžu.
No jasně.
Tam může být jako prostě zamínal pot.
No.
Říkám, prostě don't do it again. A byl klid, jako klid.
Áno.
Řekni mi, je takový hráč takového kalibru, jak oni ho mají, ti udělá tady tohle, ani se neumí.
Jasné, však hovorím, tak to sú mimo.
Go on TV, it's not go on TV pura.
Můžeš mít prostě 10 milionů na vyhrání, může být největší prostě, pokud nejseš dobrá osobnost.
Je to tak. Ale víš, presne.
Úplně v levu se podívej, jak to se řadilo, jak to je
Ja všetko vidím a viem, proste hovorím, že... Ale hovorím, že predstav, že jak by si mal tento problém s tým buttonom, tak predstav, že za to by mi povedal, že ty už nemôžeš na stream, alebo také niečo. Ja viem, ale to hovorím, že niečo také podobné to bolo. Áno, však ja som videl, však, ale to ti hovorím.
Prostě co? Pro mě je to jednoduché.
Veď ja viem.
Já jenom řeknu, vyputnou blindy,
však,
aby si to moc dobře pamatuju.
Ja viem.
Tam je tak. A nebo dobré jeden.
No preto hovorím, že zase, že nič si nespravil, zase vidíš, že už nebolo to príjemné z tej strany a zase...
Bez problémů se dělají problémy.
Presne.
Bez problémů z ničeho.
No, čiže to hovorím, že mne už sa stala vec, že už som hovorím, hneď v sekunde vyhodený, že mi hovorili, že oni majú tú svoju skupinu, nejakú florsku a že tam hneď okamžite napísal, že som namyslený, zlý a neviem čo.
Já to vidím zleva, to je první věc, která mě asi napadne, no?
Jasne.
Když sednu za stůl, že se podívám prostě, kde to je. No? Ja spolám na to, že sme prostě normální a že to prostě poznáš.
Presne, to som sa spoliehala ja, ale nedopadlo to tak.
Já třeba osobně to dávám vždycky tak potom doprava, protože jsem pravák a zleva prostě tě házím karty toho, že? Takže prostě lépe to tam padne a nezavází to prostě. Protože jak oni dají blindy, vlastně můžeš dát blindy doprava, máš místo, prostě vytvoří si místo a uvažuješ logicky.
Oni robia všetko naopak, no.
Jo,
všetko, že to áno, všetko, že sa to robí naopak, tak to spravia.
Že pri ty stoly sú k tomu dělané a že pri ve Francii normálne takhle rozdávajú. Že ne, prostě piči, ale prostě ne takhle.
Hovorím, že oni všetko, čo sa dá spraviť opačne, spravia opačne. A keď im povieš, že prosím ťa, že robíme to normálne, tak oni, že tebe jebe.
No.
Než k tomu dilerovi, jak jsem vysvětlil, to je prostě nepsané pravidlo. Jak si se řazují karty.
Podľa mňa to je aj písané pravidlo, že podľa mňa tam môže byť niekde napísané, že však toto je normálne.
Je možný, že to je napsané.
Jak sa robia karty, vieš, že nemôžeš to robiť inak, podľa mňa.
Ja som mu řekl unbeaten, jo, proste.
Áno, chápem, ale podľa mňa to je, lebo potom by to teoreticky si to mohol zoradiť aj náhodne, aj nezoradiť, a bolo by to isté.
Musí tam byť pravidlo,
vieš, čo si myslím, no, určite.
Jako za mě buď klavy mají být úplně dole nebo nahoře, pochopím obojí prostě, jo, že někdo je seřadí prostě tak, někdo tak, chápu obojí, jako neřeším, jo, to, jestli takhle někdo dostane, já to nechám ležet, ale jako tam, jak ten má, jako takhle udělat 2 řady a z toho nechat se nahoře, jako z obou stran, tak já nevím, jako, že já si říkám, to mi strašně sere, že to mi sere u toho dealování, že se fakt tvrdě musíš přepracovat a v podstatě to ego potlačit. Že tady vidíš, že prostě vidíš ten rozdíl, že?
No, je to tak.
Ale musíš potlačit to ego, prostě říct si, dobré, ať si to dělá, jak on si to dělá, já budu dělat, ale musíš to potlačit. Prostě,
ja viem, však hovorím, že odvtedy, keď boli čivrezi a veci, tak ja som nepovedal ani slovo už, mal som byť, nič som to ani nechytal.
Ne, já jsem vždycky ticho, já si říkám vždycky, jak na novém místě někam přijedu, tak prostě snažím se udělat zase. Prostě snažím se udělat to nejlepší.
Áno, však presne tak.
Dělám podle sebe věci, jak dělám, a pokud se to někomu nelíbí, tak ať mi řekne proč.
Áno, však
ať mi řekne proč, já se rád přiučím něčemu, ale tohle je prostě jedna z nejlepších věcí, že tady nemáš nikoho, kdo by ti řekl, prostě tohle děláš špatně, tohle děláš dobře. Tady většinou prostě seš dealer, přijedeš, odmícháš, uděláš nějakou chybu, dobré zase, zjebáno, a dokud nedostaneš za tu chybu zjebáno, tak to budeš dělat furt. To se mi na to nelíbí, že prostě tady není nikdo. Prostě nevím, jak udělat, aby ti dealeři byli lepší, prostě lepší, protože nikdo jim neřekne tu chybu prostě, a to já nechápu proč.
Tak lebo potrebujú veľa ľudí všade teraz a boli tu ľudia, čo nevedeli ani, že ale základy. Vieš, tu už my sa bavíme o nejakých už vyššie dealovanie, ale tu nevedia ľudia základ, chápeš? Tu človek nevie spraviť chip race a podobné veci, vieš. Ale bol tu jeden taký, ale podobne, ale vidíš, vieš, že to sú všetko, čo sa bavíme, to sú základné veci, ktoré tu ľudia nevedia a ne to ešte proste vyzerá dobre, alebo podobne, vieš.
Já ti řeknu, já jsem toho dealera, musím to připomínat. Já jsem u něho viděl 5 chyb během chvíle. No. 5 chyb. Normálně jsou to detaily,
ale...
Přemýšlím, jako co udělal, víš, jako, že takové úplně...
Chápem, ale jak aj hovoríš, ale aj tie detaily, vieš, nemôžeš robiť všetko tiež inak.
Ne, jak uděláš těch detailů 5 po sobě, tak už to bude jako prostě katastrofa. Ale za prvé třeba nenávidím, když dáváš flop, dáváš tu kartu a přijíždíš přes flop.
No jasno.
Ona tam má praštit prostě, jak vzdělá, je pro oba strany.
Však to si to robia, že o všetky, ale flopy tu dávajú, už také veci vymýšľajú, ako dávať tie turny a veci, že to ani niektoré ani nechápeš, jak to tam oni dávajú. Takže jasné, to ľudia nevedia vôbec, to je v krčme. Alebo keby sme hrali my, že zrobíš si srandu.
Jo, to je chyba, která mě úplně tiltí nejvíc. Když někdo vyhraje, tak já v životě neposunu ten bod tomu výherci, pokud ty karty od toho prohrávající.
No, ale to nevie nikto. Toto nevie skoro nikto. To aj keď máš aj nelen keď už, no presne vo všetkých situáciách, že neberú tie karty nikdy. Že keď sú foldnuté, áno.
A pak vemou všechno.
Áno.
A hodí.
A to sa naučia, ale ľudia, až dokým ich to nepotrestá na keši, alebo takto, keď 1000-2000 eurový pod, keď sa potom otočia tie karty, čo boli vlastne nemaknuté, zrazu sú výherné. A to veľa ľudí poznám takto, čo sa to naučili až vtedy, kým...
Stejně to zůstane stejně, protože všichni viděli ty kombinace, prostě je to jasné, a je to chyba dealera, ten dostane zjebáno.
Ale môžu byť tie karty ne-face-upnuté. A sú tam tiež ich nemaknú a potom sa face-upnú. Ja viem, ale hovorím, že keby boli face down a on ich nezobere a zrazu by ten človek nejaký iných, alebo aj on by si ich otočil a zrazu sú výherné, vieš. A vtedy ich to potrestá najviac, že to sa stane. To ľudia nevedia. No, však to hovorím.
Je to úplně tiltí, jak já se dívám. Prostě víš co, střídáš dealera, čekáš na regru, kdy najednou tam máš prostě tu situaci a můžeš Já třeba víš co, jak dělám, hráči po mě někdy jako jsou už tak nasraní. Že já prostě mám takhle ruku a ten hráč si takhle ukazuje, takhle ukázal, prostě teď si takhle díval. Ty s nima začne to a on říká, já jsem vyhrál, posunuj ten pod, říkám, dokud nemám ty karty prostě. Jo, že ja čekám, a on už
áno, však jasné, však ja to viem. Však ja tiež.
čekám, dokud mi nedá ty karty.
Však jasne, to nemôžeš
Jo, a
posunúť.
neposunu ho prostě, dokud mi nedá ty
Však
karty.
áno, ale tak
Přestože už jsem viděl, že prohrál.
Však tak ale tak to má byť, to není, že my sa máme tým chváliť, to je, že tak sa tam má robiť, vieš, že...
No jasne,
to, že...
prostě to je takové detail, ktoré...
Ale to je veľký detail, vieš, to je to, čo hovorím, že tí ľudia sa to naučia podľa mňa až vtedy, keď im raz tie karty, čo nemaknú, nezoberú, niekto otočí a budú výherné.
Ale prostě všichni tam mají ty detaily, jo, ale teď
Ano.
jsem třeba, nebo házení karet, jo, nebo jak
To už
hraješ
to až...
přes balíčky a takhle.
Jasné,
jo,
to
že-
áno.
To jsou prostě, že nesmíš překrývat.
Áno, ja to viem, však ja všetky tieto veci
Nevím, ale jenom říkám, jako, že...
Ja vidím tých ľudí tiež, neboj sa.
Prostě díváš se na jedno kolo rozdání a vidíš tam třeba 5-6 prostě chyb.
Tak len keď hovorím, že keď tu sú závalní ľudia, čo proste miešali max nejaký u nich v dedine dvojstolový turnaj max, tak oni nemôžu vedieť.
Co tady stabilně jezdí prostě, jo. A to mi sere, jak oni prostě, jak všichni se povyšují, jak oni jsou nejlepší dvoři, ale já jsem prostě se začal soustředit sám na sebe, nebo všechno ostatní.
No jasné, však ja tiež som sa to naučil sám.
Přesně tak, musíš se sám na sebe soustředit, aby měl přísnej prostě jako divák.
Však ja som si pozeral videa, pozeral veci proste, zisťoval si, čo sa ako má robiť a inak sa to nenaučíš.
Já jsem se díval na internet, jestli existuje něco a neexistuje nic. Víceméně se to musíš naučit zkušenost. Tím, že chceš se učit prostě. A ptát se lidí. Prostě.
Áno, však keď...
Ptát se, ale to je správně, jo, takhle nebo takhle. Protože teď jsem se třeba ptal, když jsem byl v Talínu, tak tam byl vlastně prostě floor, všechno jsem tam počkal. Ptal jsem se, hele, co když prostě ten stůl je fakt velký a já nedokážu prostě zbalit to tam na nedokážu.
No.
Prostě, jo. Prostě třeba trojka a čtyřka je těžká.
Áno, správne, že ty si...
Jestli prostě můžu buď ten deck si dát prostě natáhnout se přes ten deck, jako teoreticky to jde vidět, anebo jestli můžu ten deck takhle vyzvednout směrem dolů, face down, a vzít to prostě pod. Mi říká, dělej si to jak chceš, a hlavně ten deck je prostě pevně vidět a je směrem dolů. To je celé prostě.
Jasné.
Že vlastně, jo, třeba bereš z trojky, protože pro tebe je těžké prostě natáhnout se, když tam je třeba 5 čipů. Já mám strašně malé maličky.
No však ja vidím, že však keď ceníš si o 30 cm, tak...
Jak je to správně, jo, jestli prostě můžu zvednout ten deck, vyloženě do vzduchu prostě a vzít ty čipy prostě z té čtyřky prostě a zhrnout je a pak je dát dolů ten deck. Abych ho nepřekryval, to jde vidět na kameře, říkal jo, v pohodě.
No jasne.
Tím prostě, jestli fakt ho pevně...
No keď áno, však keď vieš, že keď sa ti nerozsype, tak jasno.
6 minutes left on the break. If you're playing on table 5, you're not on TV table. If you're playing on TV table, you're not on table 1.
I'm also selling a phone, 200 euros. 200 euros for this phone. Quickly.
Or best offers. Okay, you need a big pictures on your wallet? Yes. Okay, excellent. So. I think it works in different way. Last call, fair warning.
At least we were just counting bees and animals. Remember?
Bardzo słyszę cię skórnie, kto ci nam kibuje.
Dobre, dobre. Pohode.
Why?
Or later, midnight or later.
Or later, so you cannot win.
It's not gonna be before.
Prepare to take a seat. Table number 5 is the new TV table. Table number 1. Re-rolling. What is the new table we got?
There, yours.
20.
Right here.
Table 5? Go to TV table, go to him. Well, you are here now. Table 1, same seat. Same seat. That's okay? Daniel, you are seat 4. Daniel, now. You're there? Finish your review. Go.
Guys, if you sit down quickly, you get a bonus. Come on. 10 tables. Let's go. Quickly, quickly 10 tables. Alright, so it's gonna be more like 3 in the morning. I'm gonna make this call for you guys. I usually give up on this call.
No, I don't want to talk with you if you don't.
Okay, we can try to discuss.
Players, 3 minutes left on the break.
That's not the point. You don't need to.
If you are on the TV table, you're back on table number 1.
Yes, you are. That makes sense. It's not make sense. Why? Still to 8.
If you're playing on table number 5,
Or if we don't reach 18 before midnight, we play until 18. If we reach 18
please
before
go to
midnight,
table
we
number 1.
To what? 17?
yes, or 16, or 50.
Can I check your budget?
Okay,
Anything under
okay, in this case it will be
anything under 18 is good for tomorrow.
okay.
And then you have more time for you to buy me stuff. So you know it's
Yeah. And I will be told that you have to borrow me your checking and I will also.
I have convincing arguments.
If you're under 18,
I will stop it.
Think about it.
Okay, and it means to midnight we are here 100%.
Yeah, not 100. Yes, most likely. Most likely it's gonna end at midnight. But really, really unlucky, it's gonna end after midnight.
Yeah. We will stay here for morning and tomorrow we will have a...
And tomorrow we are?
Yeah, yeah.
And we drink all day?
Yeah.
I'm done with that.
Yeah. Go tell him. It's very good idea.
Let's go until. Do you have chips? We stay here.
Yeah.
Guys, where was the button last time? Tell me. Here, where's the button? Where's the button? You are the button. So you are not the big one. You should be big one. Okay, players, take your seats. We're starting in 10 seconds. While you wait, fix the TV table there.
I need to make some money.
Okay, no. Okay, I have just an information received from the room, everybody. So players, tonight we play till midnight.
Why?
Midnight.
I think, but I don't understand why is it like that.
If at midnight we have more than 18 players.
Yes, sometimes. Sometimes it's better.
But midnight, I think will be by count by 80 players by midnight.
No.
Probably midnight will be the cut.
But I just wanna check it, that's all.
Midnight. J'ai tenté. Je te prépare là.
Il y a plus de jetons ici.
Midnight, but she said it can go.
Okay, I need one more phone.
18 or midnight?
Who didn't give me their phone?
Yeah, probably it's gonna be 18.
Who didn't give me their phone?
18.
Yeah. Of course I want it. This is like 1,000 euros already. Come on.
Estamos más de 18 de medianoche, continuamos hasta que no estamos. Okay, are we ready, TV crew?
C'est quoi le sponsor? C'est le roi. Il y a un petit moment.
C'est pas un sponsor. C'est mon club. Enfin,
Enlève ton écharpe, sinon tu fais pas de pub pour ton club.
J'ai vu que tout le monde avait des polos de Twitch. Je me cache de David.
Welcome back, everyone, to the evening session of day 2 here at Banco Casino for the Winamax Poker Open. There's a familiar face, Davidi Kitai, been on the EPT circuit and World Series for quite a while. He's actually a Belgian player and sponsored by Winamax. So he's the chip leader on the table. Let's have a quick look.
And if we are over 18, we'll continue to play when we're down to 18. If we're under 18 players, we will stop at midnight.
So we will stop at midnight. It's now 9:30, so we have 2.5 hours left, and we're playing down to 18, who will start tomorrow, final day, day 3. My colleague Dara O'Kearney, who's written a couple of fantastic books on GTO and satellite skills, satellite strategy, available on Amazon. He will be doing the first part of tomorrow, and I will do the final table. So you're very welcome back to ask any questions, make any points about play that you see. If you feel wasn't good play or was good play, anything you want. I'm sure we'll come up with an answer between us. So Davidi is our chip leader with 107 big blinds, 7.5 million. And Richard is our short stack on the table, although not that short, with 2 million. And everyone else in between. And we are 6-handed. We have a maximum table. And the famous dealers shuffle up and deal. And here we go, first hand of our new feature table with the well-known and popular Davidi Kitai in seat 1.
Oh. Guys, cards on the numbers, please. Number, yeah, like the first few
So
seconds,
now
and
Richard,
then
who starts this table with 2 million chips, has got a nice pair of jacks. JJ, that's my name. Gotta love them. If I don't love this hand, who else is going to? So again, the min raise, real pattern to this Winamax Championship. Julian with the interesting hat has doubled the chip stack. Starts with 55 big blinds. I don't know what he's thinking about here. Does he not believe the raise? think there's lots of people that like taking their television time, but it looks like he is putting a 3-bet in.
$475. I know.
It's a massive bet, 475.
Yes, but I had to cut it.
It's a very large 3-bet.
475.
He's trying to put maximum pressure on Richard, but Richard's got a proper hand.
I really think you ask. It looks like.
And Richard's going to play this. Can't see him folding jacks, not 6-handed. Yeah, it's the most sensible bet. An immediate fold. I have no idea why Julien felt the need to raise quite so much. You get the same information with a normal 3-bet of around 270, something like that. So I think he needlessly gave away 150,000 chips there. Maybe it's his friend. Maybe it's his brother. I don't know. That was a strange, very large 3-bet. And it also stood out with everyone doing fairly small raises in this championship. Leo under the gun with ace-king offsuit. Decent stack in front of him. Started in second place with 87 big blinds.
160.
Raise 160.
And the min raise coming in again.
Fold. Fold.
Davidi not fancying the Doyle Brunson. 10-2, famous hand that he won 2 world championships with back in the day. Not when there were 8,000 runners, admittedly. But actually won 2 championships with 10-2 offsuit. Fairly amazing.
Strelo. Fold. 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 Raise 265.
Davidi now. What is it with the King 7 suited? It's the second large raise for King 7 suited. Does everyone know something about this hand that I don't? We had a big 3-bet earlier.
Call.
And now a pretty large 3-bet as well. But nothing like 435. So we have King 7 suited against 9-7. I don't think Leo realises quite what bad shape he's in. He said it's 9 though. Davidi probably going to follow up his bet. Repping the ace.
150. Call.
Small bet called. Made it less likely someone's got an ace, but it's now given the nut flush draw to Davide against Leo's bottom pair.
Check.
Interesting. Very hard for Leo to bet this though.
Check.
Still in the lead, but will Davide fire a bullet to take this down? And very hard to call with all those overcards. He was the initial raiser. He could have been looking to check raise with the ace on the turn. I think he has to represent this hand to take the pot down. He's missed everything. He's only got a king high. He got called both on the flop and pre-flop. So he has to put Leo on something on this board. 9, 10, maybe even queen. Here we go.
500.
Lovely bet, half the pot. Making it a tough decision for Leo to call. He needs to have read something. Maybe the check on the turn will be Davide's downfall. Soften the way, check the turn, bet the river, and you get snapped. It's also a great way of disguising a big hand. And it's worked. Davide absolutely repping the ace there with at all streets. Nice hand.
Presque dommage, il a lasté en allant. T'as vu? Ouais.
Fold. 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 Cards on the number. Raise 160.
Davide raising with the queen 10. Not going to find too much opposition at the moment. Small blind and big blind have pretty bad hands.
Fold. 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 Call. Can you give him 20 back? 20 back for him.
Like that?
Yeah, 4. 4 off, yeah. Just give him. Yeah.
Lines are 40-80, and dealer was just getting change. But Julian didn't really understand what was going on. Queen has hit top pair, king flush backdoor.
Bet 80.
But Richard is betting his top pair. Julian is in position on the big blind. See how he wants to play this.
Oh. Can you give me from this one? Yeah. Yeah, it's okay.
Six not changing much. Richard still has to feel confident his queen is ahead.
$230.
Very strong bet, 230 into 400, and King 4 will give up. Good bet.
Fold. Raise 160. Fold.
Navidi with an ace-6. Will Richard want to call with an ace-5?
Fold.
No. Very quick fold as well.
Fold.
He seems to be getting a lot of respect on this table. Perhaps too much.
Fold.
Tu es portugais ou... Non. Tu peux parler français toi? Non mais tu peux vivre au Portugal ou alors... Je suis un petit peu... Ou alors être d'origine.
Non, je suis normand.
Ouais, c'est pareil.
Fold.
Attractive king, queen in the hijack.
Raise 160. Fold.
At least with the constant min raise, the dealer knows what's going on, how much is in the pot. Not that she needs to, but if this was pot limit, it'd be wonderful. Very easy for the dealer. Maxime deciding whether to call. He's calling with 10-8. I think that's perfectly reasonable. He's in position. No, sorry, he's not. He's on the big blind.
160.
3 millions 4.
Check.
Very interesting flop. Maxime has to work out if Leo has an ace or not. If not, his 10's good. We know he's got a gut shot. Plus overcards to the 10. Let's see how Maxine wants to play this.
85.
Very small bet from Leo.
Bet 85,000.
Basically one big blind.
Oh.
Makes a call. It's not really now though. It's going forward you have to worry about. And although he's hit 2 pairs, it makes no difference. It's counterfeited with the aces. What it does do is it puts pressure on both players with a flush draw, although neither does have a heart. They don't know that. So makes it more difficult to be betting into this board now, even if you had an ace. Makes it more difficult. Or it makes it easier to represent. Lots of ways of skinning the cat.
Check.
And a flush does come. Maxine's 10 is winning. But will either player represent the flush? Leo may even think his king could be good here. So he may well check for value in terms of not feeling the need to bet. Also, there's a lot of hearts that are going to call you. But if he feels he's well behind, he might bet. Yeah, and Maxime takes down the pot.
Les bleus et les gris, on peut vite les confondre.
Il a combien?
Non, je vois bien, mais s'ils sont dans une pile, non?
Ouais, tu trouvais pas? C'est pour ça qu'on est obligé de les mettre devant. Il n'y a pas de problème d'avoir des gris, parce que moi j'en ai pas.
Tu veux... Ah non, j'allais dire en échange. Je crois que l'année dernière, il y a rien, il y avait pas 250.
Leo with a queen jack.
160.
Raise 160. Fold. 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 Call.
Nice. Potential pot with the queen jack dominating the jack 4 suited. That Davidi with a lot of experience. Leo with the initial raise. Should really follow through here and represent that ace. And it's going to be very hard for Davidi to call with jack 4 unless he just does not believe Leo has any kind of hand.
125. Fold.
And immediate fold.
Big blind, please. Fold. Fold.
Ivan, who's been very patient on this table, wakes up with a nice playable pair of tens.
Raise 160. Pass. Pass.
And he folds. Tens take it down.
Fold. Fold. Raise 160. Fold.
Maxime coming in with the raise with a king 5 suited. The table seem to find king 5, king 7 suited a very attractive hand. Must be in chapter 7. I'm only up to chapter 6. I haven't read that chapter yet. That seems to be a very popular raising hand.
Ça y est, on s'en fout. J'ai toujours été sérieux, je l'avais tout. T'as peur de se faire taper dessus par les copains? Par les coachs.
To są chciało, że to tak, no, sme to dobre pochopili.
J'avais mes potes qui m'attendaient. Un grand burger. Il y a un resto slovaque là, juste dans la rue quand on descend. Sur la gauche? Ah oui, c'est qui ça? C'est sympa. C'est l'église qui a été refaite. Je pense que c'est ça, ouais. C'est vachement joli.
Regardez, passe.
C'est pas mal.
I'm sure David will be raising with a king 9.
$175.
Leo has him beat with a king jack suited, but will he know it? Certainly going to call. Is he going to raise? Quite like the raise here. Find out where you are. You're in position on the button.
Cool.
Immediate fold with Queen 10. Okay. Six-handed. Plays better than it does normally.
Heads up.
Two players to the flop, King 9 and King Jack. And the King Jack is winning, but Davide, the more experienced player, looking for different ways of winning each and every pot he's involved in.
They 20.
And just the bet is enough. King Jack suited may have been winning, but he didn't know it, and it's so far away from that board. So, went to form there.
Do you hear me now? Yeah, now it's okay. Raise 160. Pass. Pass. Pass.
Maxine making the early raise with Jack 9 suited. Julien with Queen Jack on the flop. Sorry, Queen Jack on the small blind. Who is that character on his head? It's one of these cartoon characters. Looks like he's sizing up a raise.
Raise. $650. Pass.
Big 3-bet with only Jack 9 in front of you. We're not going to feel too comfortable about it. It's a nice bet by Julien, but I enjoyed his bet sizing. And he takes down a raised pot. Very well played, despite the hat.
C'est la première fois que du jeu depuis ce matin.
Qu'est-ce qui te fait dire ça? Ah, tu veux pas nous dire?
Pas te dire.
J'avais l'impression qu'il avait du jeu aussi. Alors on va voir ses rides, David.
On va le savoir bientôt.
On va le savoir bientôt, de toute façon je pourrais plus me cacher.
C'est vrai que je vais regarder la vidéo en ralenti.
En ralenti, tu vas analyser toutes les... Non. Toi tu sais, David, nous, il faut qu'on regarde comment t'as su.
T'as su aussi, t'as foldé. Ouais.
Raise, 160.
160. Passe.
C'est le moment d'avoir du jeu. C'est pas du jeu.
Call. Heads up.
They're making the min raise with the 4s. Called by King 5. And Maxime has hit top pair. Kings over 7s. Not going to feel like he is losing to too many hands. The only problem he's got is his 5 kicker. So ideally he'd like to see a big card come on.
85.
Leo following through. Certainly. Leo following through with his pair of 4s. Just a call. Maxine playing this slow. No, not a card to be too concerned with their likely holdings.
Check. $500.
Maxime betting his king now. He's kept it low key up until this point. Is Leo going to believe he's losing? Does it look like a bluff? Got a bluff catching hand.
Pass.
I think a sensible pass there by Leo. Maxine felt very confident when he put that money in. Very positive body language. And blinds are now up.
Pour 50 000, je peux te faire avancer dans le temps. Là, il fallait qu'on cherche 50 000 €. C'est pas 1000 jetons.
C'est blind job ou pas là du coup? Enfin, sur cette main.
Passe. 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 Call. $375. Pass.
Very nice situational play there. Read a bit of weakness and raised the caller. I like that. David showing that he still has the talent that has brought him some very good returns during his poker career. Won nearly $11 million online, and his best life cash was $930,000. Back in July, at the World Series main event, he had a cash, 60,000, good result there, and a few other smaller cashes. Second in the EPT 2K, six-handed for 50,000. Sorry, 46,000 euros. So some nice results in the last couple of years as well. Not just living on reputation, but still playing pretty well with good series of results. Here we've got 7-3 suited with 2 diamonds on board. Maxine has hit the board with a bottom pair and backdoor clubs. This is about how Maxine wants to play it. Strong bet of 200 into 550. Leo's got the flush draw. Can't see him going anywhere quite yet. Just makes the call. Wants to see a diamond now. And he does, but it's a king. So although he's hit a flush, it's also improved possible 2 pairs in hands. Yeah, I could see this going check actually. I don't think there's too much value in Maxine betting, and if he does, he'll get in trouble. Yeah. So he needs a king or a jack. Not a great card for Leo because it brings backdoor diamonds into play for Maxine. I think possibly a check call. Although I can't see Maxine betting this, not with 4 diamonds on board. Might make a small value bet of say 250. That's how confident he feels. That 6 of diamonds really hasn't helped him. He'd have felt a lot more confident with just 3 diamonds. Can Maxine pull the trigger and represent a big diamond? The answer is no. And the small flush takes it down.
Là, tu veux bien m'échanger un peu de merde contre du noir ou pas? Merci. Après.
C'est pas toi, c'est pas double.
You see our chip counts. David is still on top with 83 big blinds and no one in the danger zone.
Ah ouais, mais là,
Maxime now with a nice little raising hand, king queen. Blinds are now 5,100. So now the min raise is 200, which tends to be the only raise they do. But Davidi has an ace. Does he want to find out early where he is, or does he want to? Wow. Okay. Giving maximum respect to the raiser there. Leo though with a pair of eights. This could go a few ways. Covers Maxine. He's not that big a stack himself. He has just over 3 million, my friend. Not sure you want to be set minding with eights. It's a strong enough hand to make a play with. Decided against that, just made a call. That'll probably bring the Jack 10 in.
Three players.
Top pair for Maxine, second pair for Richard, and an under pair for Leo. They all have something. Maxine, however, has top pair. Betting out his top pair. Now Leo lets his eights go.
Call, heads up.
Nice call there by Richard.
Check.
Although he is losing. Second pair is playing top pair, and the fives don't help anyone really. This will be about bravery as much as anything.
Call showdown. Cut.
Maxine taking another pot, building up nicely. Key to getting on the final table is to start building your pots now when there are more than 20 left. We are going to stop tonight at 18 players or midnight. It is now 10:20, so I think we will get to 18 players before midnight, and then we will commence tomorrow midday, I think, maybe 12:15, 12:30, with 18 players left. For now, we have 6 folders.
Call. Call.
Also seems to be the trend with these young French and Belgian players to use their hoodies to cover their part of their face up when they're making decisions. There's a nice 3-bet from Julian.
300.
He's been impressive when he's played.
Pass. 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 Raise 200.
That's a pair of 10s, but the same min raise. Small blind, big round.
Pass.
Jack 2 doesn't want to know, but we might see ace 5. Wanting to see a flop here or more. I wonder if we're going to get a raise. It's out of position, so he may feel he needs to get more chips in now. And if he shoves, Leo should call, but we have seen people fold. Saw someone fold jacks earlier. I think the guy had king 7 or something.
Call.
Yeah, I think it makes more sense.
Heads up.
Call, reassess when you see a flop.
Check.
Ten's still in pretty good shape. Hard to put his opposition on a king the way it's been played so far.
160. Pass.
It's fair enough that everyone else passes.
Pass.
Leo with an attractive looking king jack 6-handed. Well, he's run into Richard's ace king. can only really play this one way. Here's 1.6 million, 16 big blinds. He has to just get it in here. May or may not get called by King Jack. Probably won't get called. I think he'd like to get called. Could make a more creative raise to about 800, but that also emphasises the strength of his hand. At least for the shove, it's hard to know whether he has a proper hand or not. Just increases the chances of him being called. Scene. So, Leo, you want to call? Can certainly afford the call, but I don't think he will be too happy when he sees the hand if he does. Ah, good pass.
Un petit peu plus qu'un peu. C'est plus 1.6 que 1.5. Ah ouais.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Pass.
Richard now with a pair of fours.
Fold.
Decides not to play it. Open folding a pair. My goodness me. If only he knew he was up against ace-2 and ace-3 and an under-pair. Might be a raise here from Maxine with he does have a pair. He's down to heads up with the big blind. Bit of running repairs by our tech team for the dealer.
Raise 350.
A good job there whilst being mauled around.
Call.
Maxine still leading with a pair of twos. But David has won quite a few of these pots where he had no right to win, but his strategy seems to have been the best choice. Which basically means he'll bet this flop and Maxine will fold. Basically, that's what that means. Well, first bit's right. He's bet it.
Fold.
And the twos fold.
Hey players, I will need the next big blind from this table, please.
Allez, good luck.
On est 4x5.
On est 20 quand?
Ouais, on est 4x5.
2 à 2, c'est bon.
Non.
C'est 12 sous to go. C'est 18, je t'ai dit.
C'est 18, mais c'est 18 avant mignon quand il me fait mignon.
Non, c'est l'inverse.
Ah, c'est souvent, ouais, des fois c'est l'inverse.
T'es sûr?
Bah, c'est ce qu'on a dit. Ça va continuer longtemps. Le mec au chelon, là, je sais pas.
Non, il a sorti
Yes.
une blague, il a dit que c'est à 18, on continue jusqu'à 18.
Monsieur,
Tu crois?
Moi, c'est ce qu'on m'a dit tout à l'heure.
Because you don't wanna give me cricket. You know?
If you are 18 now, continue for this stuff. Ah, so midnight, whatever.
Midnight if you're under 18 it's midnight, if you're over 18 we continue play after midnight.
Le problème, c'est que tu me crois jamais.
je viens de prendre un bad beat.
C'est ton premier tournoi et tu sais déjà.
5-6 suited. This is the kind of hand that Pierre earlier would absolutely love and would be raising for sure.
Raise 200.
Glad to see Julien is raising with a 5-6 suited. I do like this. Wow. If Maxine could see his hand, may call anyway, but he dominates him in every single level. And if a 6-5 comes, it gives him the up and down. I mean, I hope I want to see this hand play out for purely selfish reasons. 5-6 of spades playing 8-7 of spades.
Raise
Fantastic.
550.
And Maxine is taking no prisoners. He's raised. Will Davidi come to the party or maybe even spoil the party?
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Pas chez ATM, on m'a juste pris le cul. Ah oui.
Lovely 4-bet there by Maxime with the 8-7 suited. He didn't realise how strong a hand he had in comparison to his opposition then. So he wasn't doing it because he thought he had the best hand. It's just a very nice play in position.
Fold. Fold. Raise 225.
Initial raise to 225 with the Queen 8. I think again Richard's got the choice where he had a pair earlier where he shoved with the 4s to good effect. I think he should be doing the same with the 6s and does. It's a lovely shove here. 1.8. Julien cannot call. I don't think Davidi can call. He cannot assume he has 2 overcards. And it's a big part of his stack. Very nice. You can't show the bluff, my friend. It's not a bluff.
Ça coûte cher des fois les mains fétiches.
Nice hand.
Non, j'ai décidé au tour et au cutoff, je fais descendre. Ça fait déjà quelques tours que je t'as pas noté.
Non, moi je regarde pas ce qui se passe.
Déconcentré, c'est plus dans ton match.
On va en parler au coach. J'ai jamais été concentré, c'est ça le problème.
Ouais, c'est ça, peut-être, on va remarquer ça. Un petit coach mental et puis fait des rolls.
Toujours plus.
Fold. Fold. Raise 200.
18. 19, sorry.
You can even add some
Ça change tout.
some 100.
Il gagne de la FE.
Raise all in.
This time it's Ivan's. Shove all in with a suited ace as opposed to a pair. And takes down the pot. 20 players left. We are playing down to 18 here at the Winamax Poker Open. excuse me. We started with 1,577 entries, under last year's record numbers, but a massive prize pool of 694,000 euros. First prize is 100,000 euros, which is a fantastic first prize anywhere in this part of Europe. And 271 players started day 2, and we have 20 players left. We are playing down to 18. Let's see if any of these feature table will finish. So I guess we have 4 tables left at the moment. Nice ace-2 suited for Davide when it comes around, and he's raised to 200. Big blind, 10-6 suited. Certainly a hand you can call with, and he does. Oh, and they've got the cover up. I don't know what they think they're giving away here. So gut shot draw for Maxine. Bottom pair for Davide, who will bet it. He's got bottom pair and a gut shot draw, but that gut shot he does not want to come in because that will give a bigger straight to Maxine. If a 5 comes, Davide's going to feel good, but Maxine will feel even better. Small bet to Maxine. He's looking to raise now. Now Davide, can he see through this raise? He's not really raising with much at all. Just a call. Thought he might do a bit more. 8, giving 2 hearts to Maxime. It may the raise on the flop may slow Davide down a bit. 2 hearts, any heart, and he doesn't know it, but any 6, any 10, any 5. He has 16 outs. He's betting it as though he has a much stronger hand than he has. Almost betting the made straight. Wow. This is very good poker. He's putting maximum pressure on Davide. This is a big bet.
1.4.
1.4 million. A pot-sized bet. Davide has to decide now. Is I going to pull the trigger and go all in? Or probably fold? I can't quite see a call here. There's too many danger cards to come on the river. If he feels he's winning and wants to take the gamble against what must be some kind of draw, he's got the flush draw and he's got the gut shot straight draw, plus his 10 and 6 are both live. That's why he's 42%. So although Davide is winning, he's only 58% favourite at the moment. But how's he going to play it? This is the more important bit. Not just about the cards, it's how you play them. Does he know when to hold them, and does he know when to fold them? I think I might write that into a song. Davide's still, so still. Giving nothing away through his body language. And he decides to fold. It's a great bet by Maxine. It's a good turn. Just showing 1 heart, the 10 of hearts. Bit of surprise on the table with how he played that. He's laying down that he is not here to muck about. He's here to win. Very nice play. Very nice. Davide recognising that he got outplayed there.
C'est les Poker Lyon qui m'ont passé les chartes. Je leur ai dit à ma table, ils ont tous des pour eux. Je comprenais pas au début, puis après j'ai vu qu'il y avait David.
Ils vont être flat, je me suis dit, la raise, il aime bien ce move. Il a certaines fois que ça.
Ah ouais, mais des flops pour moi ça.
C'est bien joué, je fais rien faire. Je te croyais pas.
Tu restes égal.
So? Raise 200. Fold. Fold. Raise 650. Fold.
How much?
650.
Interesting pot building up here. Maxine following through his aggression with the king 8 suited. Big 4-3 bet to 650. He's decided that this is a great time to put pressure on the other players, and he's using his stack effectively. Little smile. I like this young man. Is he sponsored as well? I don't know. Got something on his arm, but I don't think he's a Winamax sponsored player.
Je te remets light aussi. Je sais pas, les gens qui sont métal, on regarde les petites oreilles jaunes, ça les décrit.
50-100 still. Raise 200.
Solid pair of 10s for Julian. Getting a bit short now, 2.7 million. That's 27 big blinds. Ivan even shorter. Yeah, not the right time there, son. 10s will snap you off. Round to the blinds. Davidi with an interesting 8-3 ace-3 suited. Certainly going to see a flop at least. Are we going to see a raise?
Main event has a new blind level, 60,000, 120,000, and 120,000. Augmentation de blinds.
Just a call. Richard now getting value to call with his 8-9 offsuit. He hasn't really got that much of a stack. He only has 16 big blinds, but he's getting good value to call with his 8-9. And he decides that he agrees with me. As long as people agree with me, that's the most important thing. So 3 to a flop. 700k on board. This could be a good pot.
Check.
Massive flop for Julian. He's just got to work out how he extracts value with his set of 10s. There is some danger there. There's 2 straight draws. 9 jack, queen jack. But it's a rainbow flop. He's got to work out, if I've got a set, what's someone going to have to call me? Don't mind the check here. Very disguised. Don't want to bet too much. But he also doesn't want to go too small.
175 fault.
175 is the bet. Into 700. And I don't think it matters probably what he did there. He wasn't going to get any action. But lovely flop for 10s. But unfortunately, almost too good. So we have 19 left. I'm not 100% sure whether we play down to 18 or midnight, whichever is first. It is now 10 to 11 Bratislavan time. So I don't know which is the more important factor. We'll find out when we get to 18, I guess.
You are one. 60. Okay. So kind. Call. Call.
What's the blind? It's
120. Call.
C'est calmé le Davidi aussi.
Here comes the raise in this pot. King, Queen. 15 big blinds. Let's try and get value from it. Not a lot of point shoving. You can only get called by a better hand. So you just wanna raise this one.
Raise a win.
Oh, okay. Don't listen to me. I don't think it would have made any difference with 8-3, but still not the best way of playing that. When you're short stacked, you need to try and get as much value as you can from your premium hands, and that was one.
Le truc c'est que si on arrête à 18, on jouera plus longtemps demain. Je préfère jouer moins longtemps demain.
Si tu bosses, tu peux jouer l'aérola.
Il envoie des pics. C'est le troisième au moins. Il teste ton mental.
Je sais pas comment ça, il l'a dit, c'est mon coach mental.
Fold. Fold.
D'habitude, si tu veux jouer de l'aérola, on peut s'arranger.
Ouais.
Ouais. Je te ferai un petit signal et puis ça sera le moment d'y aller. On s'y prendra en 2 fois.
Stable aussi.
Petit tablé, ouais, ça va être chaud, je pense. C'est pour même étage.
Now looking to raise with King 9.
119.
Lines are up to 61-20. Let's see if Ivan has any kind of hand, and he does not. So Richard will win this.
Non, t'as foldé ça?
Non.
Mais je te le laisse, c'est pour ça. C'est signe de respect.
Il me semblait que l'année dernière, c'était pas seulement la table télé qui était plus grande, c'était toutes les tables de cette salle. Et là, elles sont pas grandes du tout.
Ouais, les différents budgets, c'est chez Winamax.
Peut-être dans le faire rentrer, peut-être pas dans le
Big blind.
Il n'y a vraiment pas d'action à cette table, ça a changé.
Plus que c'était. Alors, je sais où mettre.
Fold.
Je ne vous reconnais plus. Vous ne jouez plus au jeu.
Quoi?
Je ne vous reconnais plus. Que vous arrive-t-il?
Je suis en table télé, je vais poster une image pour les prochains tournois.
Magnifique. Tout fort.
Raise 240.
Julian following the Pierre rule of raising with a 5-4 suited. Maxine though has the King Queen. How's he going to play it?
Ah, ça n'arrange pas ça. Je vérifie si elles n'ont pas changé. Elles n'ont pas changé.
Merci.
Y'a pas de soucis, c'est avec plaisir.
Nous vivons dans un monde Pokémon.
Il veut vraiment se le faire. Hein.
J'ai déjà un Pokémon dans mon équipe, il m'en manque 5.
C'est qui le Pokémon que t'as?
Pikachu.
Non, non, moi tu m'as pas encore, hein, j'ai encore des jetons.
We can see
Jinx, là, c'est sûr.
that Davidi still chip leader. He's lost a few. Yellow 8 million at one point. It's down to 62 big blinds. And Ivan are short stack on the table with 14 big blinds.
Mais c'est vrai que ça te va bien autant la lumière qu'il propose.
Merci, c'est gentil.
Surtout de ce profil.
Merci.
Oh. Oh. Fold. Okay. Fold.
Maxine with the ace-2 suited. On the small blind, two interesting hands here. Ace-2 suited against 7-8 suited. Really will see a flop. No need to take too much risk at the moment. The ace is hit, but there are three very large spades there. It's a horrible flop for both players, really. I think Davidi has to bet this, being he definitely wanted another flop.
J'aimerais bien.
David, t'as trop mangé tout à l'heure. Encore que t'es en digestion,
J'ai réfléchi tout le break.
Ça va bien.
Ah, faut réfléchir.
Stratégie adoptée. Quel stack il fallait avoir pour ça?
J'ai recette.
Je
vais te payer quand je l'aurai.
C'est très... Est-ce que tu vas te payer comment?
Je vais te payer quand je l'aurai. Quand j'aurai du jeu.
On attend. Moi je compte en avoir bientôt du jeu parce que là j'ai pris beaucoup de temps.
Raise 400.
Ivan, our short stack on the table, makes a big raise with ace-3. He does not want to hear a call. He's trying to isolate anyone with a kind of medium to good hand. He will not be one. Well played, sir. Nice addition to his stack. And he's still in and still safe for the moment. And we play down to 18. One more player to go out. I'm surprised we're not playing hand for hand, but I'm not running this tournament. We have 5 players here and off each table. And presumably 3 other tables of 4. Doesn't make a lot of sense. No, I'm wrong. 2 tables of 5 and 1 of 4. Very similar hand for Ivan, but he's out of position this time. Ace-4 suited, made a big raise last time.
Raise 240.
This time it's a min click. 240.
Fold.
Davidi folds. Richard's got an interesting hand, but he's up against it with his stack size. So it's a very nice hand to play Jack 8. It's costing him 180, but with his stack size, it's difficult. Julian will fold queen 2, and Ivan picks up another pot. Well done, sir. 2 hands in a row. If you're the short stack, you have to aim to be the big stack.
Someone is telling you good joke, I want to hear the joke.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Call.
Call.
Dubious call with 8-4 suited of Julian. Is Ivan gonna see a flop with his 8-2 or make some kind of move? He's gonna see a flop. They're both fairly similar hands. Bad suited ace, but the diamonds have got there for Ivan. Whatever Julian does, I think Ivan is going to come back at him. Julian has played aggressively by nature, and here he comes. Looks like we are down to 18, and we've lost a player from another table. Sounds like it from the applause, but we're still going to play this hand out. Just a call. Small bet and a call. Jack now. There's still diamonds in the hand. Interestingly, the 2 and the 4 do not play. So at the moment, they have a split pot, but Ivan has the chance of hitting a flush. Will he bet this? No. I'm just going to see what happens. And he has hit a flush. This is beautiful. Ivan in the box seat with a flush. Very hidden hand as well. He's not played it aggressively. Julian may feel he has to bet this to win it. He may bet 250 to try and take down the pot. And then he may get smacked on the hand.
Check.
Value bet on the end, but not called. And I think we may well be at the end of the day. 18 players left. Going to the final day. 100,000 for the winner. They will be chipped up, put in their bags. We look forward to seeing you. Now let's have a look. What time will we see all you wonderful viewers?
Však to zmapsal. Oni to zmenili? No. Is it yours? I will come.
Well, I have down 12:30. So I guess we will see you 12:30, 1 o'clock tomorrow, all the way through to the completion of our final table. My colleague Dara O'Kearney from Dublin will start the commentary, and then I will take over for the final table, JJ Hazan. thank you very much for your time. This has been a wonderful tournament so far. The Winamax Poker Open from Bratislava. Good night and good luck.
17, 18, I think. 18. 3 times 6.
Number 3, Victor. Number 4, Leo. Number 5, Adrian. Number 6, Maxine. Table number 1. Once again, Roland, Ivan, Victor, Leo,
Excuse me.
Adrian,
Can I go with them like this?
Leo, and Maxime Large.
Je peux le laisser en David needs also to because he can't cross them.
Victor Frida Marcel, seat number 1. Ivan Banovich, seat number 2. Seat number 6, Maxime Large.
Yes.
Table number 2.
Guys, shut up.
Julien da Silva, seat number 1. Alexis Andre, seat number 2. Thomas Legendre, seat 3. Richard Nikolsevich, seat 4. Andrei Nikitin, seat 5. Pierre Deville, seat number 6. Table number 2. TV table. I don't know. Richard Vieira de Freitas, seat number 1. Martin Bartok, seat number 2.
This one, right?
Davide Kitai, seat number 3. Leo Cole, seat number 4.
You go for my seat.
Victor Klokstoel, seat number 5. Konstantinos, seat number 6, please.
Je crois qu'on a été à 18. Messieurs.
Okay, guys, leave the chips in the trays. I need to do the chip count official for this table.
Can make a break like 5 minutes? Yeah.
We have to continue. We will play down to midnight, so we're really quickly done. Just 1 second. Yeah, it's break in 20 minutes. So just guys, I need your chip counts quickly. I need exact. That's why I need it like this. It's exact 1.8. You can go to the toilet, but we will start within a couple of minutes. Yeah, I can go too. We will start once I do the chip counts. Drop on the button. We will start. But it's okay. 5, 1, 11, 22, Oi, David, yeah? This is David. 2.5, 6.566, 7.1, 7.160.
No, I'll ask you. Antonio,
Yes.
pregunta técnica.
Sí, dime.
We play down to
midnight tonight.
no matter if it's in the middle of the level, midnight.
Well, we will.
So no, I was asking because it's this level break in 1 level or
Yes.
this level break in 2 levels.
It's probably going to be this level break 1 level, probably. But I will let you know as soon as
Vale.
6, de nada, 6.
How many times have you fallen today? I think it's the 10.
No, 3, 4, 34, 38. Okay, we'll leave it like that. Okay, players,
Attention dealers, please place the button in seat number 4. Place the button in seat number 4.
Button is number 4.
So, button in seat number 4, please. If there's any more chips in the trays, dealers, remove the chips from the tray.
Je suis pas sûr à 100% de mon site, mais on a été vérifié normalement.
Any players that are on the TV table, they cannot have their phones on the table. Everybody else can.
Il est quelle heure en fait? Il est quelle heure?
Il est
22h40. 10h40.
Same box, box, box. Box.
Il y a un break.
Ah, yeah. Also in the box over there.
Ouais. Ah putain, merci.
Okay.
Je crois que c'était
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Je connais pas.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody back? Perfect. Okay, dealers, please prepare the next.
Bien joué. J'ai pas donné mon téléphone.
C'est là-bas dans la boîte.
Fleur. Welcome.
This is your
Paul, thank you.
This is yours? Small blind, big blind.
Okay, we'll continue with the blinds. 60,000, 120,000, big blind empty, 120,000. Dealers, start please. Players, very best of success. Bon chance. Good luck.
When you get the cards, can you put it on the number? Please. Pass. Pass.
And we'll see 1 or 2 levels later. Okay. We have to. Mika is coming now. We'll give you all the information.
Raise 250. Pass. Pass. Call. Heads up. Check. Check.
The same if we will skip a break after the next level. Break and play 1 more level. So we stop at 4.
250.
Casino for number 2. Thank you.
775. Cool. Check. Check, showdown. Pair of jacks. Race 240. Yes, pass. Can you move a bit to right? Like you pay 3.
That's 27. 27.
Pass. 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 Race 240. Pass, showdown.
We are playing this level and one more level without the break, so we are finishing around 23:35. 23:35, 23:40, we are finishing.
Sit open, yes.
There will not be a break at the end of this level. We're playing another 46 minutes in total.
46.
Thank you.
On joue 40 minutes.
Upstairs and then to the room to the right.
$250. Pass. Call. Heads up. Check. $200 pass. Pass. Call. Heads up. $120 pass.
40.
Raise 240. Pass.
40?
240, yes. Pass. 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 Too forte.
Anytime you need aces, let us know. As! As! As!
Raise 900. Pass. Yes, 10 40.
Faut 10 000 jetons, franchement. Je trouve que c'est ça qui en fait.
Pass. Pass. Raise 250. Pass. Cool. Heads up. Check. $225. Pass. 240. Pass. 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 Call. Heads up. Check. $180,000. Pass.
This is the last level for tonight. Augmentation de blinds. 140. C'est le dernier niveau.
Pas les cartes. Pas de cartes. Pas de table. C'est pas eu.
Yes. Fold. 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 Raise 300. Fold. Fold.
J'ai un million d'œuvres. J'ai 8, ouais. Je n'avais pas à vendre, voler ces blindes. Maintenant, we don't have 100 chips.
No, just one.
Fold. Raise 280. Fold. Call. Check. Bet 275. Fold. 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 Raise 300. Fold. Call. Check. 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 Check, showdown. Raise 280. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Видишь.
Check.
Já acabaram? Já acabaram? Gostaste? Perdeste? Perdeste?
Check.
Ao vazio da esquerda.
Check. 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 Showdown.
Les relances d'achat.
is my friend. Can you please double him up?
Okay, how much?
Thanks so much, man.
How much?
Blinds, please.
Je pensais que je gagnais.
T'avais pas grand chose.
Fold.
Ouais, moi j'ai fait une lead.
Fold.
Non, c'est là que j'ai un peu de value, c'est ça. Je check, tu transformes comme un bluff.
L'autre à côté qui suivait, genre, soit
Raise 280. Fold.
Collé, ouais, c'est bien. Collé, valet 3 suivi. Flop, valet 3.
Comme tu t'en avais adolescent, on delighted.
Este más meilleur.
Maxime, attention, close blind.
Quantos?
14. Tu me vêches plus.
Comment tu fais?
4.5.
I check, no?
I don't.
I didn't.
Sorry.
Check.
Sorry.
At 50. Fold. Fold.
I will color you up a little bit with blue chips.
Fold.
One chip, please. $300,000.
Raise 300. Fold. 1.1.
Tu l'as pas.
Tu crois? Pourquoi tu fais non? Il est encore moins. Putain, ça veut dire que j'ai pas de table, c'est bien ça. What did you say?
Tu l'as pas, tu l'as pas.
You don't have it. Liar.
Tu l'as pas. Tu dis French. Tu l'as pas.
Vous l'avez? J'ai contre tel d'Alizé. Je pense que c'était un
Tu
bug,
l'avais
tu l'aurais
pas.
montré.
Ouais. Je vais la prendre de toute façon après le stream.
Je pense qu'il l'avait pas. Non, jamais je claque mes bluffs, je suis respectueux comme garçon.
J'ai vu qu'il l'a pas, mais j'avais trop peur qu'il ait une main pour 5 bet shots et je 4 bet. Voilà, As, 5 off.
J'étais un dégénéré. C'est pas possible d'avoir peur que je tombe comme ça.
Raise to 80. Fold. 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 Sir, 10,000 is missing. You put the 660. And small one is 70.
Please deal 3 more hands. Dealers want to finish the tournament, deal 3 more hands.
Call.
Avec quoi là? Ouais, c'est pas mort. Avec quoi? Hein? T'étais prêt à tout mettre?
J'étais entre les deux.
Can you just call the last for a second?
Check.
I will calorie up a little.
Il n'est pas content de tout.
Ouais, si je 4 bêtes, t'as sauté, t'as un zéro.
C'est 5 bêtes.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1 million. 1 million or 1 million.
We need those again?
We will need for 8160 still.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yes. And then we will chip racing tomorrow on the first. So once you finish the current hand, 3 more hands.
Ouais. Il m'a dit ce qu'il avait quand tu fold. Tu dois faire.
Ouais.
Non, je vais pas dire.
On sait que je joue pas.
Parce que tu m'as dit
Call.
je pense que c'est une value juste au-dessus. Waouh.
Diamond, diamond. Sometimes comes diamond, diamond. Or the queen, yeah.
King is more funny.
Draw. Draw. Draw.
Medium.
Sit open.
Thank you.
C'est quoi?
Kings, aces,
No, it wasn't there.
There's magic of stream pleasure.
So it's 2 more hands or 3 now?
3. 3 from now. This is the first one from the 3. And half ante, yes? Or I'm right?
Sorry?
I'm not talking with you. Áno, polovičné. 340-70. Iba ante polovičné. Ja dal si, sorry.
That's right.
Allez l'handicapé. Le 3 carré. Le -5 de chacun. J'en ai 3 4.
Right.
Oh, he's big blind, right?
A little bit wide. A little bit wide.
Yeah.
Raise to 80. Fold. Fold. Fold.
This is my favorite hand. Je l'ai reçu 15 fois, je crois, chaque chanteur télé. Je l'ai foldé 12. It's really my favorite hand, it's not so short.
Serious, big one, please.
When? Offsuit. Offsuit. Not only.
140 and 70. No, 110. Yes,
I mean, like suited or offsuit.
and 10. Yes, exactly. Everybody are tired.
I like this hand also, but I prefer suit.
Fold. Raise 300. Call.
Okay, players, I would kindly ask on the spectators, Leave the tournament area, we're going to do a bagging now. I cannot have any spectators in the area now.
Free players.
Also media, a little bit away from the table when we do this. Okay, players?
Check. Check.
One more player, we'll have a get rid of for tomorrow. If we don't put another player on the table, we'll return to the same.
Check. 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 Bet 350. Fold.
Guys, please put the ticket inside the bag and write the ticket number on the bag. Ticket number on the bag.
Call.
The player's ticket inside the bag. Please write the ticket number on the bag. Whoever is the button, write the button on the bag.
Check.
Medium.
Bet 1.254. Počuj, že iba posledná ruka, tu domiešam a potom dobeguješ.
Ešte jednu.
No. A potom iba dobeguješ ich. Et I stay.
Ma seule erreur de la journée.
Le code de turn.
Yeah, I was talking with Marcel, I stay for the last hand and then he do everything else.
Tu as fait la cesse une seule fois la journée.
Half ante, take full. Ah no, just half ante, I take a full one. You mean? Yes, I wanna, give me one orange. Yes, and one blue. Yeah, exactly, thank you. Fold.
The over?
Yeah. Yes, this is my last. I need to go to sleep. Yeah. Raise to 80. Fold.
Ouais, c'est la dernière.
Fold. Congratulations, guys.
That's it? Okay, players. What I need you to do, button is in seat number 3. David, you write that you're at the button, please. We are 13. We are coming tomorrow to the same seat.
Can give me off?
Same seat.
No.
Your name, your chip card, your ticket number, and put everything inside the bag. 12:30 tomorrow, same seat.
Such a long day.
T'avais quoi alors? J'aurais la main, t'avais quoi?
Can we just start the direct button? Right at the direct button. I was big blind. Yeah, button is here. Toi, t'avais quoi? Toi, t'avais quoi?
Avec le stack, c'est pas Where I white button?
Like it here. You can also size seat free. Perfect. Nothing. It's okay.
Oh, we put the seat?
Yes.
5?
It will be better, yes.
Can I have my phone? I want the picture. Where
Me too.
my phone? Huh? Steph?
Yes, please.
Can I have my phone?
Your phone.
J'ai joué quelques gros coups. Mais pas non plus.
Guys, did you write your ticket number on the
Which one is it, David? I don't know.
What table is this?
It's TV, just right TV.
Stream or TV table? Check face, on peut 3 bêtes. Can you tell them which one ticket number?
On the bottom.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think so. They
Et en fait, normalement, quand il checkait sur As-Dame 5, il n'a pas grand chose. Il y avait un flash draw, mais... Du coup, j'ai call et tiens, il y a check.
T'avais As-10.
Le As-Dame, je te dis.
Non, mais sur le 7, 7, 9.
Ah, j'avais 5 et 3 suités.
Non.
Non, t'as fini de mettre mon suivi.
Hein? Waouh. T'as vu le dernier Ravel? Waouh.
Je peux pas showdown contre T7, c'est pas possible. J'aurais l'air con après. Si je te donne contre T7, je vais avoir l'air con moi aussi. Tu vois les gars? I want a picture, I want a picture.
I put the button inside?
No.
We play at 12:30 tomorrow.
There is two.
It's open, yeah? So you have to close it. It's from here. He didn't close it properly.
Is your back, no?
Yeah, it's okay. We have to close it properly. We didn't close it properly. Huh? Victor, yeah? Place 5.
Place 5, yes. Give it table.
Now it's good.